Good evening. It is episode 245 of the longest running episodic, whatever it is. I already see the comments in there. We're a couple of minutes late because we were doing a little bit of side tech support. We're learning the differences between the Windows and Mac version of Chrome.
Yep.
Learning many things.
Many.
Luke here. Good evening. You're the first one. So good evening to you. Mike Good. Good evening to you as well. Lonely Basement. Good evening. Happy Friday. And happy Friday to Mike. Bobby is in the garage of knowledge as always, but he is in front of the laptop of understanding. And the understanding is lacking at the moment. It's a work in progress.
At least I can read all the comments now.
Yeah. So the advantage is that with Bobby being on the laptop, it actually means that the screen's a little bit larger, so he can actually see a little bit more what's going on. So he's not on the screen like he usually is. So
but not as big as it could be.
Yeah. So we're working on basically getting him up to full screen on his Chrome tab there. Work in progress. Good evening, Philly Joe. Big Scott. Good evening. And there's Eric. He looks a lot like a plastic figurine, but he is, in fact, Eric. Alas.
Is that lemon? It's not signed?
Maybe. I'm assuming it's
Am I
custom
loud?
because really.
Oh, I'm loud now.
Yeah. I've turned down your volume a little bit, but I can tweak it a little more.
Yeah,
because I think the microphone is more sensitive. Yeah, the microphone's pretty sensitive. I already turned it down, so I think you're okay. We'll tweak with it, Black Box. We'll figure it out.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, exactly. Now it's ASMR. But yeah, the microphone is very sensitive, so obviously I can hear you pretty well. So we're all good there. But yes, so Eric, look, I assume that this obvious forgery is your attempt at trying to tell us that Reggie Lemon had more than one image, because we all know there is only one existing image of this individual, assuming they actually exist.
Mm-hmm.
I had this custom made by Hogan.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Well, it has to. No one else is going to do it.
And it came out just absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. Worth every penny I paid. You can see, it's got his name, the name on the back. The
back.
I mean,
you're going to get it signed on the front there?
Now, Eric, were you going to pay extra to have him actually write his last name properly? Or did you need like four more stands?
Yeah. It is. I worked with this guy, Chris, over some time. And
Chris.
And this thing is 100% accurate from what Reggie had for equipment in 1987 when he beat the Montreal Canadiens and broke the curse. This is the gear that he had. So, yeah, this thing is just seeing the attention to detail and the job that he does is absolutely incredible. I mean, he even scuffs up the pads, to make it look like, hockey pucks have hit it. He even has, this is all done with magnets.
Oh, you see, that's very realistic. I knew his head came off.
He even has the throat protector. He got the mustache in there. I mean, it's crazy. It's all, magnets, the glove. It's unbelievable, the amount of detail.
When the polarity of the world reverses, all your magnets, his head's going to fall off and everything.
I'll just put super glue on there then.
Ah, that'll work.
Yeah.
Either that or you can use the Carl Senior special. You can do some silicone. Got a couple comments here. Stuke here says, finishing up some deep fried mayo nuggets as seen on Chopped.
That's disgusting.
Ooh, my favorite show.
He says as seen on Chopped, Eric. Look, I'm just reading the comments.
I don't care. That's disgusting. I don't care where you've seen it. It's gross.
Jeff says, that's a great custom job. There you go. Philly Joe says, nosy, how much roughly? What was the how many thousands of dollars did you spend on this?
I don't usually like to talk about how much money I spend on things, but I will for this, I guess. I just hope my mother isn't watching because.
Oh my God, it's not that much, is it?
Well, if I buy something that's $10, she tells me I'm wasting my money. So,
well, you're safe at $10.
Yeah, this custom Lemlin figure cost me $300.
Scandalous. Truly scandalous. There you go. Black Box Hobby says, very great and bougie figurine. True words. Paul says, Boston selecting a player from BC makes Eric want to eat chocolate sticks or mayo sticks.
No, man. No, Paul, you're just being gross.
It's chocolate sticks and the dip is mayo.
Mm-hmm. Eric plays with dolls now? Always.
Yeah, I have a collection of them. So I don't usually do this either, but I got a pretty good collection.
You know, Eric, with that I don't know if you remember old YouTube, Eric, but with that camera angle you were switching to, I really wanted you to say, "Here in my garage, I got a Lamborghini."
No,
what I really care about is knowledge.
Lambo.
But these, all these McFarlanes are actual McFarlanes, but they're all autographed. I've got them all done in person, had them all autographed, and most of them have a autographed puck with them. Mostly Stanley, Hall of Fame. But yeah, so I collect autographed McFarlanes. So, and I got a couple kicking around in case I ever meet somebody, you know, that has one. They're around. But I just, you know, there wasn't one of Reggie. Obviously, I mean, you know, he's not a Hall of Famer.
Shocking.
So that's, you know, mostly it's the Hall of Fame players that got McFarlane's mostly, you know. I mean, there's definitely some that didn't, but so I had it made. And next time I see him, I'll have him sign the base. And yeah, this thing is just the attention to detail by just a custom guy is just, it's crazy, you know. It hand paints it all. 3D prints a lot of it. You know, makes the stickers to put on. Yeah, I mean, it's just insane. I just know, I'm always impressed in anything when someone can do something that I can't. Something.
Wait, stop, pause.
Easy, Carlos.
Literally, the man just set me up for it. He put it on a tee for me.
He set everybody up for that one.
It's like Eric. So you're impressed when someone can do something you can't, like stay on your bicycle without crashing horrifically. For example,
I didn't crash today. True, you're not going to show any of that, are you? You're not going to show me not crashing today, are you?
Eric, all I've got to say is,
it was an 8-second video out of a 10-minute ride.
I too, Eric, had a piece of art commissioned, and you can see this right here. This is art.
I banged my right testicle on that crash, and it hurt.
Well, you still have the left one. You can try again if you want.
No, I don't want to try again. I had to lay there for a couple of minutes.
And it was artistic. It was dramatic. Like, I was moved to tears after the laughter. After the laughter, there was a lot of tears.
That was Sunday morning. A very high humidity ride. And that I tried to climb up a cliff, and I fell. Me and the bike went backwards, and as I tried to jump from the bike, I hurt my right testicle.
Truly awful. Truly awful.
It is truly awful.
I'm trying my best to pretend, almost sort of be sympathetic, but it's not working. But like I'm trying.
Every guy that's watching this is like, "Oh, that's bad."
Eric, two things can be true. Eric, Eric, people laugh. They might have winced first.
Another man getting hit in the testicles. That's not funny.
Eric,
that's gross.
When it's you, they might wince first, but then I assure you that, Eric, first it's wincing, and then it's
no, it's never funny or okay to laugh at a man getting his testicles hurt.
But it's okay to take a picture?
Well, I didn't take the picture.
That's my point, Eric. Someone had to be taking the picture. Instead of helping you, they were taking a picture, which I was then able to utilize for that image. So, didn't sound to me like they were being very helpful there. And Eric, are you claiming there was not near a guffaw to be had by the individual taking said picture? Oh my God, Eric, let me help you, but let me take a picture first. Hold on.
Words were said.
Words were said. Were they said under the guise of laughter?
No, mostly it was, Oh, I fucking hate you. So it sounded something like that.
Good evening, Dennis. The Pursuit here. Good evening. Hagen to the Bruins. There you go. A couple of references to that. Kathy says, I am. So Kathy was laughing.
Yeah, she is watching this. I said
So
$30, right? $30. It would cost me $30 to get that figure done, is what I said.
Goalie plays on home plate. True. Thanks, Great Cat. Sounds like Hulk Hogan's in real bad shape. Your thoughts? As the great philosopher King Drago once said, if he dies, he dies. I really don't care about Hogan. I really don't care about Hogan.
No, but I am curious. I mean, is there something going on that other than just his, his health gets worse and worse all the time? But
I was gonna say, like, I feel like he's had a number of health problems recently.
Yeah, but
for a while going.
I'm just, I mean, has something specifically happened, or has he contracted some type of illness, or I
genuinely have no clue.
All right.
No clue.
But
maybe the chat can fill us in. Maybe the chat can fill us in.
All right. I don't know. Maybe look it up later.
I just 1455 says, gave a video a like. Thank you. Appreciate you. And good evening. Licensing lawsuit pending. Worth it. Good evening, Orlando. There was a TV show showing men getting hit in their junk. Yes. Hashtag entertainment.
I wouldn't. No, that's never funny.
Oh, sure, Eric. I bet we know what you were watching. Eric had testicles. This is debatable.
Every once in a while, my wife unlocks the box and allows me to take them out and use them. And after I'm done, I do have to return them, where they go back in the lockbox.
Black Box says Eric doesn't remember the laughter due to the concussion. True.
I didn't get a concussion that time. I didn't hit my head. So
how do you know you didn't get a concussion, Eric? That sounds like what somebody with a concussion would say.
That's true. I have done that too. I'm like, I didn't hit my head, and they're like, you hit your head, buddy.
It's like, and you're like, prove it. It's like, Eric, when did you take your bike ride? Monday. Okay, great. It's Friday. Damn it! This happened again. Rico Wax says Hogan has neck surgery recently. Has the recovery has not been going well? Okay, that's unfortunate for him.
Not a swell fella, so whatever.
Yeah. Let's put it this way: you're gonna have a lot of trouble getting a lot of sympathy for Hogan from me. I have no use for the guy.
Funny thing is, I went into settings and it says, "Here is your saved Zoom settings for websites," and there was nothing there, and I was going, "So how do I get to the Zoom setting?" It's so stupid. Am I breaking up a little bit here?
Yeah, a little bit here and there. Yeah.
Yeah. What the hell, man? I'm gonna have to go back to my phone.
It seems okay, bud.
Yeah, I keep freezing up to myself. I can see, so I don't know.
Well, we'll let it go for a little bit and let's see how it goes. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, see, maybe I have
Good
the
evening,
sensitivity. Something settings. Always with something new, right? Yeah. This thing should be rocking it, but see what happens
every
when
time
you
try a new piece of
cost for a McFarlane.
Listen, this is what happens. We're gonna have to spare a couple of expenses. Eric might have to forego one of the custom McFarlanes, and we'll have to go to level 2. Yeah,
I don't think I'll be getting any more custom McFarlanes done. They're very expensive.
Are you sure you don't have an addiction?
No, I it's not an
addiction. Are McFarlanes ruining your life, Eric?
No. Custom ones are. I won't be doing that anytime soon again. As much, I mean, it's awesome. I just can't think of a player that I would enjoy as much to spend that kind of money. So the rest of them, you just get them on, eBay for $10 and then have the player sign them. I got to get a Andrew Raycroft one. I've been thinking about grabbing one of those. The next time I'm around him, have him sign a base for me. But
sounds to me, Eric, like what you should be doing is investing your money in a custom McFarlane for one of the newest Hall of Famers, greatest living Boston Bruin, Jumbo Joe Thornton.
I knew that was coming soon. Soon as that news came out, I went, Friday's going to suck.
Eric, I am a patient man. I don't have to beat you over the head with all the jokes immediately. I can wait. I had out plenty of material. I was like, no. We'll wait. See, 15 minutes in. 15 minutes in. I'm like, greatest living Boston Bruin.
I'm like, Friday is just going to suck. How
And on
about
that note,
Zdeno Chara getting in?
never heard of the guy.
No,
Greatest
no.
living Boston Bruins. Greatest living Boston Bruin, Jumbo Joe Thornton.
Jumbo
Fine.
Joe Thornton.
Justice has been served. To a similar degree, not quite to the same degree of justice, but Alexander McGillney is also in the Hall of Fame now.
I was about freaking time.
Yeah. The McGillney one is the one that was kind of
if you score 76 freaking goals in one season, you better have your ass in the Hall of Fame.
yeah. He was the one that was kind of the standout that was like, no, he should be in by now. Like, whatever you guys are doing is silly. McGillney was 100% an elite goal scorer in his day. Yeah. Orlando says hockey draft going on. It's boring. Yeah, the hockey draft isn't very exciting. I got to be honest. They haven't figured out. This is something maybe, Eric, that the NHL really should have figured out. You got to try to make it a production. You got to do something to give it a little. In reality, like, let's think about this. A draft really is nothing. It's not that interesting. You are interested, perhaps, from where, you know, whoever your team's going to draft. But most of these guys, a lot of them, honestly, though, are not necessarily impactful right away. Like, even some of the first round draft picks aren't necessarily, they're not going to change your life right away. You can be hopeful. Yeah, and you can be hopeful.
So.
Yeah. But I will say the NFL figured out how to make it into more of a spectacle and to make it like regardless, it's a show. Like, the actual event is a show, and they make it a show for people. But the hockey draft isn't really that exciting.
Listen, I mean, not only is the hockey draft not exciting, if you noticed, the NHL isn't even doing an awards show anymore.
Those are boring too, to be honest.
They're just no, they suck, right?
Yeah,
but they've been doing it since forever, right? I mean, since there've been awards, there's been an awards night. Now they're just showing up on the player's front porch and handing them the trophy and saying congratulations, and surprising them in different areas, you know, showing up in the locker room, and all this stuff. They don't even have, it's gone. Now the next thing to go, and I am totally okay with it, with the NHL, starting with the NHL, but with all sports, is get rid of these stupid ass all-star games. Because those suck too. What we had with the Four Nations instead of the All-Star game was some of the best hockey you saw the entire season. So we have to get rid of All-Star games, get rid of awards nights, get rid of, you know,
regular season, postseason, the Stanley Cup. Just get rid of it.
No. One game. That's it. All year.
And you know what? You know what, Bobby? 2 random teams. 2 teams at random, winner gets the Stanley Cup.
Close your eyes, spin the wheel.
1 game, winner take all. That's it.
No, get rid of the stupid stuff and
call Batman.
And just
look, the Boston Bruins are staying, Eric, no matter how much you want to get rid of them.
They suck so bad.
Yeah, once Marchand comes back.
Eric, you can move them to Atlanta. You can move them to Atlanta. I bet that'd be fun.
With that going. Don't get me going with that Atlanta crap again. NHL cannot go to Atlanta.
Carlisle is right there, Eric.
Utah
is right there.
No, listen, and he will be the only one in the arena again. So
I go back. Says Adam Sandler making the Bruins pick was pretty good. Look, they got to do whatever they can to try to make it a little more interesting. Whatever you can.
Adam Sandler is from New Hampshire, right? So he is a Bruins fan. Plus, in Happy Gilmore,
Happy Gilmore 2.
And in Happy Gilmore 2, he's wearing the jersey again. So he's there to promote Happy Gilmore 2 is what he's doing.
Yep. Carlisle says, I heard NHL expansions on hold for everyone. I think so. I heard something to that effect. I was listening a little bit here and there. I haven't been keeping super direct track. Although Wes did confirm, because I heard it and then Wes confirmed it as well. There is a 1-year extension. Eric, the Renaissance is not over. You know, Jamie Benn re-signed in Dallas for another season.
Oh, yes. Wonderful.
Yeah. Well, he signed, it was like $1 million contract with like incentives that can make it up to $4 million. And the incentives are a whole bunch of games played and all the way into the playoffs and all. It's a very team friendly deal, which it had to be. It had to be the most team friendliest version of the deal that could have been, because otherwise there's no reason to re-sign him, captain or not. Like, it needed to move on. You needed to adjust it. He needed to be paid in accordance with, hey, we don't mind keeping you around. You can even still be the captain, but we gotta, the hometown discount is now officially in effect. If you want to stick around, we got to drop. You were paid very handsomely the last several years. That contract is now over. Please adjust your expectations down.
That is why Chara left Boston, and then ended up in Washington, and where else? Did he go back to Ottawa for a year, then to Washington for a year, whatever? Because they're like, Zdeno, listen, buddy, we want you here. We want you to wear the C. We want you to finish your career here. But you're gonna get less ice time. You're not gonna be on this power play or that penalty kill anymore, and you're gonna be like a third line defenseman. And he was like, no, I'm still a first line player, power play, penalty kill, lead the league in minutes on the ice. And it's like, no, you're not. So he left and went to I think he went back to Ottawa for a year and then finished up in Washington, if I'm not mistaken, or the other way around. I kind of forget the whole thing. But the point was, yeah, no kidding, right? So that sometimes these guys can't realize that it's over. And you have to change your expectations. I mean, I can't do what I used to do when I was 25.
Eric, you can't do what you used to do. You can't do what you used to do 25 minutes ago. You're degrading rapidly. Yeah. Philly Joe says baseball All-Star game at least resembles a game. Yeah, they're still playing the same rules. It's still the same general idea. It's the closest version out of the sports. I think we can say the baseball All-Star game is the closest one that actually resembles a standard game. Like they didn't really have to do, they could do some gimmicks, but in reality, for the most part, it looks like the hockey game, we're basically minimizing contact. Pro Bowl minimized contact. The basketball is basically just score 1 trillion points. Like defense doesn't exist. The baseball All-Star game is like the guy's still throwing the ball, the guy's still hitting the ball, and he has to catch the ball. So
it's all individualistic though, more so in the baseball than anything else. So you just hitting.
You don't have to do anything. You don't have to do anything special. You just basically do the standard.
I'm playing devil's advocate because I do hate baseball. We all know that, and I think they're a bunch of pansies and all of that. So, but I'm playing devil's advocate. In today's baseball mindset of general managers and managers, when they're looking at pitchers and pitch counts and and all of the stuff they do with pitchers, and they baby the hell out of them. All right. And I remember, and a side note, that brings me to, I listened to Louis Tiant. All right. Not Louis Taint.
I know only Louis Taint. Who is this Louis Tiant you speak of?
Louis Tiant sat with me for 30 to 40 minutes. I didn't say a word.
And he scolded you for mispronouncing his name?
No.
You jerk.
He went on a rant. He sat with me for 30 to 40 minutes and just ranted about the wussification of today's Major League Baseball pitchers. And I just sat there, yes, sir. Yep. 30. That's a long time. And he used language that was quite stern.
Dare you say unsavory?
Unsavory. Now, it didn't help that Bill Lee was like hanging out behind us, and he's not a fan. Wasn't a fan because Bill Lee's obnoxious and crazy. I mean, he's out of his mind, and he was driving Louis nuts. But so I think he had a lot of frustration built up, and he decided to aim it towards the wussification of today's baseball pitchers. So with that said, if you have the current mindset of a general manager or a manager, coach, pitching coach, do you want your pitcher actually going out and throwing pitches at an all-star game? Absolutely not. These guys are throwing their shoulders out, blowing out their elbows. They're getting the fingernails or the issue or the blister, and they're out for a month because they're a bunch of big weenies. And you're telling me you're not out there cringing with every pitch. You don't want your guy going out there and throwing 97 miles an hour at an all-star game. Because now he can't be ready for the next game back This is your all-star. So you got to figure this is your main man in your rotation, and he just ended up working when he should have had a day off. So I can't believe they even still have all-star. Now, again, devil's advocate. With that mindset, that the way people are thinking nowadays, I can't believe they even allow all-star games in baseball anymore, because the pitchers are so limited on how many pitchers they're supposed to throw each week.
So, Bobby, I understand what Eric is trying to say here, and I don't even necessarily have an issue with the general thesis. However, point of order, I would point out that Eric is speaking much of wussification, and how people can't seem to handle these basic movements and things. I feel like I would be remiss if I didn't point out that this is the same person who struggles to ride a bicycle. Like, so sounds to me like maybe so we need to get rid of these bicycles because they're too dangerous. People crashing.
Now, I know for a fact you have other footage of me riding a bicycle correctly, and you're refusing to show it.
Eric, my people, Bobby,
Yeah.
I promise, I swear on the sanctity and the good name of the not swell fella, that my people are still analyzing the footage. And honestly, early returns, we think it's AI.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we don't think there's any legitimate footage of
There's
Eric riding a bicycle.
there's other
correctly.
footage out there, people, of me not crashing, and he's
I
refusing
don't know
to
if
show
that
it.
sounds true. That doesn't
And he's
sound true to me.
refusing to show it.
That sounds like the thing that a man with many
I did
concussions would
crash.
say.
It hurt. I didn't like it. My back's been a little stiff since then. But that's okay. Just show that. Forget about all the rest. Just show me crashing.
You crashing is just so much funnier. It's just so much better.
It's you could have a YouTube, dude, millions of hits, honestly. Just have to you videotape yourself, put a camera on like those cops have, body cam. Yeah, honestly.
Well, I had that on in the winter when I was crashing when I was riding in the snow.
If you crash in the snow, it's no fun.
We need a little more velocity, Eric, and a little more
the
pain.
rocks under the snow.
It's and it hurts. It hurts when you hit those rocks.
Carlos says MLB is the only All-Star game criticized because players took it too seriously. The Pete Rose Rossi thing, yes.
Yeah,
wussification. Where did that come from? Listen, Eric gets excited. Orlando says Eric is making sense tonight. Calm down, Orlando. We don't want this to go too far. We don't want this to go too far.
All right, I'll stop. I'm sorry.
Watch it.
Amanda, good evening. Like Eric knows how to use any AI. Well, Amanda, if you had
Amanda knows I can't. I don't know anything about
silence, Eric.
Amanda's awake. Oh yeah,
this is
3 hours.
This is important. I am not suggesting that Eric was the one utilizing the AI, but Amanda, point of order. If you had tuned in a little earlier, Eric was bragging about the thousands and thousands of dollars that he spent on a Reggie Lemon custom McFarlane figure. Well, little do you know that the gentleman who did that is full service. He not only did a custom McFarlane figure for Eric, on top of that, he built him a whole suite, 3D renderings and everything, so that Eric could pretend that he knew how to ride a bicycle. That's full service. But when you're paying at least $40,000 to $50,000, it's the least you should expect. Honestly, it's the least you should expect. And hopefully Eric tipped him. It's the least you can do, Eric. Tip the
Amanda knows I am way too stupid to figure out how AI works. She knows.
Yes, but you are able to spend some of that bougie wealth on people who can.
True.
Dylan here says, is it not the manager or team not allowing players to play hurt rather than the actual players themselves?
Well, I don't know.
Robert Edwards, Patriots running back, basically ended his career in an exhibition beach football game during Pro Go week.
Yeah,
and then you went their auction house running.
Yeah, started an auction house. Yeah, that they made a lot of changes. It was a beach flag football game. He was a rookie. It was the rookie game. He had just run for over 1,000 yards as a rookie for the New England Patriots. Made the All-Star game, the Pro Bowl in the rookie game.
The
and
ones you want to banish.
he went to make a cut on somebody in the sand, and his knee just exploded. And I think he may have made a comeback with another team for a short period of time, but his promising career was completely over. I believe he did win a lawsuit or at least got some insurance money from the NFL. But yeah, his career was over because of a beach all-star football game.
Mm. Dylan here says, I would assume most players and pitchers would play until their arm falls off, but the team won't allow them to. I guess it depends, though. Like, if you're playing an all-star game, I wouldn't pitch until my arm fell off in an all-star game.
No.
It's not that important to you. But I get your general premise. I get your general idea here. Dan here, good evening. Eric has been AI all along, only with the intelligence part. Oh, look at you buttering him up. I see what's
Dan, I watched you on the, what was it, the Four Guys show, whatever it was?
The Four Guys, the Four Collectors, that now is a cast
of thousands. It was Four Guys, right? It was Four Guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have to give you, you're showing some nice Canadian cards there, I noticed. However. So I know you showed the Maple Crisp Bet, the baseball, the 1923. And the hockey is actually 1924-25. So 1923, when you read the back of it, it says if you include baseball and hockey cards together, you can mail away. So 1923 is kind of wrong. Because if you can include the hockey and the baseball on the sending away for the premium, it has to be 1925. So give PSA hell, send it back in, get the right date on it. They know. And let's go forward with that. But I do like them. I like the Nielsen cards that you pulled too.
And now this is so we're clear. I think I saw the same episode you're talking about. This is the one where they went through the different decades, right? They showed cards from each decade.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
That's the one. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's the one. That's the one where we were having some fun. I don't know if you caught the references in the last hour there, where they were talking about how it's like, oh, it's so long, and so it's like it was 2 hours and 45 minutes. That's like a preamble over here. Eric could talk about his custom McFarlane for 2 hours and 45 minutes. Like, are you kidding?
Yeah,
me?
I think he did. What time is it now? Yeah,
yeah, exactly.
Got 4 hours to kill.
Yeah, a custom starting lineup has to be at least half the price of a McFarlane, baby.
I'm gonna bow out for a second because this thing is really flopping up. I'll just hook up to my phone.
Pop out and pop back in. Let's give it a try.
Yeah, because it's freezing up every time I move 3 or 4 times, and you guys are flippy on your talking. Stupid blend. But
right.
Anyways, bye.
Do your thing. Dan here says, Bobby, you're right as usual. I remember something about that now. Yeah, Bobby is very much keen on on getting the right dates on that one.
Oh yeah.
Sanderson to AI. That's right, Stu. That's right. So in other words, don't believe anything Dan says? Question mark. Listen, Philly Joe, I just read the comments. And Artificial Eric has his opinions, but they're all chat GPT. So Eric, since you showed off your custom McFarlane, I actually got something in the mail today.
You did?
I did. And actually, it is not a card. But it came from a card set. Okay. So I'll do a video and talk about it. But first, I'll start off with the box. This.
Oh, boy.
Upper Deck Classic Portraits.
I'm liking this.
This is 0304. NHL The Hockeys.
So
you can see that is Z-Box.
That is Z-Box. Yes, yes.
Inside of Z-Box.
Yes.
This.
Oh, I'm going to like this, I think. Oh, no, that's nice. But I thought it was going to be Gordie Howe. But
Gordie Howe is on the front of every single one of the boxes.
All right. I didn't know that. All right. But no, that's cool too. Very nice.
Yep. So they created these busts that came inside of them, and you could get them inside of the...
Because of the glare, I can't see. Is it autographed?
No, these ones are not autographed.
All right.
So they've got 2 versions of this, basically. So they've got basically 500 goal scorers and then Stanley Cup winners. Okay. So in 0304, Medano wasn't a 500 goal scorer yet, but he was a Stanley Cup winner. So they had this one. So you're able to get this. And they've got the regular version, but they've also got a bronze version of this, numbered to 25.
Oh, well, boy.
I haven't encountered one of those. But like one of these, this is one of those ones where it's been available for years. I've seen them on eBay off and on. I think it's a little over a foot tall, give or take, but it's kind of a cool, it's kind of a cool thing.
Yeah.
This will go on the desk. It'll be a cool little piece. It'll be in the background of my pickup videos going forward. I'll figure out kind of arrange that, but I'm going to put this in the
Yeah.
background there. So it's a cool piece. The thing is, the big problem with these is once the actual series came in, it's just if you want to get it on eBay, it's the shipping. The shipping is the real issue because you can see from the size of the box, they had the foam on the outside to protect it and everything. So it's cool. Awesome. Like that. Again, not too heavy. It's not too bad. And on the bottom, they'll put the, the player's name, a little bit of information there. Nothing too crazy. But again, there is a bronze version of this, and a few of them are on eBay. It's kind of a cool idea. So there's 2 versions of this, and for years, I was meaning to get this, at least one of them, to start. I'd love to get the bronze version, but again, it is numbered to 25. I haven't seen one. I'm sure it's out there somewhere, but somebody would have had to pull one in one of those boxes. So I believe they came inside of so basically it was a larger box, and I believe these were inside of that box, and they had these busts. It was very interesting. But again, that's over 20 years ago. So
Yeah.
they're out and about, but it's one of those things where you have to look around. You have to look around. So I was like, you know what? It's about somebody in Canada actually had it, and their shipping rate was reasonable. I was like, all right. So I was able to make an offer and I said, all right, about damn time. It's about time I get this here because it's something I've been meaning to pick up forever. So technically that is an item, and that is on my master checklist. So that will be in addition to the Medano PC count, even though it's clearly not a card.
Yeah. No, I think that's great.
Yeah, it was produced by Upper Decks, so it counts.
So it counts. There you go.
Yep. Yeah, but that's one of those ones that you don't get all the time. It's so I was like, and it wasn't crazy expensive. It wasn't too bad. The bronze version would probably cost me a little bit more if I ever came across it, but again, it'll be cool to see. I wonder though how much actual bronze they used on it, or if they just made it bronze color. I've never actually checked one out directly in person, so I'm actually genuinely curious how exactly they did it. But obviously, again, it is numbered, so I have to look around.
So to your knowledge, is it the whole statue is bronze, or just the faceplate is bronze?
I think the entire front part, minus the base. I can actually find one. There are a handful of them for other players on eBay.
Because if the figure, if the whole Madonna is all in bronze and the cups in bronze and all that, that'd be looking pretty cool as a secondary version. But
yeah.
if all it is they're gonna take the silver nameplate off and put a bronze one on, I wouldn't spend the money.
There you go. So that's a Terry Sawchuk.
Oh, okay.
So you can see this entire section.
Yeah,
the base is normal, obviously hand numbered.
Yeah,
but then you can see there this section is.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. No, that's really nice.
So basically, I'm looking for that, but for the Medano that I just showed you.
Now,
but I'm looking for one of those.
Now, maybe I just can't see it clearly, but the Sawchuk didn't seem to have anything on the jersey. Did I not see that correctly?
Yeah, because it's bronze. Like they're not engraving anything on it. It's going to be like basically the jersey is effectively all this metallic color. Again, I'm curious. I actually would like to get one in hand to see if they actually use the metal. Even if they did an alloy, I don't care. Like if they did an alloy, again, that would make it very heavy. So I'd be curious, like how they would have approached that. This other one,
that'll cost you in shipping.
It's got a little bit of plaster. It's not super heavy, but it's like a plaster, basically what they went with.
Right.
Still a neat idea. I like it for what it is.
Oh, absolutely.
Plaster? Is it really? Are you sure it's not plastic?
Nope. This is it's got a little bit more heft to it.
Oh yeah,
just the plastic.
Yeah, you can hear that. Yeah.
It's a little bit of plastic. Not like a heavy, super heavy. There's a little bit of hollowness, but there's definitely material. It's not plastic. The base has got a little bit more to it, but it's not super heavy. It's not crazy. Yeah, but plastic would be even lighter.
No, that's something.
This is so much better. This is my bloody phone is so much better than this new thing. It's just unbelievable.
Yep. Well, the iPhone works,
and I can hear you clearer and much better with my phone than on that brand new piece of crap I bought. I guess
that's going back to the Best Buy or wherever you got it.
Well, it doesn't matter. The Wi-Fi, why it's not working properly, and it works very fine here. I have no idea what's going on with that.
Well, the antenna on the iPhone is a little better for the Wi-Fi. That's a thing. That's definitely a thing.
Is it? Yeah. I would say it is because, but on the Wi-Fi is not far away. It's under the, the veranda. There's a cold room underneath there, and that's where we put it. It's just to reach. Just seems like it's having a hard time. Look at everything's clear and smooth here, and I got a new iPhone, so that's even better.
Oh, that probably helps too. Yep.
Yep.
But
Oh,
says,
maybe
nice.
that's why it sounds better. Okay. Yeah.
Did you get a 16?
Yes.
Oh, I'm still on the 12.
Well, Eric, at least you should be proud. I think I'm on what was it, the XC or XC or whatever. I had it a while ago, and
New Android?
since no, this is an iPhone.
Oh.
But the thing is that this particular model I've had it for a little while. But the thing is, once I started doing the contract I was doing, I have to load a lot of software and everything to connect to the network. And I'm like, you know what? I'm not switching phones mid-flight when I'm in the middle of a contract. We're leaving that alone until the
I had the
because
XR.
yeah, that was basically it was something, it was X something, but
XR,
either way,
yeah.
it's older than the 12. So because
Oh,
it's
yeah.
basically like
Just
off a 10.
barely. Just barely.
Yeah.
I got it in 2018.
Yeah. So that's one where like I'd like to upgrade it, and probably I will at some point, but for now there was no urgency. It's still working well, but at some point I would like to upgrade it just to have some of the newer features.
I didn't have enough space in mine. That's why.
Mine works
To
great.
do uploads, because the uploads are like 2 gigs now. It's like crazy. Yeah.
Better Rad says, nice. Never seen one of those. Those UD busts are great. I like it. It was very good. Does it look like him? Maybe. I think it's bronze coated. I think you might be right. Yeah, because it wouldn't make sense to make it full. It's similar to the thing. It's a little bit hollowed out. It's got a little bit of plaster, but it is a little bit hollowed out. But it's definitely not plastic. But you're not gonna do like real bronze, because that would weigh a ton. Like, you know, it would be ridiculous. It'd be unjustifiable. And imagine trying to ship that to somebody.
But
That'd
you
be
could throw it
horrific.
at somebody, it would hurt.
Oh, yeah, you could. You could.
Very much so.
That'll teach him. It's like, what are you doing? It's like, what did he die from? They threw a bronze bust of a hockey player holding a Stanley Cup. What happened?
You could throw it and we can play cricket.
Yeah, exactly. CZ, good evening, gents. Nice piece. Carlos, do either one of you collect hockey figures from the starting lineup or McFarlane? So Eric, so you missed out. If you CC, seriously, if you'd like, go back maybe about half an hour, and Eric actually shifted over to the shelf and showed off a bunch of McFarlane's, and he also had a custom one made for Reggie Lemon. The guy stopped because he didn't want to do all the syllables. So he did a really short version of his name. However, I've got a handful of them. Like, there's a couple up there, basically, some starting lineups and some action figurines. But I only a handful. And basically, I focus just on the player I collect. I don't go beyond that. But Eric has a couple, and he's got some signed autograph ones. So definitely got some.
Is anybody else hearing Carlos breaking up?
Yeah, okay. I thought it was my phone. Okay.
No,
Thank God.
Carlos is breaking up and very scratchy. And
Carlos, you're breaking up. You're breaking up.
Breaking up and very scratchy. So
oh, thank God. I thought it was, oh my God. Here my God. My new iPhone 1.6 or whatever, 16, whatever.
Yeah. So I wanted to.
Yeah, it was a very staticky. Now it's nothing. We don't hear anything, Carlos.
Yeah. I'm gonna have to fix the cable on this, because I noticed that on the podcast we were having some issues with it where it was cutting out too.
You were supposed to replace the cable last time. What happened?
Well, this is the new computer.
Oh, but you said you need a new cable anyways.
Yeah, well, this is going to be for the microphone. So now I'm curious. Now I don't know.
Yeah,
well, that's a new microphone though.
Sounds fine now.
Well, this microphone I've had for years.
Oh, I thought you bought a new microphone and everything. You said
no. I do have a new microphone, but it's a separate thing. I use it on the other machine.
Oh, okay.
This is the same microphone I've had for a couple of years now.
Yeah,
it'd been pretty good. I don't know, but I've noticed some issues with it.
You don't move it around a lot, do you?
What's that?
You don't move it around a lot, do you?
It's attached to the desk with a clamp. Basically, I just move it out of the way when I'm done with it.
Good. Surprise.
So I don't know. We'll see. Is it better now?
Yeah, perfect.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Weird. Well, apparently I can plug it, unplug it, and plug it back in. And it works for now, and I'll figure out the cable thing later.
Technical problems today. What's going on? Is it Friday the 13th again?
Well, it could be a couple of different things. Like I said, sometimes it's just that if a cable gets bent the wrong way, especially like because this is a long USB cable that's going from one to the other. Mm-hmm. So if it got bent at any point, it starts messing with it. So I don't know.
Yeah, we'll it's kind of funny. I got new USB cables because it's a new plug-in now, right? So I had to get new USB cables in for the car, and the car only works haphazardly. Every once in a while, then it'll give the car phone, but half the time it doesn't. It's just like, oh, man. So you have to either invest in a better quality wire or something. I don't know. So it drives me crazy. Anyways, just saying.
Just
just saying.
Technology is like at the peak of, I don't know. Let's go back.
Unfortunately, when it comes to it, you can't. Especially when you're still relying on wire. It is what it is. All it takes is just the actual cord to start getting a little disconnected, and then it starts having some issues.
I'm going back to my beeper.
There we go.
That'll teach them. We might have to go back to the telegraph. Wrinkle Wax says alien ship passing over. Maybe.
Never thought about that. Yeah.
So all about the interference. Yeah. Well, the problem with a lot of these electronics is that they don't like static. They don't like any kind of interference, if there's any of that.
Well, there's so many things going through the air now, right? So
yeah, and it's just an electrical signal coming from point A to point B. The longer the wire is, the more interference can hit it.
Sure.
Like I did that with the satellite stuff. A lot of times it was these random things that would create some interference, and that's all it was. It wasn't anything wrong with the equipment. It's just that interference. Get rid of that one thing, unplug that one appliance, and suddenly everything works great. It's like, yep, it was creating interference. That one thing was what messing up your whole setup. And it would always be the weirdest stuff sometimes.
Yeah.
But anyway. So that was my only pickup this week that actually came in. But I thought it was pretty cool. I was kind of waiting on it. I was saying, it's like, all right, let me see what this is going to look like with the box. So I will say they packed it well, because that box was inside of a much larger box, and I have peanuts for days. All the little mailing packing peanuts, a lot of them.
Yeah,
that's good. They're expensive otherwise, right?
Yeah,
for what you get. Well, that's my pickup.
Yeah, so I'll zoom in a little bit. Do you want to explain what it is?
Yeah.
Other than what Eric likes to use while he's dealing with the manual in space. Go on.
Yeah, it's kind of an interesting piece. They actually did these steak knives as well, shaped like hockey sticks. And they're kind of funky, weird, cool looking. Any which way, that was by Maple Leaf Cutlery out of Montreal. Now, they have the exact same 6 teams, for 3 Canadian, 3 United States. Very interesting choice. I guess there was 18 teams in the league. This is about 1977, I'm guesstimating. So, maybe they were going to do 3 of these. If they sold well, that there'd be 3 different, ones you could get, and that would make 18 teams, right? But it's still a guess. I really don't understand why they use these 3 teams. I can understand being a Canadian company, but why the 3 US teams? Why Boston? And Buffalo's pretty close. Boston's not too far. Philadelphia, it's away from us, but it might be a licensing issue. And maybe they went no, because they have the NHL logo, so they had to get the rights for that. So some of these things you just never know, but it's very good quality. And a lot of people use this side of the cutting board, but you're supposed to use the back side.
Yeah,
why would hang it on the wall? And then
you don't want to cut up all the.
Yeah, they came with bread knives too attached. So anyways, it's a nice piece from somebody. They don't come up very often, that's for sure. So I don't know if you've ever seen it, Eric. Probably not.
No, I haven't seen that.
Yeah, well, I'll cover up the Boston. Anyways, there it looks better. All right,
much better.
There you go.
What a jerk.
Yeah, it's a screened cover. It's really well done. It says all-time champions, all rights reserved, which is kind of weird.
Champions.
All-time champions.
Buffalo still hasn't won.
Yeah, I don't know what.
I don't know what year that is, but I mean,
77. So they've only been 7 years in the league. So yeah, they haven't done shit.
Right. So Vancouver hasn't won. Buffalo hasn't won, and depending on when that was put out, Philadelphia.
It's a sales tactic.
Won 2 already.
Listen, they might have won.
And you got Vancouver in there too, right? In 77, they were still nothing.
Look, Buffalo might have won a hot dog eating contest. Vancouver might have won a riding competition.
Oh,
they're
world class. World class.
Yeah. Gold medal.
They might be the best.
Flyers, they're the only ones who really won a cup in there. And, Canadians did in 76-7. They had dynasty through that time period, so no wonder they got. But it's funny, the cutlery comes with the same 6 logos on it. Like, it's just totally weird. It's not like it's original 6 or anything like that. It's just random. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I know because of the Vancouver logo, we're before 1979. So I put it at about 1977, considering there's no copyright R on any of the letters. See, that's one thing you have to do when you're in, documenting stuff, is you're really looking at the team logos, the changes. It's how I determined another issue, because I did these plastic cups through Max Milk. Max Milk issued these slush cups to compete. The cat from Max Milk was the thrifty Scottish cat, and they were competing with the what was it, the dog, what was it, the 7-Eleven slush puppy. Anyways, the the uh, the Slurpee cups, they had the New Jersey Devils. That's what it was. It was New Jersey Devils, and they came in, and then the St. Louis Blues had the donut logo. So they came out in 83-4. They came in 82-3. So you can really narrow down the year of it, even though, because you have 21 teams from a certain time period on, it's like which is which, right? So that's the one way how you work a lot of this stuff out. So anyways, little lesson there.
There you go. So Stu here says, and related to it, as seen on Chopped. Valid point.
I love Chopped. That's my favorite show. It's a lot of weird ingredients, but
yeah. Philly Joe says, what year are they from? The actual board.
Yeah, I'm guesstimating 77.
Okay.
I don't know why I guess
only Eric's
77,
version.
but there's no logo changes of any of the teams there. It just looks like that sharp pointed leaf is really a little bit earlier 70s, and as they got to the later 70s or early 80s, they went to the rounded kind of shape on the Toronto Maple Leafs. It's just, that's half the deal of doing all this stuff with documenting. You just don't know some of the years, so I don't even know if it's licensed. They just might have got the I don't know, from the NHL. They might have just said, hey, we want to put the NHL logo, because a lot of teams, what they would do to avoid the licensing fees of doing the whole league, they would just go, I'll go to you directly to these teams, and they get it for free, right? And they get the little cutback, or whatever it is. So they don't have to do the whole league and have to pay with the whole full license. They can go directly to the team. So that's what happened with a lot of things that were issued, is they would just go directly to the team. Like a lot of those small issues, like the Sudbury Wolves or something like that. You wouldn't have to go through the league. You just go through those teams or whatever, and just get their own, and they can just grant you the license like that. The Boston Bruins, very much like those trays, Eric. They went directly to Boston. They didn't have to go through the NHL for licensing. So that's why there isn't a full set across the board, because they didn't go through the NHL licensing. They only went by team, and whatever team said, hey, yeah, I'll take some, it was fine. That's why we don't have a full set of what, I guess 72. So you got 14, 16 teams. So anyways.
And that's why Buffalo Sabres are champions. They took the payout. Good evening, Ham. Eric, I was actually thinking about this, kind of as Bobby was explaining this. I feel like, as exciting as it is to have the Buffalo Sabres as champions, Vancouver as the rioting champions, there's a lot of
all-time champions, not just champions.
All-time champions. All-time payout. All-time payout. I would be remiss if I didn't point out that tonight, all-time champion. I would be remiss if I didn't point out that tonight the Toronto Maple Leafs Baseball Club is playing a game. All good. They're playing there. But they've got their brand ambassador, one of their new. So tonight, they actually had Cito Gaston there.
Oh.
And their new brand ambassador, Snow.
Informer.
And if that wasn't good enough, Eric, tonight, the Toronto Maple Leafs Baseball Club is playing Guelph.
Oh, even better.
It all comes together, Bobby. It all comes together.
Not a real place.
I don't know if he knows Snow. Do you know Snow?
No, I have no idea what that is.
Snow was a rapper. Actually, when his hit song Informer came out, he was in the East Detention Jail on a double murder charge.
The irony is that he was picked on for basically, culturally appropriating, because he basically sounded like he was from Jamaica. His cadence and sound, like the way he sung the song. But the thing is, he actually hung out with the people there.
He grew up.
And he looked like he has no street cred. Yeah, he looks like he has no street cred, but he was literally in jail when the song took off. So he actually had more street cred than some of the thugs that were rapping about being thugs. It's like, no, the guy's actually in jail, just so we're clear on this.
And he was actually affiliated to the
another not so swell fella.
Yeah, he was. So very interesting. But you should listen to his song Informer. It's actually very interesting.
And your great challenge will be, and maybe this could be a challenge. Actually, Bobby, this should be a video that somebody should do on a reaction channel.
Yep.
You do Informer and you do Smells Like Teen Spirit back to back. So what you do is you do them back to back and then try to figure out which one you can determine the lyrics more and more clearly.
I would
The
say
challenge is which one can you figure, because
Smells Like Teen Spirit, you'd be able to determine better, because Informer, nobody gets it. They think he grew up in, because he does say Etobicoke, but the way he says it is bad. But he did say Toronto a little bit after that. So nobody knows, because I watched the reactions of it, and it's just people going, where was he? Because they think he's from, the state somewhere. And it's like, no, he's Toronto. Yep. Anyways, kind of funny.
Yeah, and actually, his record there actually prevented him from being able to tour in the U.S., as I recall. He actually wasn't
because
able
he
to
was
promote
on
the album.
charge.
Yeah, he wasn't actually able to promote the
border.
album stateside, but it did. But it was a hit record. It was a hit song.
Well, actually, it just came out at a few years back. A Hispanic group that redid it. Great job. Really good
surprise
job.
me. Yeah, look, you can definitely get some mileage out of it.
But you can understand the lyrics a little better. Just say it. Not that I remember them, but I'm just saying,
Yep. Stuck here says, hey, Mr. Ham, it looks like PSA will be grading in Florida. In Boca, but yes. PSA has tickets to fold into way too small slabs. I can only hope.
Oh, yeah, the show that went on the weekend there. I didn't tell you guys about it, obviously, because it was Friday. So Saturday, I did wing out to that show. It was up in, where was it? Jane and 7, somewhere around there, 407. It's an old soccer field in where there used to be double rinks. So they had the turf floor, which was actually kind of nice to walk on and pretty easy on your feet. There was about 120 tables, not dealers, 40% Pokemon, and some other percentages, whatever. So about 40% hockey and some good vintage, actually, surprisingly enough. The funny part is in the advertisement, because he was advertising on my group and stuff like that, is KSA was supposed to be there. He didn't show.
What? Scandalous.
Mint Inc. was supposed to be there. Didn't show.
Wait, so sorry, so you're saying Mint Inc. or MNT, Mint Grading?
No, Mint Inc.
Okay, so the card shop. Okay.
Card shop,
Yeah. Okay, gotcha.
They were going to take PSA submissions, right? And it was just like, nope. And the signing guest was Marcel Dion, and I think he had 6 guys, because Marcel's everywhere at the expo. He's like, he's
around a lot.
Why would you pay him a couple grand to come into, it's like, you could have got Luke Francis Getty or a few other guys.
It's not as bad, but it's almost the Johnny Bauer problem.
No, Bauer's different because he's very historical in a sense.
I understand, Bobby, but he also signed everything in creation.
That's fine.
Like there's still autographs.
To meet him and talk to him was cool.
You want me to get his McFarlane down? It's right there, signed.
There's a good chance, Eric, you could probably find his body if you look in the closet. The point, and it's also autographed, by the way. He autographed himself. The point is that he signed a lot of autographs, so you can do it. Like Marcel, though, is obviously not quite as bad, but at the same time, he is around a lot of things. So he's not a hard guy to find. He's not a hard guy to find.
So who signed the most? Would it be Bauer, Bobby Hull, Gordie Howe?
Bauer.
It's Bauer.
It's Bauer. Like it's by miles.
By miles.
I hear what you're saying. I just think that Bobby Hull and Bauer were neck and neck.
They weren't. No. Bobby Hull's autographs, if you look in the inside of them, Johnny Bauer autographed his autographs 50 times. Like if you actually look at them under an electron microscope, the way you know they're real is that Johnny Bauer signed inside his autographs. Yeah. That's how many autographs he signed.
I know.
It's like the artists that can write on rice. The monks that can put it on rice.
I saw that. I went, are you kidding?
Johnny Bauer did that.
Yes.
Eric, if you checked your rice, Johnny Bauer autographed them as well. Every single grain.
Check every.
They're all signed by Johnny Bauer.
But Hull is definitely second, I would have to say.
He's signed a lot. Yes, I agree.
After that, I think it's Gordie Howe.
I mean,
Eddie Shack signed a lot.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I got 13.
Gordie House?
I'm looking at 13 just as I'm sitting here at my desk.
Yeah. 14. There we go.
Yeah. I got 2 Bobby Hulls right here. I got a Bauer over there. Oh, look at this. I wonder if it will change. I don't think you can see it before it disappears. It changed to Derek Sanderson. I just looked over and it was me and that's broken now. It was me and Johnny Bauer on
I don't
the.
get
While you
anything-
try to crash in there, Bull in the China Shop. Let me read a couple of things here. Hang on.
Whatever happened in the last 15 seconds, I have no idea.
Yeah. Good evening, Baz. Ozzy Car Dad. Hello. The album was named 12 Inches of Snow. Yes, that's right. It was called 12 Inches of Snow. Dan here saying, collectors should retire the PSA check folding company and do all the grading through SGC. Dan, on one condition. On one condition. I only want it if SGC will do the check encapsulation inside a slab that is actually only 3 inches wide and 3 inches tall. So they have to fold it into origami. And that's what they put inside of it.
Hey,
And then squish it inside the slab.
I
Like
got
this.
another
Just
question.
put pressure.
SGC. So their Maple Crispet, what do they date them as? Is the question.
Well, I heard that SGC
You heard?
Pete was going to tell us that on episode 2 of the podcast.
And what number are we at?
1.
Oh,
That was like 4 years ago.
yes.
And we're waiting for episode 2. But when episode 2 drops, Bobby, the answer to that question will be revealed.
I'd like to know.
Just saying. And Dan, SGC will announce check encapsulation on episode 2 of the podcast.
If they're still in business.
They're only staying in business to wait for episode 2. Everybody's just waiting for episode 2 to drop. In 25 years,
Neo
when
is
episode
all-
2 drops, they're going to announce the end of the company. That's it. It's over.
Yes. Just waiting for that time period.
Yep. The China wall, yes. They have slabs to check. Listen, you got to fold it. Fold it. Somebody wanted to fold it. They're working on their art. Give it a break. Rick Tockett has the most Gordie Howe hat tricks. Surprisingly, Gordie Howe only had 2. That's true. It is reference to him, but he doesn't have a lot of Gordie Howe hat tricks. That is true. Appreciate the origami reference. I tried, Dan. I tried my best, Dan. We do what we can. It's like precious metal gems, just up and disappeared. They're gone. They're gone.
But was it not? So who did the hat trick? I think it was the original hat trick was created by.
No, but in this case, we're talking about the Gordie Howe one. We're talking about the fight, the goal. It was the fight, the goal.
Oh,
was the third
okay,
thing.
gotcha. Okay,
Yes.
sorry, not the
Thank
hat
you.
trick.
So
Why it was
goal
called the hat
assist and the
trick?
fight. Yeah, goal assist and the fight.
I think
You have
Sid
to have those
Smith
two.
was the first person to do the hat trick, where he had the hat and the trick and the.
Yeah,
Sid
sure.
Smith at Toronto Maple Leafs in the late 30s, probably somewhere there.
Yeah, but specifically the Gordie Howe hat trick was named after him. But yeah, he didn't actually
Yes.
have a lot of them that qualified.
I know you guys.
Still pretty good for the time
can't see
period. So
this,
Oh,
but
yeah,
every
sure.
time we mention somebody, it comes up on my photo frame. So there's me. and
Wow,
Gordie.
Eric, that sounds an awful lot like
he's got a
something that would
photo
happen.
frame.
Yeah,
Oh,
so,
the technology is just astounding.
Bobby,
Yeah.
look, all I'm saying is what Eric is insinuating is that the simulation on the AI is improving.
It is. It'll put you out of business
Just saying.
one day.
One other thing I was going to mention here, since Paul mentioned, so Precious Metal Gents was a podcast that was done from some guys that were really into a lot of the '90s stuff.
Mhm.
And the problem is, and I actually liked it. I listened to it. I thought it was well done. But like everything else, and we've talked about this before, and maybe we can touch on this in a minute, is that it's actually really hard to do one of these things consistently. Because if it doesn't get a ridiculous amount of traction, or if you've got other stuff going on, or if other stuff comes, the point is the consistency is the hard part.
Mhm.
Anybody at this point, especially with technology, equipment, and all that stuff, the barrier to entry to create a podcast or whatever is as low as it's ever been. It's so simple to do it if you just want to do that. The question is, can you maintain it? Can you do it consistently? And will an audience pick up on it? But even if an audience picks up on it, can you stay interested or motivated enough to keep it going? That's the hard part. It's extremely hard because it's like, okay, do you want to keep doing it? Why are you doing it? And can you keep it going? So kind of to this one, the Precious Metal Gents, they had their stuff they wanted to talk about, but they were talking about a lot of high-end stuff too. So I think as their interests ebbed and flowed and waned, they may have also lost interest in the topic. And if they weren't getting enough traction, then that wasn't enough motivation to keep it going.
It's kind of funny because it took this, what, I guess until 6 months ago, we're getting more references and more clips or, whatever. I'm just saying, we're getting noticed more in the hobby circuit, really.
Well,
So-
if you guys would just, Eric, if everyone
Yes.
here would stop being scandalous and be men of peace, we wouldn't be getting clips so much. Like, why are you guys angering everybody? What happened to the man of peace thing? Like, what are we doing here?
I don't know. No idea.
Listen, Eric, like I said, stop it.
We are men of peace. Collectively, men of peace.
Men of peace. We're grading on a curve. Like if we averaged it out, it's peace.
Yes, yeah, it's a bell curve. Some are up here, some are down there.
Oh.
We're just, I'll stay in the middle.
Uh-huh. I see.
But we kind of interchange places at times. So just saying.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You take the high road, I take the low road.
Yeah, there's a lot of low road a lot of times. Majidi says here, who had the fastest hat tricks in history? I actually used to know the answer to this, but I don't remember anymore.
That's
Do you
trivia.
remember this one, Eric? Like I feel like I've
I would
watched a
call
lot
Mario
of
Lemieux.
I need AI in my ear right now, and I can answer every question so fast.
It's true. Little
Yeah,
chat GPT will fix everything.
And and that's going to happen very soon. So trivia contest will be no fun because they'll just hear that and then you get it back in your ear. Thank you. There's the answer. I won. No, 16 people won at the same time. Anyways, just saying.
So Magini here is saying Monsienko.
Oh, Bill Mosienko. Wow.
Yeah. So what was the time on it? Since you've got the answer there, what was the time on it? He's saying fastest hat trick. So what was the time on it?
Oh, is it still standing from Mosienko? So we're talking 40s or 50s, right? So wow.
3 goals in 21 seconds. That's crazy. Yeah, I figured you're gonna tell me, Lemieux did it in, half of a period.
I knew this a long time ago, but it's just been a long.
That's what I mean.
time.
Like that's one of those ones where it'll come up like on a show where they'll talk about it, and you'll have that information for a little while. But unless there's a reason to invoke it, you'll forget. It'll go in one hour.
But it has lasted the test of time. What year was that? That record set? Like we're talking 40s, early 50s,
Probably.
late 40s.
And if it's 3 goals in 21 seconds, it would be very difficult to surpass it. Like it would require a lot of luck. Like most goalies, you have to think about the era. Like even a butterfly goalie will not give up 3 goals in 21 seconds. You'd have to have something really weird happen. Something would have to go wrong.
I'd like to see those goals. That would be interesting, right?
Yeah, 52.
Because right from the face-off, you're 2 seconds in getting the puck. So either you go in, take a shot, then it's okay. There's 5 seconds. And then you got to do it again in another 5 to 8 seconds, and then you got to do it again in another 5 to 8 seconds. Like wow, that's tough.
Well, to be honest with you, what that tells me is that the other person on the other half of the draw really sucked. Because to lose the draw and, then immediately give up like a rush or shot, like you actually have to be doing a really bad job to pull that one off.
I wonder if there was shorthanded penalty on that or something.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Like a major or something like that, where it would still stay off until his penalty is served. So it might have been 4-on-3, 5-on-3 maybe at that time. I'm not sure. Well, maybe not back in those days, but yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, I doubt that. Paul here says, Eric, when he falls off his bike, he smacks his head, hip, and ankle off the ground within half a second. Great speed.
Yes.
Great speed is attained.
Yeah. A lot of things hit things. Yeah, it's bad. There's bouncing, there's snapping, there's air coming out of the body and all the different orifices when I hit my lungs. Yeah, it's bad. Just
shocking. Truly shocking.
Orifices.
Oh yeah, I've had
you don't have to pluralize that, please.
I felt pressure in my ears. I've been hit so hard. Like it's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy.
He's lucky to be alive. Really,
I can
lucky to be on the show.
I can think of 2 crashes that I'm lucky to be alive.
Mm-hmm.
I can think of 2 in particular that I'm like, yep, that would have been.
And I drove a motorcycle at 250 miles an hour, and
right. So you're way crazier than me.
Oh, kilometers. Sorry, not miles. My mistake.
Oh, so that's like 5 miles. Okay, never mind.
That's still close to 180, 190.
Yeah. You're way crazier than me.
Yeah, but
Bobby, I didn't crash.
But Bobby, that was the point. The point is, I don't care if you rode your motorcycle at 1,000 miles an hour. The point is, you have to crash.
I didn't crash.
Well, you're doing it wrong.
Obviously, I haven't learned from the master of disaster.
Yeah, that's
a wrestling name, isn't it? Gotta be.
Master Disaster?
Sounds like it.
I think wasn't it one of the nicknames given to Apollo Creed in Rocky?
Yeah,
I think Master Disaster was one of them. Yeah.
Was it Apollo Creed did that? Yeah.
Apollo Creed had a lot of nicknames in the one movie.
Yeah,
he had
sure
a lot of. I think Master Disaster was actually one of them. I actually think so. So Manjita here is asking, 3 guys won the Art Ross Trophy in a 21-year stretch. So Gretzky, Yager, and Lemieux.
You got it.
Yep.
Yeah. That one is so common. Again, I've lost track of a lot of the trivia stuff, but the one was that there was a stretch there with just those three guys. That's
Reggie
basically
and
one.
you are the answer for a lot of questions. So
Yeah. But then Yager also won a bunch of Art Rosses in that time, in the middle of that. So that's why it was the 21-year stretch, because he won a bunch in the middle.
Because it was
in the midst of that too. After last fall, getting back on the bike is a cry for help, Eric.
There's
a lot of crying.
There's a lot of crying. Yes, I agree with that. Yeah.
Like I said, I hurt my man part, and it was bad. I laid there for a while, gasping for air, and just thinking about my life choices.
So I can imagine in that moment, I could envision your life flashing before your eyes, more weeping, a little bit laughing, then more weeping. And then you ask yourself, my God, will I ever watch Emmanuel in Space again?
I still haven't seen it, haven't Googled it, don't want anything to do with it. Unless she is with Steve McQueen in the Sand Pebbles, then I'll watch.
I'm hearing lies.
Yeah, I guess.
No.
Sue says, do you wear a cup riding a bike?
Oh.
Well, sounds to me like you should, given that you managed to hurt yourself.
After Sunday's crash,
like
I wish I had, but no, nobody does that. No.
Have you ever seen the design of a cup? It really isn't conducive to sitting down.
No, you're not going to ride a
or
bike.
standing up for that matter. Whoever
Bobby,
designed it.
Bobby, at this point, Eric Wade is not conducive to riding a bike. So what's your point? Look at this. He needs full body armor. He needs something.
Why don't you show the other clips and videos of me successfully riding a bike?
I am not convinced such a thing exists. You keep claiming and alluding to these things, and I have no evidence. Bobby,
I saw the Pure video. It was
Are you familiar with this footage?
Kitty
Town. You have
evidence.
Do I?
Like, look at me. Look at mom. No hands. Look at hands. No mom.
Something like I'm not convinced this exists.
I think this is your
imagination.
Sorry.
I think this is a concussion-induced hallucination that you have.
I've had those.
Mm-hmm.
They're weird.
Eric, do you wear a cup to sleep? It's very dangerous when he goes to sleep. He might need to.
Yeah,
he needs a helmet and a cup to go to bed.
Yes. It's not a breathing apparatus. It goes the other
good
place.
evening, Hobby Champs.
I thought that's where those pap machines were supposed to go. All right.
Yeah. It's okay.
I didn't know.
Look, all I'm saying is, well, I might have sent Eric a couple of versions of full body armor. Because see, I am not only a man of peace, I am a problem solver. I'm trying to help this man.
Full metal jacket. Yes.
Yes. Lock the boys in the box when you ride the bike.
Actually, if he wore hockey equipment during your ride, you couldn't hurt yourself, really, for the most part.
Eric could find a way. Eric would find the Achilles heel in this equipment. Whatever possible thing is like, how did you were almost covered from head to toe, and yet somehow you impaled yourself. How did you do it?
Yeah, I crash a lot.
Yeah.
What NHL player did the most crack in history? Eric, this is yours. Go.
Oh, that's not hard. Well, it's kind of crack. Okay, let's talk about crack. It's not cocaine. We're just talking crack, although it's a derivative of cocaine.
Yeah.
It's two people. It's one of two. One was a goalie. The other one was a tough guy.
Yeah.
Why
did you two mull that over while I refilled my water?
I don't need to mull it over. I just gave the hints.
Who's the one that was in the hotel room when they went after him and
Reggie Lemon.
Maybe. No, Probert should be one of them.
Yeah.
And then you have Grant Fuhr, but he was mostly cocaine, so I don't know about crack on that one. Crack.
Leave my buddy Grant out of this conversation.
Oh, you know.
I know.
He knows.
He does know.
Yeah.
He knows.
John, every time you meet him, it's like, how you doing?
No.
Good.
Oh, leave my friend alone.
He's not your friend. You think he's your friend. You just sat with him, had a meal with him.
No, he's my buddy.
If you would have got a credit card out and started chopping some stuff up, he'd be on it like white on rice.
Him like that. That's not nice.
It isn't nice, but it wasn't nice what he did. So just
he did some.
Maybe he wouldn't have been the goalie he was without that.
with a little
help from my friend. Yep.
Without the booger sugar, you don't think he would have been as good?
No. The devil's dandruff has its way with you.
It does.
The Peruvian marching powder. It's all there. It's the good stuff.
Colombian Bam Bam.
I don't know. Are we right? I bet Eddie Belfort drank. Maybe
Belfort has his own liquor company now.
Hey, when in Rome, hey, do it, right?
Yeah.
Why else wouldn't you?
I'm trying to find.
If I was him, I would literally brand $1 billion rum, $1 billion beer, $1 billion anything you can get away with. Mangini was saying Kevin Stevens.
Really?
Yeah. Kevin Stevens had a serious problem. He's doing well.
But we haven't really measured it.
He's been in recovery for some time. He's doing really well when it comes to that. Where is the card I'm looking for?
Oh, I thought you were going to ask, where is the crack?
Oh, I know where that is.
All right. Is it right beside the manual in space, Eric?
It might be.
All of Eric's contraband is kept in the same cabinet. All of Eric's contraband is kept in the exact same.
It is. He reaches in the same spot. Do you notice that, Carlos?
Yeah, it's all there.
He reaches in the same spot. Let me find something. It's always the same spot. It's like he knows it's like we scripted the show or something. I don't know what's going on here, but
listen, the AI Bobby is powerful.
I think it is.
The AI is strong.
I gotta.
Kevin Stevens was taken down at a hotel by the DEA. There you go.
But I'm trying to find my John Cordick rookie card.
Cordick is another one. There you go.
What I was thinking of.
Jim Corn, John Cordick, all those boys were.
I can't find my Cordick rookie.
Kevin Stevens, black market player, used crack cards. In his defense, he had a lot of pain by falling on his face. Well, Eric has that excuse.
That's nothing.
It's nothing.
On my face all the time.
Oh, so you're going to say, wait, hold on, Bobby, hold on. What I'm hearing is that Eric is saying Kevin Stevens was a pansy. He was a real man would have taken his pain.
No, I didn't.
That's what I heard Eric say. He's like, oh, that's nothing.
Nope. Didn't say
your pain is nothing, Kevin Stevens, says Bougie Eric.
No.
He's like, look at me. I crashed my bicycle. Ugh.
Bicycle.
I smacked my testicle. I had to forego a week of manual in space.
Oh,
be a man, Kevin Stevens.
Here it is. I knew it was around here somewhere. Yeah, I was going to pop that one out.
It's always the Leafs.
John Cordick, rookie.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, he had a very sad ending to his life.
Same thing with the Brian Spencer, Spinner Spencer. If you know that guy from 1970s. He was charged for murder in, I think, Las Vegas, or was it Florida or somewhere? I can't remember. It was somewhere. He went crazy any which way. I think he was on drugs and alcohol and everything. So that's the earliest time that I can really remember anybody being.
Was he the same one whose dad went down and attacked the TV station?
I think it was, in the family on that one. Yep.
Yeah. He wanted to see the Maple Leafs game and they wouldn't show it.
White trash all the way. Yes.
He went down to the TV station and killed some people.
Yeah, I just don't know why anybody why don't they just
the Maple Leafs game on or I'll kill you? And he killed some people.
Just have too much to drink and drive like Tim Horton. It's easy.
Right?
None of this coke crack, nothing, just do the regular old drinking and driving. Jeez. The things people do nowadays. I'll be right back.
Go for it. So Eric, are you going to at any point backtrack your horrible words you said about Kevin Stevens?
I didn't say anything horrible about Kevin.
Oh, I heard what you said.
I'm listening.
You implied, sir. You downplayed his pain.
No, I'm scared to death that I may run into him, and somehow he would.
Well, especially after you badmouthed him.
I'm not.
You said his pain was nothing.
I said he's doing really well in his recovery.
I don't seem to recall that component. I remember you downplaying his pain. I remember that part explicitly.
Pretty sure I said that he's doing really well in his recovery. And please,
Eric, after the replay gets posted and a certain point of it just disappears, I feel that it will sound different to me. Stu said Radic Faxa says, hold my beer, Eric. Cut in the groin area by skate. Just missed the boys.
Oh.
Go ahead, Eric. Downplay that pain.
No.
Downplay it.
That could literally kill you.
Imagine says, who's the only goalie to win 2 Stanley Cups as a rookie? Stu took a shot at Dryden, Who else? So you got a goalie to win 2 Stanley Cups as a rookie.
It's either going to be Dryden or Jacques Plante.
Well, Dryden's already been eliminated, so
Then I'm going to go with Jacques Plante.
look at you saying Jacques. En français.
That would be my guess.
Got to go ChatGPT, my man. Got to go for it. Imagine you say Matt Murray. Interesting.
Matt Murray from Pittsburgh.
The only way you could pull that off would be if you didn't play enough games to qualify as not being a rookie, and then you get a second one, and you
that's what I thought happened with Jacques Plante. But okay,
interesting.
I understand how it works, so yeah, I guess so. Sure.
Have to be the approach. Just scanning here. I was actually looking a little bit earlier. I got to be honest. I was a little disappointed this week, Eric. I was kind of hoping for more from the poke. Not even good drama. I was hoping for a little bit. You know, usually they're pretty good for it. But not so much.
How about the kid that got arrested for stealing Pokemans? And
wasn't that like the week before though?
Had like 4 cops on top of him.
Yeah, but wasn't that like the week before? And they just started playing it last week.
I couldn't tell you. I just know when I saw it. I think I saw it this week, and I'm like, that's what you get for being a thief.
Penguins, yeah. They brought him up right before the Stanley Cup. That sounds about right. Yeah. Yeah. That's how you can get 2 within that period and still technically qualify as a rookie for both. So he technically is still a rookie in his debut season, though, if he was a rookie in his second season. So it's based on the number of games. Like, if you didn't play enough games, you can still qualify as a rookie in multiple seasons. It's a very weird rule, actually. But it's basically, yeah, if you got called up right away, you could technically, there are weird technicalities where you can technically be called up and play games or participate in some way and win a ring, or be on the bench and get a ring. And, yeah, since you didn't actually play enough games, you can technically still be a rookie. Can't believe it took the cop so long to take him down. Listen, he was fighting for the Pokemans, Brendan, right?
Yeah.
He was fighting for the Pokies.
You wouldn't think a Pokemon guy would be so big and strong to need 4 cops. And they couldn't get the handcuffs on him. So they put one handcuff on one, another handcuff on the other, and then hooked the 2 handcuffs in the middle. That's as close as they get his arms. You follow me? He had 2 different.
I would have just assumed. I get what you're saying, but why couldn't they have just used zip ties?
Brother, they couldn't get his arms close enough together. I don't know.
Awful.
He was fighting them, and like
I said,
I don't know why they didn't just tase him at that point.
Eric, listen, Eric, you only saw part of the footage. Again, I'm going to remind you that he was high on the Pokemans. He could have had some holofoils and gone like this.
Yes, that's true.
And that gives him the strength of at least 25 men.
I wasn't thinking. You're right.
Mm-hmm. Little do you know.
Stupid me. I'm going to find this.
Here
it is. I knew I had it somewhere. Brian Spencer, rookie card. These players get mentioned, and then I immediately like, all right, where's their card? But, yep, there's Brian Spencer. Very tragic life he had.
Yep. So Dryden won before he was a rookie, only played 6 games, and he won the Calder the next year. Like I said, it's a weird quirk of the number of game system. Yeah, because I don't think Dryden won. Like in the first season, did Dryden actually play any regular season games? Yeah, sorry, it says he played 6 games. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, it's a weird rule that they came up with for that. Let's see here. But he says cops aren't allowed to knock criminals out anymore. Listen, man, Genie, I think you're right. Could you imagine though? Here's the thing. I understand the idea, and Eric is in favor of this. Look, I'm in favor of this too. Because if that was allowed, I'd become a cop and I'd just whack Eric over the head with a baton all the time. Just as soon as he comes outside the door, it's like, how do I know he's not a criminal? He looks like a criminal. I'm sure he was about to commit a crime against chocolate sticks. I have to hit him in the head.
Yeah.
There's a thing called the legal system where you get sued for that kind of thing. So that's probably why they're not allowed to do it anymore.
Yeah, but you could tase the hell out of somebody if they resist an arrest. Beat
good.
them with a club around the head. Yeah, I mean, unless you're dealing with a serial killer or something that's in the act of doing something, whatever. But stealing Pokemon cards, I don't think you need to give the kid brain damage, but you could tase the shit out of him till he pisses his pants. I'm all for that.
I like it. But Eric, what if they tried that and his hollow sniffing strength make him immune? The electricity just went through him like Pikachu, and he's like, ah.
Then you hit him. Then you hit him with the clubs in the head. Then
just say it, Eric. We only seeing a little bit of the footage. You
Yeah.
didn't see the part where he attacked people.
Should have shot him right there in front of everybody. Send a message. You steal Pokemon cards, you end up dead. You walk in
again, Eric. Again, you only saw part of it. He was shot 9 times, like 50 Cent, and he just kept coming.
Shoot him 10 times.
He just kept coming.
Steal the Pokemon cards, you get shot 10 times. There should be a sign on the front door.
You never seen Friday the 13th? You never seen Halloween? Like, Michael Myers wasn't a demonic entity. He was just a guy high on the Pokemans, and he was just unstoppable. You stab the guy, you burn the guy, you explode the guy. You can't stop him.
Those Pokemons are no joke, man.
Just say it.
No joke.
No cups for you. Pokemon Infinite Rage. That's right. I'm sure there's enough hashtag science in it. We don't know what those holofouls are made out of. You sniff that shit, you might gain superpowers. I'm not convinced you don't. Don't try this at home. Not medical advice. Think about it. Paul says, local show has someone stealing Poke cards. Basically every show. Yes. Every show, Paul, has people stealing everything cards every show.
And you should be shot 10 times. And there should be a sign that says, we will shoot you 10 times if you steal.
Look, I agree. If Eric is at a local show and someone tries to steal Pokemon cards, I think you should shoot Eric. That's what he said.
Back when we were a little tougher on criminals, things were better.
Yeah, the old Billy Club was good.
I agree.
But Bobby, my point was, I was saying that like with a lot of it, it's very litigious. That's the reason they can't. But I said, I agree with Eric. If we're insisting on this and we want to be tough on crime, Bobby, the next time somebody at a local show steals anything, I think we should shoot Eric.
That would be good.
That will teach them. That will teach the criminal element that we will not tolerate this.
And we shoot him in a spot
shoot
that
Eric
he can
as many
survive.
times as is required.
Yes, but we'll shoot him in a spot that he can survive so we can shoot him again.
Well, yeah, because we have to do it multiple times because they're not going to learn their lesson the first time. I'm convinced it will require
knee
many
replacement,
attempts.
other knee replacement, right hip this time, or left hip, sorry, shoulder, elbow,
and a couple of times we got to shoot the bike a couple of times.
Times through the hand. Give him
we're shooting the bike.
Shoot me,
Eric. I know where it hurts. We're shooting the bike.
No, shoot me. Don't shoot the bike. No.
Just saying. No, we got to shoot the bike.
No, you don't
shoot the messenger. What was that? Yeah.
Well, look to bring it full circle to the drug conversation.
Yeah,
buddy of mine was buddy of mine was a big fan of. You remember the movie Bad Lieutenant? Bad Lieutenant.
Oh yeah, I remember that. That's a long time ago. Wow.
Yeah, it was. But they did a remake of it with Nicolas Cage. It was Bad Lieutenant, Port of Call, New Orleans. That's what it was called. It was the tagline was Port of Call. I love
Nicolas Cage.
Yeah, and Nicolas Cage was batshit crazy in it, and he was high as a kite for most of the movie. That was the joke. But here's the thing. So, of course, it's Nicolas Cage being Nicolas Cage, doing Nicolas Cage things. And then his character is high as a kite the entire time. So, like, it plays right into the plot. The point is this. So, he loves New Orleans, anything New Orleans. So now you're taking Nicolas Cage, you're taking Bad Lieutenant that he likes anyway, and then you're adding the New Orleans element. He's like, Carlos, we got to see this in theater. I swear to you, no one actually watches shit in theater except me, my buddy, and probably 5 other people. Like, that's it. This is almost Santa Claus versus the Martians. I will be able to say 30 years from now, I saw that shit in theaters. No one else will say that. But the point is,
true enough.
I watched this movie, and there is a scene that I have found on YouTube, and it's brilliant. If I can find a clip of it, I will link it in the description for you so you can watch it on YouTube. I can't play it because I get copyrighted.
No. Yep.
But the point is, it was Nicolas Cage, high as a kite. And at this point, he's basically working with these gangsters. And he's a super corrupt cop at this point because he's high as a kite the whole time. And the thing is, he's talking to the one guy, and they shoot him. And then literally Nicolas Cage is there, and he's like, shoot him again. And the gangsters had already shot him a bunch of times. And one of the gangsters looks at him and goes, what the hell for? And he goes, his soul's still dancing. And then he's literally hallucinating that the guy is breakdancing. And then they shoot the breakdancing guy, and the body's still there.
Oh, that's crazy.
That's what I imagine, Eric, that he would be like.
I thought Bangkok Dangerous was something.
Yeah, just saying. Eric, shoot him again. What
Shoot
the
him
hell
again.
for? His soul's still dancing.
Yeah.
If I find that clip, I will put it in the description.
Please
Y'all,
do.
you have to check it. So, but I needed to give you some context. But if you see it, it is batshit crazy. And then there's a thing with an iguana, and like, just trust me, it's weird.
An iguana.
Yeah, I've never seen
It's weird, dude.
I think
It's
that
so
was
weird.
Bangkok Dangerous.
It's so weird. But I will say, I was entertained from the perspective that it was so crazy that it was Nicolas Cage, that I was entertained. I can't say it's a good movie. It was not, but I was entertained for whatever that's worth.
I like Nicolas Cage. His acting is out there.
Yeah, exactly. It's
Always-
crazy.
Yeah, he is crazy. Gone in 60 Seconds. That was kind of right up his alley. All these movies, that Alien one was weird, but it was, what was that one called? I forget. Where they had,
yeah, but I will say, Gone in 60
Premonition?
Seconds.
Premonition?
Not sure.
Premonition.
Gone in
yes.
60 Seconds is unironically one of my favorite movies. Again, for the same reason. It's really bad, but I do like it.
No,
what it is I enjoy.
there's bad movies that you do like. There's some,
I enjoy it.
Yep. There's lots
Face
of
Off.
ones that are weird that I
He was fun in
enjoy.
Face Off. He was fun in Face Off.
Oh, that was great. Oh
Yeah.
man, that was
Yeah, but I'm
phenomenal.
saying, from a technical perspective, that is not a cinematic classic. But I still enjoy the hell out of it.
No,
Like,
the premise
I
was
get
so unique, and they actually did a good job. And you have what's his name in there, John Travolta. So it was like, and good acting. Good acting. Well done.
Yep. And let me read a couple comments here. We'll get caught up. Brendan Ryan says, so by the way, I do recommend, though, if you want to watch a bad movie, I don't know if it's on Netflix or on Prime or one of these, if you can see it for free, Bad Lieutenant, Port of Call, New Orleans.
Mhm.
Nicolas Cage, he's batshit crazy. It is unintentionally hilarious for what it is. If you go into it understanding, it's not going to be a good film, but it's Nicolas Cage being crazy, which is always kind of fun, to be honest. Brendan Ryan says, walk into a card show, start stealing Pokemon cards, and look at the cops dead in the eyes and say, acknowledge me. You just described Eric's ideal Saturday night.
Yeah.
And Jenny said, what goalie holds the record for most consecutive wins as a rookie? Hint, he tied the record for most minutes in the Stanley Cup Finals without giving up a goal. I'll leave that to the chat, but I want to finish reading these comments. We only have a Pokemon show this week at the Convention Center downtown. It's sold out. No tickets out the door. Yes. Don't fight the Pokemans. Hobby Champs says, Soto hit his 20th. Excellent. Remember when his career was over a month ago, according to social media? Yes. Yes. Yeah. But you know what's funny, actually? Soto, we always joke about it, and I've still got my little Soto collection. I have consolidated it a little bit, but I've still got some nice cards left over because I kind of wanted just to upgrade the average card for it. But he had a 2-homer game the other day, and that was his 27th 2-homer game, which actually broke the record. He has the most multi-homer games before the age of 27.
Wow.
He surpassed Mel Ott. It's one of those things. He's not actually known as a home run hitter. Yeah. Yeah. He's not known. I think it was Mel Ott. He's not known as a home run hitter. That's not actually what he's known for. But he has put together an impressive resume. Again, the thing is, he started early, and he's just been very consistent. And the last couple of years, he's slowly built up his home run totals. That's what's been impressive. Is that? But again, like, at the end of the day, it is what it is. But I do enjoy that he's building up a little bit of a resume, adding these little things to it. He's got the World Series already, so that's not an issue. If he wins another one, that'd be great, but he has at least one. But if he can compile some more good seasons, we'll see. But it's fun watching because he is fun to watch hit, especially when he's doing well and he's starting to heat up again. He usually is a slow starter. Last year was an aberration. But, and Eric, the irony, and kind of to Hobby Champ's point, people were giving him a hard time because he signed this mega contract and he had this slow start, and everybody's like, oh, but with the Yankees, he had a hot start compared to his normal. He had actually come out of the blocks early. You know what happened after 80 games, Eric? He had the same amount of home runs that he had with the Yankees through the 80 games. So he had started off ice cold, but he actually wound up around the same spot by game 80, which was very interesting. It's like, maybe the kid has a certain way of doing it. He just kind of warms up into the season, then warms up as the season goes. That's been kind of his career MO. So like, maybe he's following his pattern that he does all these other years. So it's like, what are we doing? But yes, I agree, Hobby Champs. I'm with you. SGC is grading on site. I can't even get in. Outrageous. Scandalous. Hobby Champ says Mandy is my favorite Cage film. There you go.
Hold on.
Patrick
Listen,
Andy.
hold on.
Hold on.
I've
What?
kept my opinion of myself. I haven't talked about Nicolas Cage films. I haven't, put my 2 cents in. All right. Because I just I don't really care. But if you're going to say stupid shit like this, and your favorite Nicolas Cage film is not The Rock, then go find something better to do tonight and get the hell out of here. All right? Because everybody knows the greatest Nicolas Cage film ever made is The Rock. Everyone knows this.
I
This
prefer Snake
is
Eyes.
a fact of life. It is the sun is yellow, the moon is white,
The moon is blue.
I prefer Snake Eyes. The Rock is fine, but I prefer Snake Eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, just saying.
Gone in
And
60
Face Off.
Seconds was pretty good.
Look, I gotta be honest, Bobby.
Family
Between
oriented too.
the Rock, you know, Snake Eyes, Gone in 60 Seconds, Leaving Las Vegas. Excellent
Ooh.
choice. That's another good one. That's
an
another
early one too, yeah.
The Rock.
No one said Bangkok Dangerous. Nobody went
Nobody
into
said
one. Shockingly, no.
that was a crazy movie. I don't know if you saw it, but it was like
I went to the
wacko.
theater. And saw
I have
it,
no
and
doubt.
back
Oh yeah.
still. It's The Rock, okay? Now, enough of this nonsense.
Yep. Ham has said here says Eric and I have so much in common. Yes, you're
Yeah,
both
my
hanging
wife.
out with
You
Eric's wife.
sure do. Sorry.
That's right.
Yeah, thanks
We're
for
not
bringing
going
that up.
anywhere. Shh.
Wow, I like this. The Rock is a boomer pick, bruh.
Yeah.
Too good.
No,
You
it's
know-
not a
you know what-
boomer. It's an X-gen.
You know what I haven't you know what I actually haven't watched yet, but I want to. There is that one where he literally plays Nicolas Cage. I'll find it.
Yeah. With,
I did like the other one. Premonition was
Yes.
great. That was a really good movie
Pascal.
too. Good premise. These movies lack so much, and sometimes halfway through they kind of lose the script. I don't know what happened. They threw it away or something. But some of them actually worked out pretty good. And I did like Premonition, where he could see things 60 seconds in advance or something like that, and then he could get to 3 minutes, and that girl, it's all that.
I got this one's easy. Joey Mullen.
Joey Mullen.
I like this one. Brandon Ryan says that's Jeff Wilson's take. Has to be. Listen, Eric has had a lot of concussions.
No,
Yeah.
no, it's The Rock, and any other answer is you're dead to me.
Oh, Con Air. I have to give Con Air a
I like
nod.
Con Air. I just saw it the other day. I'm a big fan of the Con Airs.
Huge.
I'm telling you, you can't beat The Rock. It has James Bond in it, for Christ's
I don't know,
sakes.
Eric. Listen, I got to be honest. If we're gonna like right now, I pulled up. So Bobby, to be fair,
To be fair.
thank you. I have pulled up his filmography, and as I'm going
Please.
through it, I'm cackling to myself because listen, other movies that I would rank higher than The Rock, Vampire's Kiss.
Oh, how about
It's horrible,
what's
but it's
Debbie
so
Sue?
memeable. It
Betty
is so memeable.
Was there a Betty
Okay,
Sue?
so-
one or
Okay,
something?
look, I'm gonna go through this quickly as we go. He's actually credited, by the way, in Fast Times at Ridgemont High. I did not realize that.
Where was he?
He's Dave or Brad's bud, and he's credited as Nicholas Coppola. If you look it up, he's credited as Nicholas Coppola in that film. Then Valley Girl, Rumblefish,
Valley
Racing
Girl.
with the Moon, The Cotton
Rumblefish.
Club, Birdie. So this is through 83 and 84. The Boy in Blue, Peggy Sue Got Married,
Peggy
Raising
Sue.
Arizona,
That was good,
Moonstruck,
too.
which I think Cher was in. I think Cher was in
Yes.
Moonstruck.
Cher, that was he had a missing hand, and yeah.
Yeah.
Moonstruck.
Then Vampire's Kiss, which is very memeable, just to be clear,
Mm-hmm.
very memeable. Time to Kill, which I don't remember I'm not familiar with
Sounds
this
like a Bond.
Yeah. Never on Tuesday, which also sounds like a Bond movie, actually.
Yes.
Wild at Heart, Firebirds.
Tuesday Weld.
Got me nothing.
Never
I
on
got nothing
Tuesday.
on this one. Zandalee, Honeymoon in Vegas, Amos and Andrew, Red Rock West, Deadfall. This is like early 90s right now.
Deadfall.
Uh,
That's another one. Like, what's with all the names of the movies that sound like Bond?
I have no idea.
Deadfall.
Guarding Tess, It Could Happen
And-
to You. It Could Happen to You, I remember. That's the one with the lottery thing. Yeah. That's the one with the lottery thing.
Okay. Yeah. That was
Trapped in
kind of
Paradise, Century of Cinema, which was a documentary, Kiss of Death, Leaving Las Vegas. Then Eric's, questionable, at least 47th best Nicolas Cage movie, The Rock.
The Rock. Yeah. Mhm.
But then 1997, Con Air,
Con Air was
Face
amazing.
Off, 98, City of Angels, Snake Eyes.
That was nice. City of Angels. Meg Ryan, I think. Or
Yeah,
something.
that was solid. Listen, these are two solid years, 97, 98, pretty good years for him.
Yes.
99, 8mm, I don't remember too much about that one.
Oh
Bringing Out
yes.
the
Oh
Dead.
yes.
Yeah, 2000, you've got Gone in 60 Seconds, yes. The
Very
Family
good.
Man, I think that's the one, was that the one where it was the bees? No, Family Man was a different one. Sorry, never mind. There was a different one. Bel Air, he's a producer in Shadow Vampire. No, don't know. Captain Corelli's Mandolin, I completely forgot that existed.
I got
Christmas Carol, so that's early 2001. Wind Talkers, I remember that one. Sunny, Adaptation, Matchstick Men, The Life of David Gale,
Matchstick
National
Men were
Treasure in
good.
04.
Yep.
Lord of War is in 05. I like Lord of War. That was fun. It's a stupid movie, but I like it. The Weatherman, The Ant Bully, World Trade Center in 06. The Wicker Man, that was the Bees one. It was The Wicker Man.
Oh, The Wicker Man, yes.
Yeah, that's the one. Oh, here we go. 2007. Hey, 2007, Eric, unintentionally a good year for him. Terrible films again, but unintentionally. Ghost Rider, terrible, but still funny in his own way. Next, I think, is the one you were talking about.
Next, was it Next? No, this is Premonition, though.
There's one. This is the one where I think you're looking ahead. I think that's Next.
That's Next. Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
But there was
National Treasure, Book of Secrets. So there's a sequel to National Treasure.
That's kind of cool too.
But I will say,
like
underrated here in 2007 was Grindhouse, and where he played in the segment Werewolf Woman of the SS as Fu Manchu.
Oh my gosh!
Wow, chef's kiss. Check that one out. Hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little trailer. 2008, Bangkok Dangerous. There's yours. There's yours. 2009, Knowing. Maybe that was
Knowing. That's what it was. It wasn't Premonition. It was Knowing. Sorry.
Okay. So then there was like a cartoon here, G-Force, Astro Boy as well, voice role.
Oh, really?
And then 2009, Bad Lieutenant, Port of Call, New Orleans.
There you go.
Told you guys about that one. Then after that, there's other stuff here. But look, listen, there was already a good run there in the late 90s. Late 90s and early 2000s, a pretty good run of stuff. I'm just saying.
That's a pretty good repertoire, though.
Yeah. And that's, if I stop at 2010, that's already like a lot of stuff. Some of these movies are genuinely terrible, different levels of it. The one I was thinking of, let me see. In 2022, it was The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, where he plays Nicolas Cage.
Oh, that one where Nicolas Cage plays
Which I do actually want to watch. I got to sit down and watch that one. I do enjoy the self-parody of him being Nicolas Cage, and I'm like, okay,
that's a strange movie. But actually, to be honest, I think Con Air really gives a nod to the best acting. Like, there were so many different characters in that were great. That movie was really phenomenal. Was it Nicolas Cage's best? Maybe not, but just the whole movie itself was a great premise, a great filming, great everything. They smashing a plane in Vegas, and these guys are escaping, and he's the hero, and yeah, it's kind of cool. But anyways,
the bunny back in the box.
Hey, easy.
Yep. All right, let me get caught up here. We're only about 4 minutes behind. We're pretty good. Mangini says, who'd the sports card go? Well, per Eric, it's Geoff Wilson.
It is.
Now, I got to be honest, I can't get by on this. Similar to his questionable choice of The Rock, I happen to believe that the sports card gold was Dapsman. And if Dapsman was still alive,
it's been a long time since we heard that name.
Bobby, he came across my feed the other day. Apparently, he's still alive.
Oh my God.
He is still alive. And apparently he's doing a podcast and no one is listening to it except he came across my feed.
Has he changed? Has he got rid of the hat and glasses?
He still has the hat and it's still backwards and he's still got the same logo, but it's literally like this podcast where he's talking and I'm sitting there like, oh my God, Dapsman, he's still alive. So Mangini, the obvious hobby goat is Dapsman.
Yeah.
Dap Sport, Dapsman, no question. I will also accept Brad the Comeback Card Investor. That's a solid choice as well.
Yeah, and his chocolate cake, yes.
Yeah, amazing, sensational. Mm-hmm. These are the true hobby goats.
Those are the goats. They are the YouTube goats, where they are not the hobby goats.
So Bobby, I will never make that qualification. Dapsman and Brad the Comeback Card Investor, hobby goats of all time.
No,
don't give me Jimbo in the trash. Don't care about him. Don't forget it. Fake doctors don't apply.
The hobby isn't YouTube though. That's the thing. So just want to say
they transcend. The man has cake. He transcends the YouTube. The cake is in the real world, Bobby. It's not just YouTube. Just saying.
I do like the cake.
Just saying. It's not even chocolate cake, so you should appreciate it. I'm just saying it's a real cake.
No, I like vanilla. I have to have chocolate because everybody else likes chocolate. It pisses me off to no end. Someone could die. If
Cam here says The Rock, Con Air, National Treasure. He's a Hall of Famer due to playing in movies forever. Longevity. Joe Daly, Face Off is epic.
You guys remember that he did all those movies because he had tax problems, right? And he had to just make movies back to back to stay out of prison.
He made movies back to back before that.
I was going to say, he really did. He really did.
There's really no excuse for that.
Eric, he made bad movies. he made bad movies for the love of the game, and then afterwards he did it for the tax man.
Yeah.
But he's done both.
Well, he was a big comic collector too. I think he bought some of the biggest comics out there. Didn't he have a great collection that got stolen or something like that?
I genuinely don't know. That
Yeah,
part I don't know.
he had the Superman #1, I think. He went to a place in New York, and I think he bought a couple comics off the guy. And he has a very big comic. It's in the hobby there. You find out if you look. Just Google it or what have you. YouTube it.
Josh here says, apologies. It's Friday night. You know what that means? Because I'm Carlos Alive. Thank you, Josh.
Oh, you're a little late, Josh.
Shut up, Josh.
Joe
I'm
Daly.
scrolling through and getting caught up here. Hang on.
Oh,
Getting
man.
there. Color of Space is awesome, says Hobby Champs. Who's paying us
This
for
guy.
Scully? We got trivia going.
That guy.
The blown out, overexposed guy?
That guy.
Oh,
looks like Eric.
that
What are we looking at?
guy.
Who's the old guy with Eric?
Looks like
That's
Milt
Les
Schmidt.
Binkley.
Yes.
Is he an SP signature legend?
He should be.
Just saying. The Rock is a recurring theme for Eric. I know. He really
It
is.
seems to be, yeah.
See, the reason Eric, by the way, the reason Eric is so keen on the damn Rock, the reason he's so keen on it is because every time he crashes, he hits the Rock. So
That's it.
so
He's
much
going
like
over
Stockholm,
rocks.
he has come to basically follow up with his captor.
Yes.
He's
And
begun
your
to sympathize with his
is
captor.
Your bike
Every
or
time
the
I
He's
rock.
the Rock.
crash into the Rock, all I can hear is Sean Connery saying, "Welcome to the Rock."
Oh
That's,
my
that's all I
God.
can hear. Every time I hit that, that's all I hear. And
Now that was a good movie.
that's what I'm
There you
saying. That's the. What do you think I've been fighting for the last
I
half
said
hour?
good. I didn't say
We
great.
weren't listening
It
to
was-
you.
It
It's
was
old.
Nicolas Cage's best movie, The Rock. It has James Bond in it.
After Vampire's Kiss, Face Off, Con Air, Port of Call New Orleans,
No,
Eric, you surely don't know what you're talking about.
Josh here says, honorable mention to the sports card therapist. Yes! Sports card therapist was on such a high level, he ran away from the fame. He couldn't handle it anymore.
Oh, I keep getting them mixed up with Leighton. So what's the therapy? Sports card
Sports card therapy with Leighton. Yes, that's a different thing.
I think he did his 100th show or something like that.
Hey, listen, Eric, I'll have you know, I appreciate it. For one, I'm willing to vote for Sports Card Therapist for Hobby Goat for no other reason than we were able to milk that for our most successful podcast episode ever.
It was actually, yeah. It was.
It was a
good.
really good episode, and it really
And-
that one took off. It was good.
He could run and hide.
Mhm.
and I stand by it because we're still talking about it.
Oh, even today, yes, we are.
It was fantastic.
Now we have sports card
Doesn't mean I have to
therapist.
like it. It doesn't mean I'm a fan. It doesn't mean that I bow to the throne of Jeff Wilson. But
Eric, we're talking about Sports Card Therapist. Stop getting your Jeff Wilson fan.
It's the altar, not the
We were talking
throne.
about therapist. Therapist was the one that we had the biggest.
Therapist still locked in his car right now, trying to figure out how to get out.
Yes, but Eric, despite your best efforts to be go viral, and despite the reaction videos and everything, the Sports Card Therapist episode actually still has way more views than your attempt to make Jeff Wilson the Hobby Goat. The Sports Card Therapist is still the
Upset.
most watched podcast episode ever.
Guy's silly.
You can't.
That's a true legend. A true legend. Ham
Mm.
says, I made a custom pro line portraits of Brad. I find it hilarious, as you should. Penguins were originally the Hornets. Are you doing your part? I'm doing my part by liking the stream. Thank you, Bob. I saw an ad with him the other day. Bond, James Bond. Did Snake Eyes ever get mentioned for Nicolas Cage movies? I did.
Oh yes,
I mentioned Snake Eyes.
yes.
You
I
better
heard
believe it.
Snake Eyes.
Who was the one card guy who went all in on NBA Top Shot. I remember this. I feel like there were a handful that really were pushing the NBA Top Shot really hard. I have to think about that one. But I know there was a guy named so the 2020 time period was a very interesting time. There were so many random YouTube channels that came up and were gone within like a year or two. And I feel
Gone
like
in
there were a
60
couple
seconds.
literally. But the thing is they got traction really fast and
Everybody
then kind of
did.
fizzled out as fast as they did. It was very interesting.
Everybody was up for 18 hours watching YouTube.
There was a guy named Boris who did I think his YouTube channel still exists, but he obviously hasn't made videos about it in years.
Boris and Natasha, I think.
I made that joke at the time.
Oh.
But the name of the actual channel escapes me. But I know I know he actually did the rounds and did a lot of collaborations back in 2020, 21.
We call them
So crazy.
collabs.
So crazy that he ghosted everyone. Yeah, I know. He's just. But what's funny, Eric, the one prediction that we made on that podcast episode that hasn't come to pass. Honestly, at this point, if sports therapist had just come back like a year ago, he'd be fine.
Basically,
Like
yeah.
no one would really care. We'd still make jokes. Don't kid yourself. We would make jokes. We'd make a lot of jokes.
It's sort
But
of like
honestly,
Hollywood when somebody
no
goes
one cares.
and uses too much drugs and then they're accepted back in.
Yeah,
But
just go to
there's still
rehab.
the
Just go to
underlying-
rehab.
Yes.
Go to rehab.
Rehab,
Find
You're
God.
forgiven. And
Yeah, go to rehab. Find God. You'll be fine.
He brought us the term megabid,
Megabid.
and that will last in hobby eternity.
See,
Right.
hobby oak.
God.
The hobby box. That's the one hand. That's what I was going for. Thank
Hobby
you.
box.
I knew someone would know this because again, 2020, 21, he actually made a lot of videos during that run and actually did very well in that moment.
We should make a list of all the ones who came in and went and see.
Of ye old
Remember those guys?
YouTube of
And
ye old
where are
YouTube
they
of 5 years
today?
ago.
Yeah, and where are they today?
Eric, could you imagine if we just said, "Hey
After in
guys,"
jail.
but Eric, imagine how nuts Dave and the IRP guys would be like. Who's like the YouTube existed before 20? We know that, but
Yep.
2020 was its own unique beast. It was its own thing.
Oh yeah.
I was around before 2022, but trust me, 2020 was a very strange time. It was fascinating.
Mm.
I did a walkthrough of Sports Card Therapist at the 2023 National. There you go, Stu. Trade night. Yeah. Trade night walkthrough. Okay. Sounds good. I see Boris that shows the hobby box. Thank you, Ham. Retro Hoops. Yes. Omar was another one who was around for a while. He was interesting because he was obsessed with SGC, HGA. There was another one, and he would mess about and basically jump from one to the other. And there were all these grading companies. He was like, so he'd complain about this, and then somebody would reach out to him, and then it was all back and forth. It was all over the place. It was very strange. Brendan Ryan says the art of the shill bid. He could have been big. I know. At this point, he may there's still time for a comeback. Stu says saw Omar do a video during the Houston Rockets playoffs this year. I'm sure he's still making some videos, but I suspect he's not as regular as he was. So I don't know. Jap's family's still around for sure. At least as far as I'm aware, they're still around. Omar was just smart enough to have conviction while sounding really dumb. Having conviction while you say ridiculous things is key.
Mhm. It's something.
Say it with conviction. Say it with passion.
Always.
Yeah. Eric, think about how much time Eric spent there passionately defending the 14th best Nicolas Cage movie.
Mm-hmm. The Rock.
The Rock.
Enough said. Move on.
You guys disgust me.
We don't discuss you. That's your personal opinion on things. You know, we all
Yeah,
have
Eric,
our
that's you
favorite
looking
movies.
at yourself in the screen.
It is
Some
a
of my-
fact. The Rock
Some of my
is the
favorite
best
movies
movie.
are just off the wall, just crazy. You know, I watched this new. I can't even remember what it was called. It was with Sylvester Stallone. It's pretty recent, and he becomes a superhero of some sort. I don't know if you guys have seen that.
Yeah, he's a garbage man.
Yes, he is. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
it
was
was-
interesting.
It was really kind of good. You know, that's the kind of stuff that I like. You know, you're looking for a different storyline. It's not about the movie and the actors all the time. It's actually about the storyline that I really kind of enjoy. A lot of movies go down this path where they have great stars and good acting. It's just that the story wobbles towards the last half. Usually the last half. It's like the writers ran out of something and just kind of said, okay, let's just fill this in and finish it off. You know, there's very few movies that follow through completely all the way. And there's a few that are really kind of cool that I have enjoyed over the years, and that they're really not popular. And you know, one of my favorite movies of all time is really what was it? Hit Girl and Big Daddy. What was it? I can't even remember the name of it.
Kick-ass.
Kick-Ass. Kick-Ass 1, Kick-Ass 2. Loved it. Different premise I've never seen before. Loved it. And I'm looking for different. I'm not looking for usual. You know, the soppy, I don't know, rom-coms, they're all funny and stuff like that. You know, I Love You Man and stuff like that. Those are great and stuff like that. But you're always looking for something a little bit different, a little bit off the key. So, and that's me. That's what I kind of enjoy. Because you don't want the usual, you know?
It's tough to find the true cinematic classics. Eric is a big proponent of Dude, Where's My Car?
I like that movie.
Dude.
Ashton Kutcher
Sweet.
and
Dude.
who was
Sweet.
the other dude? Was that who was Ashton Kutcher and who?
I think the other actor was the one who played Stifler in American Pie.
Oh, was it Stifler? Okay, yeah,
I think so.
can never
I don't remember
his
his name, but
Yeah,
wait, was it Sean William Scott? Sean William Scott?
Oh, I think he's got a 3 name. Yeah.
Yeah, maybe that's one. But yeah, I agree. Joe Thornton, greater than Booby Hour. Yeah. Greatest living Boston Bruin. No question.
True.
Facts, Paul. Hobby Champ says Hal Gill greater than Bobby Orr. Psh, that's not even a question.
Bro.
Not even a question.
Not even close.
This sucks.
Yes, it does suck. So,
Oh yeah, I've actually forgot. Speaking of, just to close off the Nicolas Cage thing, he
yes.
will actually be playing John Madden.
You can
He'll
leave
be
it
playing
open
John-
all day. It doesn't matter.
I had the tab there. He'll actually be playing John Madden. That'll be interesting.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'll actually be kind of curious about that one. I wouldn't mind watching that one. That'd be interesting.
Yep.
Jumbo in the hall. Eric and Die a happy man. Facts. Facts. Baboozle. Emmanuel in space. Greater than Star Wars sequel trilogy. Not even in doubt. Not even in doubt.
I'm not a Star Wars fan at all, ever. 1977, a friend of mine said, "Do you want to see the movie?" And I said, "No." And I never seen it. I never, ever seen it in its complete entirety, ever. It was just looked so fake to me. I just went, no. And then they brought in Jar Jar Binks, and it was over from there. Just like, fuck.
Well, Jar Jar Binks was a lot later, but yes.
No. I mean, yeah, I was like, I will never see the old ones. Actually, I did see The Empire Strikes Back, and I kind of like that one, but it was a little bit, I don't know. It just seemed too vanilla for me. I actually liked the what was it? The Last Starfighter. That was a great movie. I don't know if you remember that one.
No, not particularly. Sounds familiar, but I'm not sure. Just joining. Did you see Mojo's opening a shop? I heard that he was proposing. So I will say,
Which
saw.
Mojo are we talking about? Mojo.
We're talking about Mojo Sports here. Mojo Sports.
Okay. Sports, yeah.
So the thing is, I saw that he did a video where he spent a bunch of time crying and babbling. And in the course of it, I think he was asking people if he should start a card shop. I don't think he actually said he was starting. I think he was there to tell you. He was basically like Eric when he gets a fresh jar of mayonnaise. He was weeping.
Was this the same guy who ripped off Getty Images?
Yes, that's the one. Yeah.
And he was crying again?
Yeah. It's like Eric in a jar of mayo. He cries a lot. That's what I'm saying. A lot of tears.
So he's crying. I don't know whether he should open his shop or not.
Yeah.
Is that
basically
what he's doing?
Yeah, that was
guy,
basically it.
That guy is no. The things he did in the hobby, he shouldn't even be allowed back in. You know, you can drink and do all these other weird shit in Hollywood, but you can't get away with it in the hobby, to me. And I don't believe that Mojo should be even in a public space. And he's hosted at the Toronto Expo. Anyways, that's
I was gonna say, like, he a couple more years and he'll be a hobby goat. Hobby Jeff.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, that's the way it goes, right?
Mojo putting in blood, sweat, and tears. Mostly tears. A lot of tears, man. There's a lot of tears. The problem is he skips straight to Eric. At least open the damn shop before you start with the damn tears. Like, could you at least get to the part where you did the thing and go like, oh, I opened the shop. Oh my god. It's like, Eric, will you come by the shop if I bring Marcel? And Eric is like, I'll be right there.
Anybody who cries on social media is a complete loser.
Mm-hmm. So you're saying if we play the full footage of your bike ride that you claim exists, and we get to the part after the crash,
That's different. I hit my testicle. That's different.
How do you hit your testicle? It's not a stationary thing. It's not.
So Bobby, it goes back to Bobby.
Like,
it goes back to what I said
testicle. Before. It's like.
Funny story that Eric pays a lot for these ridiculous bicycles, but the problem is that Eric refuses to invest in a very important component of the bicycle. You see, he has the bike, the frame, the wheels, all this stuff, and he's probably got this super fancy stuff made in Italy or something. It's very bougie. But then what he doesn't have is a seat. It's literally just a pole. So Bobby, the opportunity to cause testicular damage is actually quite high.
I would say, yeah, you're right.
Yeah. If he had invested a couple of dollars in a seat.
So, in
this tragedy could have been
kind of doing pole vaulting.
All the time. All the time.
That's an Olympic sport, too. Eric,
And the
you might
whole
qualify.
time as he crashes and he's about to experience this horrific pain, he goes, "If I had just."
If I had just.
Sorry, Kathy.
Oh, yeah.
It's unfortunate. It's very graphic, very tragic, awful.
Good evening, Kathy.
Good evening, Kathy. Ham says
Mom,
hi, by the way.
tell him to stop making fun of me.
We don't.
I am not making fun of you. I'm merely stating facts.
We were complimenting you in a weird way.
I wasn't. Not in any way. Not
It was
in
a
any
weird
form of
way. Just
interpretation.
saying.
There is no amount of yoga that you could do to contort yourself into a position to make
When
that
you
accomplishment.
say weird, it's just that you're invoking Nicolas Cage there. That's all.
Mom, make
Sure.
him stop. Tell him.
Yeah.
Tell him to stop it.
Yep.
You
Red
guys are
Red
gonna
says,
get in
good question.
trouble. My mom's gonna yell at you.
I'll get over it. Who is the one true mojo?
Yeah, I
Ham
know.
says-
This is what you got, that Mojo cards, and then you got Mojo Sports.
Well, yeah, there's the Mojo Breakers. There's the one that
Yes,
the
the
Breakers have been around
yes,
long.
yeah.
The true look, if we're gonna do the true Mojo is the guys who've been around longer. Like they've actually been around for years.
Yes.
They've been
Yes.
yeah. And they've got a podcast that they've had going on for years.
Well,
like, yeah,
he's been around longer, but he was doing some other stuff in the background while
well, they have operated
other
as a
stuff,
business
yes.
with the Mojo thing. They're the real Mojo.
and he
they've
was giving
they've,
everybody else the business on the other end. Yes, understood.
Ham says it's too late to open a shop during this part of the movie. Yeah, I wouldn't bother with it. No, absolutely not. The overhead would be pointless.
Bricks and mortar, come on, you could
Yep.
do it. You could do it. Jeff Wilson did.
If someone wants to run a
Collector
card,
2 did it. Like, man.
if someone wants to, the thing is, Card Collector 2 built a much bigger following. He actually was better situated to do it if you're going to do it. But the reality is that if you're going to try and do something like that, what I would have done is you would just get a little warehouse space and just run as a mail order thing. Honestly,
pretty
just
easy.
much easier overhead.
Yeah.
Just have a shipping operation. You'll be fine. Mojo shop.
It's a
probably
write-off
has that,
anyway, so it doesn't matter.
yeah, much better.
Yeah.
Bob also says Frat Bros need a good cry too. Yes. Over under 75% of shops that open in 2025 are closed by 2030. Paul, I don't think that many people are actually going to be opening up shops in 2025. Maybe Mojo.
2026 is probably
Maybe
the best.
Mojo. Maybe Mojo.
Yeah, I don't really see these guys, opening shops and investing.
I don't think
allocation and all this other stuff going on, unless you're doing a little bit of everything, breaking, what have you. You can't do it, and that's running hard. When you're young, you can do it, but I mean, if you get a little older, like it's getting tough.
Yeah, I don't think most people, even the ones who are interested in being in the space, they understand you can do the mail order thing. It's much easier. Overhead's less. You can operate it, and if you're good at it, then you can expand it. But opening up a shop is basically just a waste of money. Like,
It
why
is.
bother?
Nobody wants to drive. Everyone
Yeah.
Uber Eats. What are you kidding? Like,
Yeah,
come on.
the first thing they're gonna ask you is, do you have an eBay store? Can I buy it from whatever? Like, you ship it? Like that?
No,
honestly,
I got a store on Front Street. Come on. It's just like whatever.
yeah. Pokemon helps the bottom line of a lot of the sports card shops. Yeah, if you're gonna run a sports card shop, basically you're saying you're running a Pokemon shop. Is what you're saying.
Honestly.
That's your best bet. Listen to this any longer? Good evening, Kevin. Ham says hi. I think he's going to do it. He was crying, saying it's his dream kind of thing. His dream being realized type of thing.
Is he still living in his parents' basement?
I don't know. Lord knows.
I think so.
If he goes for it, though, I will say, Eric, I have a potential hashtag invest. If he goes for it, then what I'm thinking, I think the next logical step is us investing in Kleenex.
Oh, yeah. I never thought of that.
That's a 4D chess move. Mm-hmm.
It is 2 or 3 ply.
There's going to be a shortage over there.
Listen,
I'm just saying.
I got
Probably
no
2
problem.
ply.
I got no problem, people being emotional in their private lives. But if you go on social media and cry, I just think you're a loser.
Especially for those reasons, I would say yes.
I just think you're a loser. I just think if
You're a loser, baby.
you bring
Why
in your
don't-
pain, whatever
Thank you, Beck.
emotions you have to social media, you're just doing it for hits and likes and attention. And I think you're a loser.
Crying.
Wait, you
Get
just said
the hits and
emotion.
likes.
Wait. So is like angry boomer guy, that's an emotion?
Yeah, what is this with this boomer thing? Like, honestly.
I'm not a boomer. I'm a
I am.
Gen X. I was born in 1974.
And I'm a boomer, and I lived through the greatest time ever that you'll never have. So there you go. Ta-da.
Bobby, the greatest time we'll ever have is when Bad Lieutenant Port of Call New Orleans was filmed. So honestly, we were all alive during that.
Yeah, but I was older then.
But
I
again,
already
we were
lived
all
the
alive
good
during that.
life.
We were
I
all
already
alive
lived the
during
good
that
life.
time.
And then I came into the.
That's all
okay.
pre-Bad Lieutenant. We don't even count that. Those are the dark ages.
Well, they were great ages.
Josh says, is hitting your testicle funnier than football to the groin? Ooh.
It's about the same.
I don't know, Josh. Maybe I'll see you in November and we can test
Find it out.
Yeah, we'll find out. But
He'll kick you in the. Anyways.
He'll kick you straight in the pool noodle.
Yeah.
You'll get yours, Eric. You'll get yours.
Mm-hmm.
Zach says, also, Thunder are champs despite Eric's last-minute Pacers fandom. Suck it, Eric. There you go.
Yeah.
Congrats on that, Zach.
Well, thank you so much. Injuries are part of sports, and which team stays the healthiest the longest usually wins, so they deserve to win. I would have liked to have seen this, what's his name there, the star player for Indiana, be able to play a healthy full game instead of blowing his Achilles out. So, and what's up with that? For us older folks, does anybody remember players back in the 70s and 80s and 90s blowing their Achilles out every 10 minutes?
No.
Nowadays, you've had all these star players and probably regular players that doesn't get much attention blowing their Achilles constantly. What is going on in the modern day game?
I think they're kicking up their feet on ottoman too long.
I don't know.
With their iPhone, and that's what really puts a lot of pressure on your ankle, and then the Achilles goes, and you're finished.
Maybe because
I've analyzed.
I watched basketball all through the 80s and 90s.
For you.
And never watched one of the star players make a move and just hit the floor screaming because they blew their Achilles out. Not that I can recall. Not like this. I mean,
so is the training more?
Didn't Kevin Durant do it in Golden State?
Well, the reflex
his out.
Yeah,
Durant.
And then you got Tatum blew his out this year. You got I don't know why I'm forgetting his name. The star for the Pacers just blew his out.
Halliburton.
And other players have done this in the last, within the last 5 years. What's going on in this modern day game?
It's an epidemic of Achilles tendons.
Didn't happen in the 50s, wearing Chuck Taylor Converse All Stars. The 80s wearing more pairs of those big,
the invisible arrows. I don't know.
Those crazy Converse shoes. The 90s wearing Jordans.
Maybe it's the shoes. Maybe it's the shoes.
Is it the footwear? I don't know.
It might be. You got something there, Eric.
What is blowing these guys' Achilles out?
What do you use when you cycle?
A pair of old Chuck Taylors.
Oh, okay. Chuck Taylors are always good. So can't go wrong with Chuck Taylors.
Why isn't the experts asking this question? This has been played for like 75, 80 years or whatever the hell it's been.
100 years in Canada. Anyways.
Yeah. So 100 years. And it's
Canada.
And this Achilles situation is really only been a problem for the last 5 or so.
Well, Eric, hold on. So I wanted to let you finish your point, but I think one thing that's important here is that there can be different conditioning things. It could be shoes. It could be a couple things. But going back before the last 5 or 10 years, Kobe tore his Achilles at the end of his career.
Yep.
And Kobe is more of an old school player in the sense that he basically emulated Jordan and a lot of those guys, and he still tore his Achilles. For him, it was volume. It was the amount of strain that he had put on his leg over time that basically did it. But obviously,
they're tall guys too, so there is more susceptibility. At that point.
And don't forget, if it wasn't Achilles, Bill Walton didn't have an Achilles injury. But a lot of those guys have knee issues, ankle issues, back issues. There's different types of strain. So the thing is, right now, the Achilles is the one that's being focused on because it's the current issue. So the question that you would ask if you want the actual answer to that is, how are you guys training specifically? Because back in ye olden days, a lot of these athletes were multi-sport athletes. So they would play different kinds of sports, and then they would train based on different kinds of sports. So a lot of these guys today are playing basketball from the get-go. Once that's identified, they're only training basketball. So the question is, are you training in a way conducive to leaving a weakness that can build up a strain over time?
But they better figure it out, because this is it. Could the Celtics have beaten the Knicks if Tatum didn't get hurt? Possibly. They were playing shitty, so it really it's up in the air. But could they have beaten the Knicks? Possibly. Could Indiana have beaten OKC? Possibly. But it all gets thrown away because these guys are just blowing their legs out. And something has to be looked into, whether it's training, whether it's footwear, whether it's
what's the average height if you compare the eras of decades of the players. And I think we have a lot taller players now.
Yeah, the guys in the 50s.
On
look,
average.
the reason the Will Chamberlains and the and those folks were so dominant is because the players on average were smaller.
Yes.
Now he is more of a prototype. Like a Will Chamberlain.
How tall is he? 6'3"? 6'4"?
Yeah. If you look at the Will Chamberlain, there's so many 7-footers now. Like that's almost standard. Like for the NBA, every team's got to have a couple of 7-footers.
And the body's not really designed for that. Obviously, tall people don't live long, and that's a fact for many.
So the question is going to be, like, you look at a Victor Wembanyama, and people are looking at him. Like, I think he's actually 25 pounds.
Yeah,
he like for and it's like 24.5 pounds of bone, and the rest of the 1 pound is everything else that's left.
I think so.
All the organs. Like I've got barbells that weigh more than he does, and the thing is, he's just this long, stringy guy. So the question is, can he fill out his body? But if you put too much weight on, then you got these long ligaments that can have all the strain put on them.
Yeah.
So like it's a balancing act. You don't want to put too much weight on, or else you will put strain on these long ligaments and bones and ankles and joints and everything else. But if you don't put enough weight on, then your skin and bones and a breeze will knock you over.
And then you're susceptible to
So how do you find that balance? What is the balance? I don't know.
I don't know. I think it's training
normal
too.
Human beings are not designed like that. Their bodies are not built like that. Like there's a lot of very good athletes, but they're not built like that. There's a little bit more of a balance in terms of how their bodies are constructed.
I think the scientists and the physio guys and doctors and trainers all need to come together and figure out what is happening that's causing this, and what can be done differently to try to prevent it. I mean, just by odds, it's going to happen every once in a while, but this shouldn't be a continuous issue within a sport. And
you know what I think it is, Eric? I think I have the answer, and then I'm going to read some comments. It seems to me we're going to find out the common link is dietary, like a mayo.
I knew it.
We're going to find out.
I knew it.
Mayo saves lives, people.
Mayo
saves lives. Moving on.
Saved
Bob
my
also
life
says,
last
how many cabanas is Mojo putting in his store? Oh, cabana boy. All the cabanas. Mojo does have quite the following on YouTube, it shows. Yeah, but Card Collector 2 has a bigger following. But yes, he does have a following. Mojo HQ. Unlike Geoff, Mojo has friends like Rob from Burbank to help him get started. He has sucked up to Rob, so that is true. That could help. At least Rob knows how to run a store, so that's helpful. Mojo is what the kids say, cringe. Ooh, Ham bringing in the lingo from the youths. Cringe. Hobby Champ says, stolen IPHQ. Oh, references.
Yes.
References. Mojo has the Donut Empire to fall back on if it fails. Hey, listen, donuts could work. Donut sounds good. Mojo has his own apartment now in LA, moving up in the world.
Wow.
Scandalous.
Well, they paid him enough at the Toronto Expo to come, so.
Yep. Mark's Carr is going back to YouTubers who disappeared after the PSA scandal. Maybe.
Yes.
It's the same thing in the NBA with groin injuries. Eric has spoken of groin injuries tonight. Damian Lillard. Without the injury, it would be a tougher game. Halliburton was going off when he got hurt. That is true. Today, Achilles injuries appear to happen with players with calf issues. Tatum, Irving, Durant, Halliburton. So I did hear that. I'd love to hear if more. So there is something to that because some of these players were starting to have some calf issues prior to the Achilles tear. So it was like almost like a warning. You're starting to have some calf strain, some issues, and then the Achilles tear comes not long after. So there may be a link to that. That makes sense. That might make sense. So basically, to Eric's point,
well, what's the calf issues though from? Like,
for some of them it was strain. For some of them it was just usage and strain.
Yeah, but
it
don't
depends.
You strengthen your calves? But maybe they're just too tall, and it's.
Remember though, like I talked about with Victor Wembanyama, Eric, Kevin Durant is also a string bean.
Yeah,
like he's got these long gangly arms and long legs, but his legs are like as thick as most people's arms. Like there's not much. He's a big guy and very tall and obviously able to do a lot of. But like there's a stiff breeze will blow him over. So is there a lot of muscle, reinforcing the ligaments, or is it basically bone surrounded by a little bit of skin? So there's clearly some kind of a strain issue. And again, in a couple of these cases, there seemed to be some warning signs. There seemed to be something, they were starting to have a couple of issues unrelated to the Achilles, and then suddenly the Achilles tear happened.
I'm not drinking milk. I knew it.
Yeah, that's the
Lack
problem.
of calcium is a big thing, right?
Especially if you got long bones.
Yep.
The Pursuit says, don't wear Reebok pumps anymore to protect the ankle. There
I
you
had
go.
a pair.
Oh. Mhm.
Not enough pool training. What's the risk of playing with calf strain? Halliburton and KD had calf strains and went out and tore their Achilles. Just seems risky to play with a height and risk. Yeah, so it might be a warning sign. Maybe if you have some serious calf strain or start developing, maybe it's a warning
It's
to
a
kind of be
compensation.
really careful.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's why I say that might be the answer, Eric. It might just be that a strain starts building. It becomes a calf strain at first. And then if you keep pushing it, then all of a sudden, boom. It's like I said, the Kobe thing. Kobe had a full career by the time that Achilles injury happened. But you build up injuries over time. If you let it go and you just put enough miles on it, eventually the wheels come off.
We should have saved this for Hobby Palooza, where the BIC program.
We solved them.
We
Yes,
solved
we
it.
solved. Well, I actually have an idea for that. I will share that after with you guys. I actually have an idea for that show. For that program, I have an idea, and I
We
think
need a few ideas.
it'll
Yes.
work. But I have one that I think will work quite well. I think it'll play into our respective sensibilities and Eric.
Oh,
So I have a thought. I will explain in due course.
is it
Don't worry,
regarding
Eric.
HCG?
Sure. Neuralink implants are going to change the game. Dominic Wilkins and Isaiah Thomas also had Achilles injuries. I believe the child never made
injuries,
shoes.
or did they have injuries, or did they have complete tears? I don't recall. Because just by statistics, you have enough guys playing basketball, it's going to happen. It just seems like it is a more of a problem now than in the past. Have players in the past?
We have more teams now, though, too, right?
Sure. I don't
More
recall.
players.
I don't recall Dominique or Isaiah completely tearing their Achilles and being out for a year and missing an entire season to recover. I don't remember that.
That ligament tear is a huge thing.
You're out for a year.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And you may or may
at
not
least.
come back the way you were. You hope, with technology, science, operations.
Ligaments are attached to the bone, so it has to grow on the bone, and it's like once you tear it, it's like it's never the same.
A year recovery. So
Or in some cases, years, because if you're in the darkness, you don't go away.
yeah.
We're still trying to get rid of that guy.
I know.
It's been years now. NBA should have reduced games. Halliburton and Tatum played in the Olympics, though. That will add some additional miles on there. Stuke says no hobby. Stuke says no hobby hotline tomorrow. Maybe go a few extra hours tonight to cover for them tomorrow morning. Listen,
Yes,
Eric's
we
excited.
should. Yeah, we
But
should.
look, all I'm hearing, Stuke, are you volunteering?
Why is there no hobby hotline tomorrow?
Well, they're bi-weekly now. They've gone to a bi-weekly schedule.
Oh, I didn't hear the update.
Yeah.
I
So
did
they
see
specifically they went to a bi. I think they're doing twice a month now. So that's because
I heard all the information before that. I didn't hear the final. Okay.
Yeah, I think they're doing twice a month. I think that's the deal now going forward. The last conversation to Newman when he did his conversation with Victor.
Yeah.
They're open to reviewing it if they feel like, but it's going to come down to scheduling.
Yep.
And they arrange it in such a way that works. So, like I said, I think there's enough topics if you want to do it, but I think you have to be willing to have enough people that are willing to rotate around. Because if you're relying on one or two people to kind of carry it, then it becomes really difficult. And you have like a cast of characters.
Oh.
But if all of you are on vacation at the same time, well, then yeah, you're pretty much taking a week off.
But there's so many other shows out there. It's like, it's a tough go for them. There's a lot of great guys on the show. I'm just saying it's a tough go in this YouTube arena now. I just think it's a very difficult thing to say that people call in, but nobody calls in. So, the topic of conversation is just hearing guys talk. Well, I think you can get that almost anywhere listening to anybody, even Mojo. So, without the crying there, but just saying.
Maybe there could be a segment where Mojo comes on and cries.
Oh, wouldn't that be something?
Yeah, you could just do it for Eric.
Great idea.
He'd be like, Eric will submit him a bunch of things that he should cry about. And it'd be like, it'll be Eric's Grind My Gears segment, except Eric will type it out for him and he's supposed to cry on each one of the items.
Mm-hmm.
Eric will get mad and Mojo will cry.
Yep.
There you go. You've got both ends of the emotional spectrum.
A button cue, and it'll just
Yeah,
Yep.
it'll be both ends of the emotional spectrum right there. Just a lot of infinite rage followed by tears.
Yeah.
Think about it.
If
Fix
you have
it.
to go on and make a decision and cry about it, like honestly, just do it.
Well,
I did my
Bobby,
books.
like,
I just said
look,
screw it, and I did it. And
Bobby, my joke
just do
about the
your
whole
shit.
thing, my joke on the whole thing was literally like, okay, look, if you insist on weeping, you know, again, Eric, for all his, you know, for all his talk, he kept making the qualifier on social media. But as soon as we click off here, Eric is going to be like, oh my God, I found a stale donut on the bottom of the floor that I forgot about. Oh, this is the greatest day
Right,
of my
but I
life.
won't be on YouTube when I do it.
It'll
I'm
be a
just saying.
chocolate stick.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right.
I'm sickened when I see a human being go on social media, put the camera up, and start crying.
Eric,
I
leave
just-
Brittany alone.
It's
Stuke. So like I said, Stuke, let me know if you're volunteering because listen, you want a couple extra hours in there. Just get volunteers. Eric has to cry about something, so I'm just saying. Think about it. Ham here says, quick question: how come a plasma injection isn't considered performance enhancing? Eric, maybe you should take a plasma injection to your whole body.
I don't think we understand the plasma yet.
I'll take anything. I don't care.
Even the plasma TVs never really made it. So I'm just wondering about plasma injections. I'm just saying. Yeah, just
Halliburton played the fewest minutes of any USA players in the Olympics. I have no idea, man.
No, Tatum, there was a
Wow.
huge scandal about Tatum. I didn't know about the other guy, but yeah, there was a huge thing with Tatum.
Now, Eric, are we talking like scandal or are we talking scandalous? There's two different levels.
There was that scandalous with the fingers.
Wow, that was what the hell was that?
Yeah.
You're gonna hit puberty sometime. Maybe you need to get back on your bike. Good Lord, what was that?
It's because of that injury.
Put a little grit in it, like Bobby. I backed away from the microphone so that I could put the little grit into it. You know, good Lord. Your Eric, you better work on your performance because we're gonna have a continuation of your dramatic reading at Hobbypalooza. So you can't be like you can't be have your voice cracked. That's
people
no good.
out of tune. It doesn't work. We have a standard.
Do your
We
voice
have a
exercises
standard here.
I will before we
We're
go
here,
on,
not here.
I'll take some Ricola.
And then start crying.
Oh
Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of
that's what
weeping,
we're gonna do for the entire time is just cry on camera.
It's
on
the
social-
fucking Alps. Why not? Close to fucking Holland, right?
Just gonna
So-
cry on social media like Selena Gomez. You know,
Jokes
whatever.
on you,
yeah.
Eric. Jokes on you, Eric. What if we can get Hobbypalooza sponsored by Ricola? Or
Oh,
better
I
yet,
like
what if we
that.
can get us sponsored by Ricola?
That's awesome.
I for one accept our Ricola overlords.
Love me some Ricola if they paid me to say that.
Just saying.
The original owners are Dutch. You know that, right?
It's okay. We're willing to look past this for enough dollars.
Because of the money, yes. I am.
Yeah, like for enough money, we will
We
listen.
we overlooked the Dutch at that point.
We'll I'm willing to overlook your crass errors in life choices that your family made.
Mhm.
It's like, but you were born, mistakes were made, but enough zeros on that check, I'm willing to look past that.
Hmm?
Let it not be said that I'm not a man of principle.
5 minimum.
Huck Peter say we'll be back in the good graces with enough zeros.
Oh my gosh! Just that I even know that name is horrid. I don't know.
Just right there, Eric. Right there. Just saying.
Hey, that
If I have a conversation with somebody and I bring that name up, I'm gonna look like such a great guy. But I mean, like honestly, I'll just say it out of I don't know.
And you will hate yourself.
I will, yeah. In the
well-
future, I'll just sit there and go, "Why did I even say that? Why?"
that's
And then they
Mom's-
start going like this, blah 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 blah
that's
blah
Mom's
blah.
favorite. Mom still
And then it's
likes
like, you had me at hello. I'm gone.
Mhm. Mhm. Josh says, I've always found Hobby Hotline asks for viewer participation and then they ignore chat. Well, we talked about that.
What chat? Is there a chat?
Look.
I didn't know.
I'm just reading the comment from Josh. Don't clip me. Just reading the comment.
Oh, you'll be clipped. Everything is clipped.
I'm
Josh
reading the
will be
comment.
clipped. He'll be clipped.
I'm reading the comment. Babuzzle says, I'll be buying Hobby Hotline and turning it into a spicy 1-900 number. Viewership would probably go up. Listenership, it wouldn't hurt.
It's called collect now. It's not even-
Paul says, we got to go dip a mayo stick in chocolate.
Oh,
Listen.
Come
Eric
on.
said he'll take anything, but won't try the mayo. Listen, he's got problems.
I know.
listen, I'll do anything for love, but I won't do that.
Wow.
Okay, Mr. Fucking. Anyways, we'll leave him alone.
Meatloaf.
He's dead.
Rest in
Steve says,
peace.
Probably need to go to bed. If I'm going to be ready for Hobby Hotline in the morning, might have to call.
Oh
the
yes,
Hobby
you
Talk
best
line.
get some sleep. Yes, you
Yeah.
need it.
Well, I think I saw on the social media. I think Amanda is doing the doing the late night with with Senor Englishman. I think they're doing their podcast episode tonight.
Oh. I
Oh yeah, I'll make sure I stay up and watch that.
Listen, you should, Eric.
I don't know if you can stay up
I
that late.
bet. You know, I bet, Eric. We were talking about earlier about the Achilles, but Bobby, what if the issue is that the reason Eric hurt his groin when he actually was on the bike is because his groin has been weakened by not having the constitution of staying up later? What if that had been the conditioning that you needed to allow you to overcome this malady?
And I foresee this happening is Eric's Achilles are going to go next.
Oh,
no doubt.
Say that. I had a buddy that blew his out.
When that happens, Achilles are next.
No, I had a buddy who blew his out on a ride. It was bad.
Well, the problem, Eric, is that knowing you, your injury is going to come while you reach for chocolate signals. I was like, and you just collapse to the ground. Like you're not even moving your legs. That's how bad. You're actually reaching your arm and your Achilles gives
I'd
out.
rather have it in my kitchen reaching for a chocolate stick than miles away from my car in the woods over rough terrain.
And then you'll have to learn how to dive like the soccer players getting a fake kick. Yeah.
And Bobby, the thing is, medical science will be studying it for years to figure out the kinetic chain that had 2 feet firmly planted on the ground, not moving, arm extended, and Achilles tear. They're going to be like, wait, how does that even work on a biomechanical?
I don't think AI can answer that.
No. Just saying.
It's beyond the realm.
But also said, Eric and Caitlin Clark hurt their groins at the same time. We need an investigation. Facts.
Oh, Caitlin. Yeah.
I just watched Enigma, that Aaron Rodgers talk. Definitely interesting. Yes, Aaron Rodgers is an interesting.
Definitely
Interesting is a generous way of saying it, but yes.
I think they're
certifiably nuts. How about that?
Listen, I got the not swell fella. We talked about this before. We've already made clear. I actually like the not swell fella, despite his not swellness, because at least he entertains me. Aaron Rodgers, I'll take Super Bowl 45. I'm not giving it back. I'm happy to have it, all that. But this man pisses me off. Like he actually just pisses me off.
He's just ridiculous human being.
And it's one of those things. All I want this man to do is just shut up. I just don't want him to speak.
And this week, he basically said this is going to be his last season.
Yeah,
right
for now, until he changes his mind again.
But so I'm thinking, all right, I'm Pittsburgh. Why did we just do this then? So we have to go find another quarterback next year? I mean,
the thing is, there was no scenario. Look, I don't care what, short of winning the Super Bowl, this was never going to last past a season. So if you're Pittsburgh, I'm sorry. This had to be a bridge thing, because why would you even bother? Like, what are we doing?
I just would have put in, I would have found, your future and got him some reps this year and help him learn. Not with this moron, because this guy is proven he will do, like what he did with Love up in Green Bay. He will not work with the younger kids. He will not try to teach them the ways of the NFL and how to be a professional quarterback. He'll ignore them and will have nothing to do with them. So the whole thing is just ridiculous. The guy just needs to go away.
Mm-hmm. Hobby Champ says, I was going for a Will Howard show. Paul says, you can dislike Rodgers all you want. You cannot go into a season with Mason Rudolph and that's it. Listen, Paul, I know for a fact, stay with me on this, Eric. I know for a fact that, fine, you don't want to go in with Mason Rudolph and that's it. 2 words for you. Eric, 2 words.
Okay.
Chosen Rosen.
Yeah, he's just sitting at home.
Let's go.
Just waiting for the call.
He's on a couch somewhere ready to go. So what are we even doing, Paul? And I'm not saying this because it will be the glory. Look, Eric, I'm not saying this because I may have the greatest Joseph Rosen collection on this earth.
Yeah, the only one.
Yeah, but Eric, and I'll have you know, there are rumors out there that I may have added 2 more 1-of-1s to that collection. And you'll see if the darkness gets struck by lightning or something, as would be just, and then bursts into flames, as would be just, and then gets vaporized into the nether realm, as would be just. And the Chosen Rosen comes in and saves the Pittsburgh Steelers. Eric, I will buy a mega yacht. Because with what I have at that point, it's mega yacht. Let's go.
Mega yacht. Okay.
Yeah. I will have my own island nation. We will declare independence from this planet.
Yeah.
Howard did a good job switching colleges. He can adapt. There you go.
They just why would you want to bring this guy into your team? Why? Just why?
Maybe they really want ayahuasca. I don't know.
Ayahuasca.
Like, it's the only logical explanation I have. Like, there's nothing. I don't want to hear about any opinions he has on anything else. I
Until
barely
you
want to
try
listen
it,
to what he
I
has to say with
guess.
football.
I've never tried
Like-
that, and I don't think I want to.
No, that sounds like the level of unpleasantness is something Eric would do to himself.
You got a new perspective on life, so I heard.
Yeah.
I don't know.
And all of a sudden he goes, Eric comes back from his ayahuasca retreat. And he goes, there is more to life than chocolate sticks.
That's
It's like,
just-
are you saying there's more to life than pool noodles? No, let's just settle down.
Yeah.
And I was like,
Let's
settle
take
down.
it one step at a time.
That's a way of life.
It
Way
is.
of life.
Yep.
They drafted Will Howard. He's going to be good. Howard may be a good backup, but he's got a limited ceiling. Again, Chosen Rosen. Paul, I already solved this problem. Chosen Rosen. Which part of Chosen Rosen are you not understanding? Say it with me, people. Chosen Rosen.
No, I won't say it.
That'd be the greatest. That'd be the feel-good comeback story of this millennia. I'm just saying.
I think Alex Smith has pretty much got the greatest comeback story.
Alex Smith.
Because the Chosen Rosen thing hasn't happened yet, Eric.
Right.
That's right.
And
Until
listen,
that time.
this story will only get better when I get my mega of my Chosen Rosen millions.
Yes.
Millions.
He wants millions.
Yep. Buccaneer versus Bengals Super Bowl. Live the dream, man. Live the dream.
It's fine with me.
By the way, as a quick side note, I'll take a moment since we're talking about it. Mentioned it, referenced it earlier. Like I said, I'll talk to these guys about the Hobbypalooza thing. And Ham, I will also reach out to you. Ham shall be joining us for the Hobbypalooza festivities. I may bring some other people on as well. We'll see.
Sure.
But I've given them their information just to give them on. But I will let you people who will be involved know I have at least an idea to get us going. We'll have a little bit of fun with it. And I think it'll give everybody something they can do because it's open-ended enough that I think it'll work for what. So I'll share it with you and I'll share it with everybody else that's going to be involved. And then I'll see. I'm reaching out to a few other folks that I would love to bring on if they can. And we'll see. But for now, Ham is one that we've got committed to it as well because we've got him on the list.
He can take my spot.
And Eric will be there with bells on because in perpetuity means in
Forever.
perpetuity.
Stupid.
Forever and ever.
And ever,
Bobby,
ever.
this is all your fault.
Why is that?
Because I'm the one I was the one following you and everything around the interwebs and then landed at this shithole. Why did you have to do this show?
I don't know if that really happened that way.
It did happen that way. That's
And
how
Eric
I'm
has had a lot of
Jeremy,
concussion.
I met Carlos. Carlos invited me, but he had what's his name on, and then
Amit.
and then yeah, it was kind of weird. But you were always there.
No, I was in
But
the
just not
comments,
there
I was
there.
following you. I was like, where's my hobby goat gonna be on the YouTubes today? Okay, I'll go watch him here. Oh, I'll go
Wow.
watch
So
him
Bobby was
I'll
your
go
hobby
watch
goat,
him
and
here.
then you switched over to Geoff?
Yes.
No, I said my hobby goat. I didn't say
Or
the
maybe
hobby goat.
Mojo. I don't know. Just
Well, how can the hobby goat be different than your hobby goat?
Yes.
Because I only care about one aspect of the hobby. The rest of it sucks.
well, I'm not just hockey. Anyways,
Yeah, 86 Red Sox, and what else?
Don't need to bring up the 86 Red Sox, okay?
You just said you only care about one aspect of the hobby. So 86 Red Sox, and what else?
No,
and
I'm not talking about the 86 Red Sox.
Joe Thornton, and what else?
and
Just saying. Zach says, imagine being a young
Cha.
guy just trying to make it in the NFL, only to find out your team signed an almost 42-year-old. Such a joke. Sadness. Much sadness.
hey, 42 is not bad.
Well, look, Bobby, I can't complain too much. It's I was joking with Eric. Part of the reason that the Rodgers thing is both amusing and annoying to me is because Rodgers does annoy me. But Rodgers is the only NFL player left that was born in the same year as me.
Oh,
He's actually a couple of he is in December and I'm in July. So I'm actually a couple of months older than he is. But after he retires, then everybody else will be younger
huh, interesting.
by at least a year. Yeah. So he's the last one. He's the last 83 that remains in the NFL. We don't have one of those kickers that keep kicking forever.
yeah.
Like Morton Anderson, who was playing for 100 years. Like there were a
Yeah.
couple of them, but
Yeah.
they're gone. Those guys are all gone.
And they kick every 3 games, whatever, right?
Yeah, is this me or is Eric's camera getting worse? 360 PS5. Well, he turned off the lights. He is currently in the darkness preparing for the ayahuasca retreat.
Yes.
Yeah, my eyes are starting to burn, and I had to turn the lights down.
So, Eric, have you considered the possibility that perhaps your burning eyes are a precursor to your Achilles injury?
I think so.
Oh,
goes right up your calf and then right
Yeah,
to your
we're
head.
back to the kinetic chain. Like,
Yeah,
it is.
there's got to be something to this.
It's
They
like
connected,
6 degrees of
obviously.
separation. It's like, Achilles, calf, brain, aneurysm, dead.
Oh God, I pray for death on a regular basis.
Oh yes,
But
I know.
what
we
will
all
you do, Eric, that post-death, then you are resurrected only in that room, only to do the live stream?
Oh,
Because in perpetuity means
Oh.
in perpetuity.
that is in purgatory, actually, if anything.
Death shall be no freedom for you.
No.
That contract was very clear. In perpetuity.
And you're a guest on Jeff Wilson's show every other day.
You'll be his Hal Gill correspondent.
Yes,
Every day,
that's right.
every day, Geoff will be like, "Who is Hal Gill?" And
Somebody's
Eric is
got to keep his name
Hal
alive.
fucking Gill. Hal fucking Gill.
Oh,
That's all he says.
It's kind of funny. I think Hal Gill probably gets a lot of, anybody who listens to our show, everyone goes, "Hey, that's Hal Gill." Oh my God.
Nobody has ever, Eric. I feel
But
strongly.
I think
that
he's
no one
famous
has-
because of us now.
that Bobby. This is what I'm trying to say. I
Oh.
don't feel that anyone has given Hal Gill more love than this program.
No. And he should come on.
I feel like, Eric, one of these days we need to bring on Hal fucking Gill so that we can heap praise upon him
I'll see if I know anybody who knows him.
as the
You know
SB
him.
signature legend that he is.
I've never met him.
Yes.
I've never met him. I'll look into it.
Just saying.
I'm sure you will.
Hobby Champ says, "Death is just waking up, Eric." Profound. That's profound.
So we go through death every day.
Every single day.
Yep.
What's Gill's rookie? That's a good question. Let me see. What is considered his rookie?
He's got a bunch.
Yeah, I think he'd be one of those guys who'd have a
Yeah.
couple. He's not too bad. Let me see here.
Opposed to this year being 26,000.
Let me see here. Rookie year. What do we got here? Let me see if I can find something.
Oh,
Yeah. Well, actually, hold on. Are you saying a bunch in terms of, because I got 97, 98 Pacific Omega.
Oh,
So
there
97,
should be a few
98.
others.
all different colors and
Yeah, but I'm not talking about parallels though. So, like, is he in any other set other than Omega, or is it just Omega?
He must be more.
I'm not 100% sure.
It's got to be in a tops or something else too.
Well, by 97, 98, I don't think they had tops that year. I think 98, 99 is when they brought it back. They took like a couple of years break in the middle because they had 95, 96, they had 98, 99, but
Yeah.
I don't think they had. They might have had 96, 97, but I don't think they had 97, 98. I think they had a gap year in there.
Here we go.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, that's the Omega one. Yep.
Yeah, and that's another color, and then that's another color, and that's another color, and another color, and another color.
You see, he got that from the same spot. He gets everything.
Yes, it's all
I
there.
think
It's like Mary
that's
Poppins'
weird.
bag.
It
It's
is
Mary Poppins'
yes.
bag.
It's magical, almost.
It really is.
I know where I'm well organized. I know where most of my stuff is.
But everything is in the same spot. You go back 2 steps and then you reach over and it's right fucking there. Everything.
Isn't that what it's supposed to be?
Well, how many things? What, you only got 14 things? What the hell?
I don't know. I've pulled out more than 14 things. Someone says
Okay,
something, I go and
confirmed.
get it.
Confirmed. 97, 98 Omega is his only rookie.
Oh,
All right.
wow. We should
Yeah,
get that.
he has parallels to it, but
I think I have them all.
his one rookie.
I need a PSA 10 of that.
Absolutely, no doubt.
I think I have them all. You can have them.
Michael Ham says, "What is a Hal Gill? Hal effing Gilham. SP signature legend and fucking goat.
Yep.
Goat. One rookie. That's rare. I know. Indeed. That says hot Bobby. LOL.
Who's that?
Hal effing Gill.
Oh, yes.
In the
That's
loose
the
end.
SP. Yep, that's the SP signature legend auto. Glorious.
Mhm.
In the
Accept
brick.
the Ray A-Rod and return to Hal Gill. That's what I'm saying, Stu. That's what I'm
In
saying.
the return of.
A rainbow in the dark. It is. Bruins great Hal Gill. That's right. It's been a good time. We talked about Hal Gill. We talked about greatest living Boston Bruin, Joe Thornton, getting in the Hockey Hall of Fame. Well deserved.
Actually, McGillney's in that calling. I love it.
Yeah.
It's about
No,
time.
he was overdue. McGillney was way overdue.
Long
Like
time
it
overdue.
was stupid. I would love to know, Eric, the actual justification for why it took until now to finally get McGillney in there. It's stupid.
Politics, I guess.
It's Like
Has to be.
I don't buy it. Like it's something really. It's going to be something really stupid because I think Colin Campbell's in the friggin' Hall of Fame, and Colin Campbell was shit. Like he
Yeah.
like please get out of here.
Yeah,
It's,
but
it's who you know in that scene.
100%. 100%.
In that scheme of things, it's who you know.
Yep. Classic screw down. Yep. That loose side. It's bubbles with style. With style.
Mm.
Rock Latex said, "Did Eric get sprayed in the eyes or Martell's arrogance?" Well, Eric is like I said, like Cowboy Bob Orton. He is on like year 7 of milking this eye injury. He's like, my eyes.
I'm gonna hear it. My calf.
He was stabbed in the eye like a year
my
ago.
Achilles, my
I don't
eyes.
remember.
Yep, my
Yeah.
hip. My
It's terrible.
Yeah, my testicle. It's like
Yeah, and it's like, Eric, put a chair
he'll be
on the
crying
freaking
next.
bike.
He's gonna be crying next. You know that.
Because that's the cool thing to do is to cry on social media.
It seems. Yes,
I'm a big fan.
it's working.
Go on social media, dump all your problems on a video, usually in your car. For some reason, people like to make videos in their car crying.
I don't get that.
And then post it. Like, you're a loser. You're just such a loser.
You're a loser, baby. So
Wow, we're going with the back thing twice today. That's the second time for the same one.
hey, listen, good
Just
stuff.
saying.
Yeah.
Hobby Chap says Carey Price is going to get it before Chris Osgood. I would think so, probably. Yeah. If I was going to guess, I would think so.
Osgood is amazing.
Well, his thing is an interesting situation because Osgood was good, and obviously he's got multiple Stanley Cups. But I just don't think of Osgood a lot of times. It's one of those things where, like, if you look him up, it's like, yeah, he makes sense. But I don't know, like, where in your head?
Did Carey Price win an MVP? Did he win a Hart Trophy?
He won something.
I believe he did. Hang on. I will find it right now.
So if he won a Hart Trophy and,
Okay, so
Vesna?
let's see.
no Stanley Cups, though.
Yeah, so here you've got, what is this? 2007-8 All-Rookie Team, 14-15 Hart Trophy, 14-15 Vesna, 14-15 Jennings and Pearson Award.
That's enough.
Yeah, Masterson Award in 21-22. And he was, and he's listed as a one-time All-Star there. So here's what we've got let's do a comparison here. So Carey Price first. 712 games played, 361 wins. That's pretty good. 49 shutouts, pretty solid. Career save percentage of 917 and a goals against of 251. Very good. I would say quite good. Now, obviously, Osgood has Stanley Cups, so let's take a look at kind of where he's at. Osgood.
I think
so he's a 3 times Cup winner and
Yep.
a 2 times Jennings winner, a 1-time All-Star as well, and that's it. Now what he does have is obviously 3 Stanley Cups. Obviously that's very good. 744 games played, so not too big a disparity between the two guys. Osgood did crack 400 wins though. He has 401 wins.
What's the shutout?
And 50 shutouts. So he's literally got
Just over.
the one more shutout,
Just
and
over.
he's got the 400 wins, a 905 save percentage, and a goals against of 249.
Pretty good. That's
So I would say
good.
I would say that's pretty good. I'd be comfortable with both guys getting in there. I guess really comes down to eligibility.
I think you
I'd be
could juggle
fine.
the match and just say they're pretty much equal at that point if you almost look at
And
all the
obviously 3 Stanley
awards and the
Cups. I would
different
say,
awards.
Eric, the
3
numbers
Stanley
are very
Cups is
comparable.
big. Yeah.
400 wins and 3 Stanley Cups. Like I feel that's good.
Yeah, that's big.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I just think it's one of those things where like I don't think about.
And that's not 400 wins all on the dynasty Red Wings. I mean, he moved around the league a bit too. I know he played like in I'm pretty sure he played in Long Island. And where did he get? Where else did he play? Maybe
Blues.
Tampa?
Blues?
2 years for the Islanders, 2 years for the Blues.
Oh, okay. I knew there was a blue uniform. I couldn't which one. I thought it was Tampa, but yeah. So I mean, he had wins in other organizations too. So he
So
definitely
for him, 317 of the wins were with Detroit.
Yeah, that's the lion's share there.
You want to see if I can get a Chris Osgood rookie out of nowhere?
He's going to the Mary Poppins bag. All right, so real quick, let me
watch.
through.
Look at he's reaching in the same area. Are you kidding?
I don't know if I have a Chris Osgood rookie kicking around.
You should have it. It's not hard to find.
Yeah.
I know, but I don't know if I cared enough.
Cheap enough. God
Hobby
damn.
Champs says, Carlos, are you gonna play the Hulk Hogan Memphis promo with Brutus Barber tonight? I will not. That'll get the send to the nether realm. Any Ghoulie with 400 wins, should be in the hall. I think so. I think that's fair. Eric looks like a cross between Sling Blade and the crazy guy in Full Metal Jacket. Yes. He was in the 51st Worcestershire Infantry. Worcestershire.
It's Worcestershire.
Yeah, I don't even know.
Well, the thing is, he's combined two. So you've got Worcester and then Shire at the end.
Yeah, it's Worcestershire.
Yeah.
It's like the sauce. Nobody can say it. It's almost impossible.
Yeah.
And
it's lemon.
only in England.
It's lemon. We got the
It's
extra
just-
syllables in there.
It's just salty fish extract anyway. So
Yep. Zach here says, if Eric would just cry and apologize for just being Eric, I'd respect him. Facts.
I would more so.
93-94 Hobby Champ says.
No, I don't. I know I have his cards. I just don't have.
No, you don't.
Kicking
You would
around.
have it by now. You'd pull it out by now.
I don't know where it is.
So kind of a quick question. Let me kind of pose a thought here while we're talking about
Please.
this just briefly. And I'll open it up. I want to hear from the chat as well. Stuka says, Osgood barely lost the Vesna to carry. I get you.
Yeah, it was
So
close.
Let me pose a question here on this for the chat. I was looking at this, and obviously Panini is starting to lose its life. So I'll give you something that was a news story this week. For the most part, we haven't talked about news because honestly,
Sure.
most of the news isn't that interesting.
Not much news.
To be perfectly blunt. However, I will use an example of something, and I will actually parlay it into the question. So here's the first thing. So Panini is right at the end of a bunch of its licenses. The Fanatics Overlords are about to get a bunch of them. One of the things they had was they actually have the WNBA license. Speaking of Caitlin Clark and everything, they're going to try to milk the last dollars out of that they can. They're actually going to release this super high end product, which is basically super high end Chronicle. It's going to do the Dutch auction, and it's going to start off at $30,000 a pack, and the lowest it can fall is 3,000. And inside of every single one of these is only 2 cards. And one of the cards is either going to be a Caitlin Clark auto or a Angel Reese. And if you get the Angel Reese, you will go to Eric's bike without the seat on it, and then ride until you run off a cliff. You will literally ride off a cliff.
Has anyone ever actually watched her play?
Angel Reese?
She's the most uncoordinated human being I've ever seen.
I've seen the highlights. She's atrocious. She's really not very good.
But
But Eric, you've got a 50-50 chance. You either get the Clayton Clark and you can live with yourself, or the Angel Reese and you hate your life.
How in the world could she be considered one of the stars of the league?
She isn't. She's the most outspoken and what have you.
Horrible. There's so many players in that league that are
I
better.
hope Caitlin Clark leaves for the International League and she gets her $100 million and just leaves.
She would. They'd pay her.
Oh, yeah,
pay
they
her.
will.
A Russian oligarch would 100% pay her big money to be on her team.
Oh, yeah. Well, actually, that's being offered right now. So
Yeah.
it's a matter of her.
100%.
This was offered actually before. It was a premonition of what she was going to get.
There's like a big 3 or something like that.
Yeah.
There would 100% be a Russian oligarch who'd be like, I will give you $10 million.
And that International League basketball is more stringent. It's I think it would be better for her.
Yeah,
It'd be
she'd make
internationally
tons of
known,
cash.
opposed to she'd make it. It's not even about the cash, It would be about her being an international star and getting recognition rather than going through all the bullshit that's been going on right now with the women's basketball, who can't make any money, and they won't make any money if she leaves. So it'll be like, see you later.
So now here's the thing, though. I don't want to focus on that piece of it. I'm using this as an example of them trying to squeeze every last dime out of their licenses while they've still got them.
Sure.
So we can revisit this later, but the reason I brought it up is because it's an example of them trying to squeeze every last dime out of these licenses before they're gone. The reason I'm asking this question is now post that Fanatics Fest is where they're promoting a lot of different things they've got. WWE is obviously a big thing for them. They've got the baseball license, but they're going to get football and they're going to get basketball in short order. It's coming very soon. By next Fanatics Fest, they may already have those licenses in place. So then if you're Panini and you refuse to give up and surrender and sell out, then the question becomes, okay, so what are you going to what are you going to do now? And we've talked about this before, and obviously there are different options. The thing is, there's a lot of like movie, TV show, and these kind of licenses that you haven't necessarily tapped into that maybe you might want to think about it, like look at it. One that came to mind, so I want to get some thoughts from the chat on this.
Yep.
If you could attack one of these different licenses, because one of the ones that I saw is that Rolling Stone set has finally come out this past week on the AMG, by the way, speaking of AMG Collectibles, AMG Collectibles YouTube channel, we talk about there. On the last episode, the Rolling Stones thing was in stock. So they obviously, now the thing is, Rolling Stones, obviously a very popular band, but like from a long time ago. So it's very niche. You're talking about like there's bands you could try this with, but music licenses are tricky. So maybe music isn't the best play. But there are like different TV shows and movies and things they've made cards for, and there's a lot of that stuff. There's a lot of those licenses out there that you could try to tackle. But one that I was thinking about, because it's about to circle back around, and it's been a favorite that I've talked about before, American Gladiators. Now here's the thing. Yeah, they're doing another series. They're bringing it back again. So at this point, you would now have 3 different series that you'd be able to pull characters from and autographs from. So you could build a set now out of 3 different sets. You'd have the OG Gladiators, the ones that are still around would be able to sign cards for you and do all that. Then there's the second generation Gladiators, of which some of those folks are still around, but also have done other things. Gina Carano was in that one. One of the bodybuilder guys was in there. There were a couple of professional wrestlers in it. The newest one is also going to have some professional wrestlers in that one too. So again, you could literally borrow from these 3 sets. So now you have 3 different iterations of American Gladiators that you could pull from to do autographs, to do these kinds of things if you wanted to. And it's still a popular brand, especially the OG. So you give the OG people something. You give the second series, which obviously is short-lived, but still has a little bit of star power in it. You could still milk it for something, and then maybe use a couple of the new folks, and you could build a set out of those 3 if you wanted to.
You could. I don't know if there's that much of a following for it, so I think it would.
It's about as much as the Rolling Stones. Which Rolling Stone listener actually wants cards?
Well, who wants to care about that anyway? So I'm just saying.
But they're making the set. Bobby, the point is they're making the set. They make sets for movies and stuff. Like the point is, we're talking about pop culture, and Leaf has done very well with his pop culture stuff when they're just grabbing random actors and actresses. So it's like, so yes, there are people. Again, these are not going to be big production sets. The point is, you can make sets of them in these batches to cater to that. And again, since they're bringing the series back, it'll be on TV again, at least for a little while. So it's in front of you while it's there, and you can take advantage of 3 different generations of them. So that's why I say, if you're going to do a set like that, that might be your best time, because now you got 3 different generations to pull from. So you can do the old and the new. That would be an example of one that I would be looking at. I would buy packs of that because I would get a kick out of it.
Eric's still looking for his Osgood.
I'm gonna
find
find
Osgood someday.
He's so frustrated.
I am. I'm pissed.
Here you go. Bad said.
I
thought he was organized. Question mark. Facts.
That's the comment that pissed me off. I'm gonna find it.
He's going to tear the entire place apart. Me Bounce just joined the Threes League. Collier is back in the Lynx win. There you go. Congrats to you. Where can I get the Rolling Stones boxes? So I'm pretty sure it was Panini that made them. I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure it was Panini. Rolling Stones. I think so. Yeah, I think it was Panini, Rolling Stones, Prism, of all things. Yeah, here we go. I found it. Yeah. I know it's not available. I don't actually want to buy it. I just want to show it. Let's see. Can I find it here? Yes. Is it this one? Oops. Hold on. I got a mega box. Okay.
I'm getting closer.
Are you getting closer, Eric? Are you?
I am.
Yeah. So I know different retailers actually have them, so I can show you here, Hobby Champs. So I'll give you an example of one. Chrome tab. Here we go. Perfect. Yeah. So here. So this is it. 2025 Panini Prism, the Rolling Stones Hobby Mega Box. So it exists. You can get it in a couple of formats, I think. I think there's more formats than just this, but this is one example. You can get it like this. So there it is. Rolling Stones Prism. Nothing says Rolling Stones like Prism cards. So my point was, if the Rolling Stones can get one, if you can get an album tie-dye, base horizontal red and black checker cards, please. Okay. If you can get a Mick Jagger Color Blast in the year 2025 of our Lord, manga cards with the Rolling Stones, then for goodness sake, you can probably get, then I'm sorry, I should be able to get my American Gladiators. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Josh says, I think The Simpsons spans long enough time that you could get really creative with it. I realized they had a set early on, but it'd be nice. You could probably redo it. Yeah, you could probably do something like that. Bob also says, I will become a Zap super collector. I could totally see that being a thing. There's still plenty of fans for the OG. Is there a Nitro Color Blast? If you do the set, look, Eric, they Bobby isn't getting this, but the problem is he still wants to stick with movies that no one cares about from forever ago. I would 100%, Eric, buy a box of Prism American Gladiators. I'd be on this 100%. I would totally open a box of that.
Right. I mean, if it was cheap, I mean, because I don't see how they would, have any return on investment to get, some guy.
Yeah, I don't think it'd be too. So this Rolling Stones one, for example, is $110.
Yeah, but if I don't know what they have or don't have, but if they got autographs of the guys, then that's huge.
Yeah, I'd have to look here. I'm not sure. I think predominantly it's a lot of inserts, die cut inserts, albums. Not sure if they would include autographs in this one. Maybe they would. We'd have to see.
Motherfucker, here we go. Tell me. All right. Who wants Chris Osgood rookie cards? Look at them babies right there. What do you want? You want?
It only took you 3 days.
Okay. So we got a whole stack of this kind. All right.
The Stadium Club, yeah.
Yeah, I got a stack of those. I got 2 of these.
Pinnacle.
And I got one of these.
Ultra. Flair Ultra.
There you go. There's his rookie cards. You
Wow.
asked for them, I brought them.
At this point, with the amount of time it took him, he actually ordered them from Burbank Cards that they arrived. Bubbles says, my mom loves Malibu with his long locks. There you go. Turning the lights on might help Eric. Yes. Hobby Champs. Hey, man, a Mick Jagger Gold Prism out of 10 might be pretty cool. Listen, I guarantee you there's somebody that's, again, it's niche, but I guarantee you there's somebody that's totally going to chase that set. I'm not saying nobody's interested in Rolling Stone. I'm just saying in the year 2025 of our Lord, I don't know if a Mick Jagger Color Blast is what I would be chasing, but I'm sure there's somebody that will be interested. I'm sure. Listen, if Gene Simmons was offered enough money, there would be 2025 Panini Prism Kiss yesterday, and Eric would be like, how many cases?
There's been Kiss cards since like 1978, or, so they did a thing with Topps back in like the 70s. So, there's been all through the 80s, 90s, there's tons of Kiss cards because they'll market anything. I mean, they've literally have Kiss caskets.
Eric, what does this have to do with how many cases you would order?
I'd order several.
That's what I'm saying. That's all I'm getting at. Did you ever get Sharknado cards? I did. I think I even showed it in a video. Once Jay told me the Sharknado cards existed, I'm like, I must have it. These are so trash. I have to have it. If it comes up again, I'll see if I can find one. I don't know. Stuke says, is there a Keith Richards and Margaret Trudeau combo card? Listen, live the dream. Everything's in play. Baz said, did Eric put it under O for Osgood, C for Chris, D for Detroit, R for Red Wings, or G for goalie?
No, it was under 1990s rookie cards.
Wow. Bubbles says, let's see here. You can literally make cards out of any. No, this is Babuzi, not Babuzol. Close, but not quite. You can literally make cards out of almost anything. It's like minting money for these manufacturers. Now, Babuzel, I wonder if the Babuzi account is more serious or a wacky portrayal of me. You've made it Babuzel when you are being spoofed inside of the various. Eric, we've reached the point where Babuzel is being spoofed in the chat.
Huh.
We've got Babuzel and Babuzi.
Oh my goodness.
It's getting crazy out here.
That is
Hobby Champ says that Ultra is fire. The 93 Ultra set is one of the best looking cards. Yeah, that's the one that I think has a little bit of marble in it. It's actually a good looking card. Let's see here.
No, oh yeah, this is. I just found a whole stack of Marco Sturm's rookies. He's the new coach of the Bruins, so I got to pull him out. So which one were you saying?
That's the Ultra one. I think it has a little bit like a marble on the design.
Yeah, this one here. Yeah, these were nice.
Yeah, I think they did a good job, especially thinking 1993. I think they did a good job with those.
Yeah, they did a nice job.
Zach here says, wasn't feeling well, laid in bed and watched this week's pod. Carlos, admit there's a piece of you that wishes you would have put a mega bid on that Rosen. There is always a piece of me that wishes I had put a mega bid on that Rosen, but then another piece of me goes, that would be stupid.
Yeah.
So the honest answer is yes. The honest answer is yes. There is a piece of me that wishes I had put in a mega bid on the Josh Rosen, and another piece of me is like, no, that would be dumb.
That would be
mega bid.
Yes. Am I interested? Sure. Like this is not even a joke. I will share it later. I have purchased this very day, not one, but two. One of one chosen Rosens.
Oh,
Two.
Ashamed of yourself.
Two.
You should be ashamed of yourself.
And yet, I am not.
You should be.
Are you ashamed of yourself, Eric?
Oh, daily. Man, I got
That
a lot
seems appropriate.
in here.
That checks out. That checks out. Boozle has a split personality. 2 accounts now. Truth is coming out. Bob Boozle says, this is so meta. I feel like Deadpool. I love the reference. Hobby Champ says, Boozy is a fraud.
Maybe.
Bob Boozy says, I'm the alcoholic version of Bob Boozle. Wow. Hobby Champ says, sue him for IP theft, Boozle. Lawyer.
Lawyer.
Josh says, next,
About
find the
lawyer.
goat of goats, Zygmunt Palfy rookies. Oh, yes. Good old Zygmunt.
The old Paul.
Let's see. Hold on.
We're
Bob
going
Boozle
back
says,
to
I
the meat days.
Yes.
Hold
I
on.
transfer the mantle of Bob Boozle to Bob Boozy so I can retire from YouTube commenting. It is always nice to have a backup and alternate. You're going to see. Now, probably what's going to happen is Eric is increasingly becoming AI. At some point, we're going to have Robbie Burrell show up here. And when Robbie Burrell shows up here, it's going to be nothing but clippable things. It's just going to be insulting everybody else one after another. And they go ahead. It's like, what? Bobby? That's Robbie, not Bobby. What are you guys doing?
Big difference.
Completely different guy. What are you doing?
Look how fast they
Robert.
pull those out.
That's the most valuable thing in your collection. Why aren't those in Lucite, Eric?
I know they should be, but yeah.
I'm saying.
Boom.
Paul says, random hockey question. How desirable are 90s pinnacle masks? Found Roy and Brodeur in the last week for cheap. Those are the ones I believe. I think I saw it on the Discord. Those are the ones I believe with the Dufex, right? They're actually quite nice. They,
Yeah.
obviously, goalie stuff is always a little bit niche. But the 90s mask cards, honestly, I think there are people that still like getting the sets.
Yeah.
They're a nice card. They are nice cards. And I think
Don't
people
give up your
and
day
one
job.
important thing is that in the pinnacle ones, I believe they still were able to use the artwork on some of the masks, which actually became more difficult as time went on, and actually they stopped doing it because of that. So they're a good throwback to when they were able to get around that a little bit and actually get permission from some of the artists in some of those cases. If you look at the mask itself, if it has the artwork, that became a problem later. Like it was very difficult after the
For
90s.
the artist?
Because the artist owned the rights to the art itself. So what would happen is they'd license it to use it on the mask itself.
Really?
But then if they wanted to make a mask set and showcase the art, the artist would be like, "No, I didn't give you guys permission to put that on there," and it would become a lawsuit kind of situation. So that's why
once it was done, you could do whatever you
Nope.
want with it because it's yours.
Nope.
Wow.
Literally, Upper Deck did a set where they did goalie mask cutouts
I know
and
the
had to
one.
make
Yeah,
their
yeah.
own art because they did not have the right to the art and didn't want to get sued.
Oh,
And didn't want to get
that's
sued.
why- Okay.
They would totally have been sued. 100%.
Mhm.
Good evening, Rick. Rick Vintage Oddball Cards. Hello, everyone. Now that Jumbo Joe is in, does Patrick Marleau get in? Go Sharks. Who
Mhm.
knows?
Yeah, so,
Marlowe should. Yeah.
there's an Andy Moog.
Yeah, and do you see like how around it, like if you look at the top of it, do you see how like there's art there?
Yeah.
So that is a situation where you're actually getting to showcase the art, but later on that became verboten. But in that moment in the 90s, they were able to get away with it a little bit.
Wow.
It became a problem later. And good evening, Rick.
See how fast I found that one?
That was quick.
All I had to do was completely dismantle his entire operation. Zach here, say it's a waste, but there's people spending far more money on cars who won't get near the joy Carlos gets out of his roses. That is true. From a dollar to enjoyment ratio, I get more joy out of my roses than some people get on a lot of cards they buy. A lot of people have way more regrets for shit they buy than I do for buying my roses. I know it's stupid, and I still enjoy it. Leapin' Ziggy Palfy. True. Did Bobbles ever admit he was the reincarnation of General Custer? That would require him to admit he's not the General Custer. Who said General Custer died? What are you implying, Baz? So if he signed an artifact card, would it be General Bobbles or General Custer? Yes.
Same thing.
There
Yes.
you go.
Hmm.
Well, you're going to see. So if you do follow the Bobbles and Ball Cards YouTube channel, I'll give a little plug here. He did a reveal video on the next one. But that is the penultimate episode of SGC Reveal. There is one more after that.
That's it.
And that is the final countdown.
Mhm.
And that's it. After that, the Bobbles and Ball Cards SGC era is over. Over.
And that's when
Pull up a picture of custom.
SGC folds.
Yep, that's it. That's what ended it. No baubles and ball cards, no SGC. Then SGC Pete disappears like Thanos snap. Boom, gone. That's why I haven't seen him.
Gotta be careful of those Thanos snaps.
Yep.
Yep.
Oh, that was a nice beef patty. Mm.
Yeah.
You ever get those Jamaican beef patties? Mm.
Yeah. Do you get the really spicy one or the regular one?
No, just regular. But
I
the
like the
regular is
regular
kind
one.
of spicy anyway. So
I've had the other one is fine, but I like the regular one. Yeah.
there's
I
this
just
place
go with
called Patty Time, which I guess in Scarborough it's there's a few different places, and this is probably one of the best places. And every 2 months to 3 months, I always get a dozen, and it's been a while. And
Okay.
I had a light dinner, so I said, okay, I'll look forward to one of those.
Nothing
And now
wrong
my
with that.
mouth is burning, but it's burning nice.
Yeah, when you heat it up, the beef actually gets pretty hot.
Yeah.
Baz here says he's no longer a bulk submitter. So he stopped being a bulk submitter. He decided he was going to stop being a bulk submitter because
Yeah, a long time
SGC
ago.
got rid of. No. He's been doing it right up until now. Like literally, this
Oh,
is
really?
the penultimate ones. Yeah. He was doing it just up until recently. What it basically ended it is that
Oh.
SGC now is no longer doing a discount for bulk submitters. So in
He
order for
actually
him
made
to
a video of that. That's right.
yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
if he was to continue, he would actually be charging more than if you submitted it yourself, which kind of defeats the point. And for him, it's like there are some folks that will do that. Like they will be like, okay, so what we'll do is, we'll pre-screen these for you. We'll put them in the little sleeves, and basically that'll be the service that justifies the additional cost. And some people are still interested in having it because they just don't want to submit it themselves. They want to have an intermediary. But for him, it didn't make sense because without the discount, the margin's
bother?
gone. You would literally have to charge more. And he goes, well, you could literally submit it yourself for the price on the website, and that's the same price he would be getting it. So what's the point?
That would cut his business in more than half.
Yeah. And realistically, like I said, contrary to popular belief, he wasn't submitting enough cards for it to be much of a
I don't think
business.
it was yeah,
No.
exactly.
No, it's profitable from the
There was
individual
some times
perspective.
that people submitted sets and stuff like that. Yeah, it's worth it at that point.
Yeah.
But I can't.
But the reality is, like, even if you're making a couple of bucks a card, okay, you submit 500 cards. It's like that's a lot of work for a couple of bucks a card.
For $500,
That's
yeah,
not-
yeah.
Yeah, that's not. You do 1,000 cards. That's still a lot of work for not. That's not a big payoff for a lot of work, right?
No.
So yeah. So the short answer is that yeah, he could have kept going, but he would have literally been charging people more than the price it would cost them to just submit themselves, which doesn't really make sense. If you're interested in getting a card by SGC, just send it in yourself. At that point, you may as well.
At this point now, yeah.
You may as well.
Why bother?
Yeah. Bob Boozle says, what's next, SGC? Replacing the slab with a plastic bag? Maybe.
Maybe.
You're gonna know the fix is in if all of a sudden the tux is no longer being used. Now it's like what happens?
Well,
we couldn't afford the black
there was-
plastic.
There was the interview with Nat Turner saying that SGC is going to be around for such a long time, so that's great. I don't see them getting rid of SGC. I'm listening to all the arguments back and forth, and I'm sitting there going, "Why would you get rid of SGC when you paid so much to get them?" It doesn't make any sense.
So like obviously, Big Scott and some of those folks talk about it. And the thing is whenever I listen to them, I'm hearing an emotional response. And then on the same time they're trying to argue a business case. And I go, no, the business case is you keep it around. Let me explain.
Yes.
A lot of the things that they're doing, which are signs of, the end of SGC, is like, look, here's the thing. They could 100% do that, but there are people who specifically grade with SGC because they don't want to grade with PSA.
Mhm.
Here is what I would do, which would keep SGC around. I'm putting this in quotation marks, so stay with me here, and would still accomplish the task of increasing profitability. Your goal, if you're collectors, is to make as much money as possible. We all agree
Sure.
on this point. But, Bobby, what if inside of the building, where collectors is doing its thing, it's got its graders and all that, there's effectively a lemonade stand that has SGC on the top of it that is staffed by one guy. And literally the receiving department just takes in, you put your little checkbox to get your stupid tuxedo. The same graders are grading all the same shit anyway. And when it's done, you put it in the black insert and you send it back to you.
Yeah.
Would you know the difference? No. And here's the thing. I've just reduced costs to the bare minimum. In reality, I'm still using the same pool of graders for everybody. You put a little checkbox that says, I want the tuxedo. I'm giving you back the tuxedo. But I don't need two of everything. I literally just need one. So the reality is you can put it, I use the Duff beer picture from The Simpsons as a joke, Duff dry, Duff light, Duff and it was all coming from the same vat.
Yeah,
It was just
of
going into
course.
3 different,
Yeah.
it's literally the same Duff.
Mhm.
So You send it to collectors, whether it's PSA or SEC, it's the same people touching the cards. And in the
Basically,
end,
yeah.
it gets put in. You can have the black holder or the clear holder. It's the
Whichever
same
you
shit.
prefer, whichever you collect, it's fine.
Yeah.
We'll do it for you.
But in reality, then you still make the money, but at that point you don't need a bulk submitter because you're just saying $18 a card. Just send in your cards and be done with it.
And the only time I could see them ever getting rid of SGC if PSA was purchased. That's the only way I could see it. You know,
Yeah, I just
branching
think
that
there's a
off
value.
into another division would be fair. You know, I could understand that. But otherwise, why would you? It's a losing deal.
Yeah. I just think the money is in keeping the brand around, just keeping the illusion of the brand. That's all you really need. You just need to convince people that the brand exists, give them their tuxes, and they'll be fine.
Yeah.
And then reduce the cost, whatever way you want to. Put them in the same building, do all that stuff, have one receiving department. That's all fine. But the point is, when they hit the little checkbox and they say they want their tux, just make sure they get their tux at the end of it.
That's it. Yeah.
As long as you manage that, you're all good. Zach says, do you think there's enough people that don't like PSA really play a factor in them keeping SGC? Yes. Because right now, SGC still gets over 100,000 cards a month. PSA gets obviously well over 1 million. But
Yeah.
let's put it this way. A lot of the arguments are always like, oh, well, if you get rid of SGC, then maybe they'll cross over to PSA. No, a bunch of them won't. Like, they won't. So, like, right now, between PSA and SGC, they're getting 1.6 million cards a month or whatever it is. They get rid of SGC, they're getting 1.4 million a month. You just lost that money and you didn't gain anything. And a bunch of those folks go to CGC or they go to Tag or they go to somebody else and they're like, yeah, screw you guys. So you lost the money and what did you get for it?
Yeah. 100K is nothing to wane at.
At $18 a pop.
Great number.
Yeah. At $18 a pop, it's $2 million a month.
Yeah. That's okay.
So yeah. Take the money.
Someone's making some money.
Yeah. So like it literally just have a guy who's there with the little tuxes
What are
and
you eating, Eric?
slab the cards.
I don't know.
It's crunchy, whatever it is. It's very loud.
It's peanut M&Ms.
Of course it is.
Bubbles just says SGC is a delicious ghost kitchen. Maybe. Yeah. That's the thing. Like from the person submitting it perspective, as long as what comes out on the other end is the card and the tux. All good.
Very good.
It. That's all you got to do. That's all you got to do is let them live the illusion. It's still coming out of the same factory, but just let them live the illusion. Let them have the tux. To me, that's the way. That's the way to have your cake and eat it too. You get to take advantage of the brand, but then you still get your money and you streamline the operation.
Just keep them happy. Yeah.
Yeah. That's it.
If I were into grading,
Other than
and
Beckett,
really wanted to get my cards graded,
Yeah.
I'd have everything in the tux. I think it looks the
Why?
best. Because I think it looks the best. PSA.
I think
not-
only certain issues look good in the tux. I
I was
don't
going to
think
say
every
there are
issue
cards that
does.
look fine, but there's a bunch of them that look like trash in the tux.
I think
it doesn't do
red,
it.
I think red and black labels look stupid. It clashes with everything. Black and white's going to go with everything.
It doesn't matter. It's buy the card, not the holder. Okay, move on.
So
Daniel
just
says SGC gets just as many vintage baseball as PSA every month. Yeah, sure. Ricky says
SGC
nowadays,
actually does some oddball issues that PSA won't do or hasn't done. So they have that on top of that. That there's that other avenue that they can take that PSA doesn't or hasn't got to yet. So there is that they do that. There is a lot of things, actually, quite a lot of things that SGC does. Some of them are wrong. I get it. Oh, we wanted to look up SGC and see if they were doing the 23. What was it? Maple
crisp
crisp.
bat?
Yes.
yeah. Well, I'm not going to look that up, but
You don't have to. No,
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look it up. I'll come back next week and.
okay.
Oh, that'll
Yeah,
be
report back to
Palooza, right?
friends.
Next week is Palooza.
No, it's going to be the week after that.
Oh, the week after.
It's
Okay, so
yeah,
next
I think.
week.
Hold on, I'll get the exact date. Hang on, I will get the date. Hang on.
So that's
It is
July 10th.
It's going to be the 18th. It's going to be the 18th. So
Oh,
no,
the
we got a
18th.
couple weeks.
Oh, yeah, we got
couple
a few weeks. Yeah,
Yeah, we got a couple weeks.
yeah, we're fine.
We're fine.
And next Friday is I'm going out for dinner. Birthday. I'll be in late on Friday. Yeah.
It's okay. I'll have Eric ride in on a seatless bike.
I know. Yeah, it'll be fine.
It'll be good.
Maybe Michael Hamm will come in. Who knows?
Yeah, listen, who knows?
Maybe Amanda will even come in. My God.
Ooh,
Wouldn't that be something?
maybe. Yeah, she'll be on her week off week, so who knows? So anyway, Rick here says, nowadays people are buying the plastic on the number. Psh, the only thing that matters is the plastic on the number, man. What are you doing? Who cares about the cards? SGC equals BVG. Psh, dare they live such high praise?
Oh my God. Who said that?
Ma'am.
Come on, Mike. And you're letting him on the show?
He's being scandalous. Listen, just to piss off Eric, yes.
Yes, okay.
So Dan here says, no, the grades have to be accurate also. Psh, everything's fake. And listen, Dan, I know for a fact that SGC's never gotten anything right before. Because, I'll have you know, they've graded all those vintage cars, the vintage. And you know what? Everything should be O-Peachy. Per the word of Richard Scott. So if it doesn't say O-Peachy, you know your 33 Gaudis, if it doesn't say O-Peachy, fake.
Yep.
So I already know it's inaccurate. So the grade doesn't even matter. It's wrong. It's wrong. Hobby Goat Richard Scott said everything's O-Peachy.
Everything.
And so if it's not O-Peachy, if it doesn't say O-Peachy on the label, 33 Gaudi, fake. T206, fake.
Fake.
Alan and Ginter, fake.
We haven't been cut with that yet.
Fake.
Soon.
Tried dipping M&M's in mayo. You could start a new trend. There you go. Josh says.
That'd be something, wouldn't it?
Up. Josh. Shut up, Josh.
Josh says, only buy BCCCCCCC G cards. See?
Oh my
that's
God.
real. Right.
Why do those things still exist? Like, honestly, I see them on eBay and I just sit there and go, why? It's not a 9. It's
Bobby,
not a 9.
they're not gonna get removed unless someone buys them up and like cracks them out. Like, what are we doing?
Well, that's what I'm hoping that everybody does is they buy it.
Well, Eric can only buy so many at a time. Like, he's trying. Like,
it's so hard to sell them though. I can't
yes, because they're junk. They were never meant to be anything serious.
No, exactly.
There's not.
Grade a 9 is a 7. Like,
I should buy like the cheapest one on eBay, whatever card is in it. Just to
it's
have.
probably Boston Bruin. I like this comment though. It says here, Dan says the SGC stands. I love that we're doing the stands. The SGC stands. That's right. Well, now stick around if the grading starts to suck. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Not for the set registry, Dan. Well, that is true. SGC promised me a set registry like 3 nationals ago. They also promised us a second episode of the podcast. So wait in line, Dan. Wait in line. And by the way, for the record, SGC did have a set registry when they had their old domain.
And they endorsed the Babe Ruth, the Baltimore News, as being a
Baltimore News, Ruth.
And they're not living that down with me ever.
Yep.
Or Victor.
So for the record,
Dan.
For the record,
I don't know what Dan thinks. So
yeah, in the spirit of hashtag scholarship, I will remind those that maybe don't remember, SGC did have a set registry before they changed their domain years ago.
Yeah, it was
they had a set registry.
One. Like honestly,
I'm not saying it was good. My point is it existed. My point is let's not act like they didn't have one. They would have to make a second one, and that was the issue. They just didn't do it.
Yeah, it was like some grade 6 did it or something. It was horrible.
Yep.
So it's similar to a Beckett website.
Beckett's another. Yeah. Anyways.
No, I sent you that meme from the meme James about Beckett with had Donald Trump was in it.
I didn't pay attention to it. I saw it, but I didn't watch it.
It's funny because it's about Beckett.
Okay. I believe you. I'm going to keep reading the comments. SGC told more broken promises than my dad. The original Bob Boozle, the OG Bob Boozle. Michael Ham says, I feel bad for SGC Pete. Guy was on a roll and got silenced. Yeah, and he's still hiding in Bobble's closet.
I don't know. Yeah, I haven't heard from him at all.
He's in hiding.
Where'd he go?
If SGC gets shut down, men of the hobby should be allowed to cry on camera. That's right.
No one should be allowed to cry on camera.
If SGC goes, maybe.
Yep.
It'd be tears of joy, though.
I don't know. Who knows? Rick says, Dan, you might care about the card, but many want the number. Rick, I only care about the number. And if it's Josh Rosen. Otherwise, irrelevant.
Yep.
Babu Z says, SGC Pete sold the company. Why feel bad? It wasn't his company to sell. But if he did, look, if he sold a company that didn't even belong to him, then that's why he's on the run. That's why SGCP is on the run.
He just worked there, didn't he?
He's the CEO. He was the CEO, yeah.
So he was not a partner.
It was what's his name? I used to remember.
Jason,
the SGC owner
was it
no,
Jason?
this was Jason. No, the SGC owner was what's his name? Friggin'
I know. Don't look it up. We're gonna get it.
I'm gonna look it up.
Give us a minute.
You try to figure it out. What if Trouble was a grading company? It's already called. It's called BGS. Eric runs it. They also used to have a 100-point grading scale. That wasn't 100 points. That is true.
Thank God they changed that. Oh my God.
I saw Beckett actually had an advertisement. I wonder if they will start trying. No.
No.
Dave. Yes, Dave Foreman. Dave Foreman. That's the one I was looking for.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it was Dave Foreman was the owner. Yeah. So if SGCP
Was the owner.
sold Dave
Oh,
Foreman's
yeah.
company, if SGCP sold Dave Foreman's company without owning it, Eric, that's why he's on the run.
Yeah.
He's on the lam.
Yep.
Sounds like SGCP got paid hush money, maybe. Nope. SGCP was the CEO. He got promoted up to the top of the chain running that portion. But Dave Foreman is the actual owner of the company who sold it to collectors.
But what happened to Pete though?
As far as I know, he's still in Bobble's closet, possibly chained.
Oh, maybe, yeah.
Possibly chained. It's kind of the same arrangement that Eric has with Marcel Dion when we're not watching.
Yes.
I'm just saying. Ham says, I miss Dave Thomas. Solid burger.
Still to this day, I've never had a Wendy's hamburger.
You haven't had just about everything.
What? Why wouldn't you?
It would be, Eric, it would be quicker. Hold on. Let's do something real quick. And by the way, I know there's some thunderstorms, so if there's any interruption, you'll know why. But I just want to make sure we're covered.
All right, go
But you
ahead.
got thunderstorms at your
No,
way?
this is important. This is important. Yeah, I got thunderstorms around this system. About
Nothing
here.
here yet.
Yeah, I'm over near where Oakville is, so I'm probably
I know
on
where
the
you're
opposite side. Yeah.
I know where you're
So
at.
anyway, so the question that I would have to save time, as opposed to Eric telling us every fast food chain in creation and saying, I never ate there, I never ate there, I never. Why don't we save time? What fast food joints have you eaten at?
Yes. Process of
Okay.
elimination.
It's a much shorter list. So could you get to that? I'll be right
Jack in the Box, Sonic,
Okay, I
White.
have eaten at a
Castle.
McDonald's, but not for many, many years.
Okay.
I like Burger King.
Me too.
Haven't been there in probably a year, but I do like it. I've been to
KFC?
Kentucky Fried Chicken. It's horrible.
If you go when it's fresh, it's not bad.
It's dry as all hell. It's
No,
horrible.
you got to go when it's fresh. Lunchtime. The back end of lunchtime.
What other major?
You got Jack in the Box in the States.
Never.
You got
Never.
Sonic. You got Checkers. You
never
got.
been to
I don't know if they're regional, but
There's a Sonic near me. I've never been to it.
I heard they're really good. Supposedly. See, we don't have Sonic and stuff like that. We have Swiss Chalet, Harvey's. We have Burger King. Which is sort of okay. We have McDonald's, which sucks. But we have a lot of, what has really taken over the marketplace is a lot of the smaller places. Like you have Five Guys for burgers, like extremely
I've
good.
eaten Five Guys.
Burgers Priest. Yeah,
Okay.
great burgers.
I've had Five Guys.
Burgers Priest, another one that's
You've had this
really
one.
good burgers. What's that?
I've had Tim Hortons.
That's right.
Their food is whatever. I don't know.
Bobby, the point isn't what's good or not. The question was, what have you eaten at?
Yeah.
Good, bad, or indifferent? That
yeah,
was the only question.
Yeah.
Because again, it's still a short list for Eric.
Well, he's been to Toronto, so you had to eat it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But that one would count.
Tim Hortons.
That would qualify.
Yeah.
That would count as one.
Yeah.
Denny's. Have you had Denny's?
Yes.
That's
Okay.
like the breakfast thing.
IHOP.
Yeah,
I've had
I'm a big
IHOP.
breakfast guy, so for me, like I'm
Yeah.
into that.
IHOP, Denny's. Yep.
IHOP we don't have here. We have them in Niagara Falls, I think.
I think so. Yeah, I think near the border. Yeah,
That's it.
That's where it makes the most sense for them.
We don't have IHOP. We don't have any pancake houses here at all. Do we?
Well, actually, Bobby,
major
where I am at now in the
enterprises.
plaza,
Yeah.
they
I've been to
actually added
Chili's.
a place called Stacked, which does do
Oh, yeah?
pancakes.
Really?
I had one of their breakfasts, pretty solid. I tried one
Independent?
the other day.
Or
I think
chain?
it's a franchise, but very small. I think they've only got a handful of locations currently.
Okay, I haven't seen them up here.
But they opened up one near me, and I was actually impressed with the first try they had the other day. Pretty good.
Hmm.
Go ahead, Eric.
Chili's, Uno's.
I don't know. We know.
uh,
Chili's baby back ribs. Yes.
Yeah, Baboozles here says I haven't seen Old Man Tag on any shows. As far as I'm aware,
Oh,
The only two
Bobbles
places
wiped
he's ever
the
been-
floor with him, and he hasn't recovered yet.
yeah, that's what I was about to say. The only two places he's been was on the 6-part miniseries on Sports Code Live, the infomercial series. And then Bobbles and Ball Cards had him in for one interview, and then he went the way of SGCP. They're on the lam.
Yes,
they're in hiding
we don't
together.
know where
They're
they're
in
probably
cahoots.
both living
They're hiding.
together somewhere.
Yeah, yeah. They're right now in a halfway house somewhere. They're
Oh.
basically in hiding.
Yes.
Baconator's
Recovering.
very filling sandwich. Yeah. Eric is perfect. First time trying videos on YouTube. That's true. Actually, Bobby, that'd be an amazing YouTube channel. Eric
that?
tries it. That would be
yes.
and literally it would be like,
we'd be
all
at
right,
millions
Eric.
of views.
It's like we're taking Eric, and we would take him to like the most standard like fast food joints. Like I've never eaten at it. It's like Eric's gonna have one today.
White Castle.
Never been.
Eric
No, you don't need to. Don't worry.
Yeah. Steak and Shake, Chick-fil-A.
No, never been to a Chick-fil-A.
Chick-fil-A is supposed to be good.
Yeah, this is what I hear. I don't know.
Mary
Yeah,
Brown's
Brown's
is
chicken
great
sandwich.
here. Mary Brown's is really good. The chicken is amazing.
Popeyes, Eric? Popeyes?
I don't know what that is.
Oh, they just had that thing about Popeyes where people were keeping it
I-
in their storage locker.
Popeyes
And
once.
Bobby,
Popeyes
we're
once
making
on
Eric
the way
eat it. I
home
don't
from
care.
Toronto.
it doesn't matter. Yeah.
The more health violations, the better.
Yes.
I went to a Popeyes once on the way home from Toronto at one of the rest stops. It was good.
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
It's not great. It's just good.
Yeah. Raising Cane's, Dave's Hot Chicken are great. Eric
Oh,
has
my
had
lows.
Five Guys.
Raising
Waffle
Cane's.
House. Waffle House. There you go.
Never
No,
been
we
to
don't
a
have
Waffle
that here.
House.
Yeah. Yeah, here Dan makes a distinction here. Those are chain restaurants, not fast food.
All
Look,
right,
at this
I-
point,
yeah.
Dan,
I
at this
was-
point, Dan, the list for Eric is so small, regardless. At this point, we'd be like, what have you eaten that isn't on the ground or inside your house? And the list would still be short.
Here's the okay. I got the ultimate one that we've missed.
Uh-huh.
Taco Bell.
Never,
Taco Bell.
Oh, I love Taco Bell.
never had Taco
Chili
Bell.
cheese burritos. Those things are good.
No,
I
never
make better
had-
tacos myself, but I'm just saying that.
Eric Chipotle.
No,
Mm.
that-
No,
never-
I don't like those. Those are horrible.
no.
Bobby,
never-
again, it's Eric. I don't care.
No, we
Again,
got one here. I just tried it and I went, really?
No, never did a Chipotle. Never did a Taco Bell.
We should actually look if we ever did that YouTube channel. By the way, I actually think
So
that's a good
when
idea.
you're out, what do you do?
he eats small animals he finds on the ground.
I bring peanut butter and jelly sandwiches with me everywhere I go.
And M&M peanuts. Yeah.
Yeah.
I can imagine his wife taking him to a fine dining establishment and he just puts down the peanut butter jelly sandwich on the plate. And he's like, "Sir, for the last time."
Oh, yes. Last
Do you
night
have jelly or jam on your sandwiches
No,
and peanut butter?
No, you're talking about, again, Dan said it's fast food, not, restaurants. Last night we went out to dinner and we were at Cheesecake Factory.
Oh, that's another place and that's the weirdest thing that you can get food at a cheesecake factory. Any which way. I think we have one or two here, Carlos. If I'm not mistaken.
Cheesecake Factory, I think so, but it wouldn't be a lot. It would be
Yeah, I
very,
haven't
very
really-
limited. Very limited.
Yeah.
Eric tries it, sponsored by Hellman's.
No.
Totally think about it as a
Oh,
sponsor.
yes.
It'd be huge. Bobby, could you imagine if we came up with a YouTube channel that's stupid and that's what took off? It's like, y'all are peasants.
It would.
We got 5 million subscribers.
It
We're
would.
sponsored by Hellman's. We're sponsored by Big Chicken. We're
Well, if
sponsored
you
by
ever
all
watch
these.
those reaction channels, you see how, Irish people try Canadian food or chips or chocolate bars or whatever, stuff like that.
It's like, hey, Carlos, what do you do? I'm the man. I'm the manager on the Eric Tries It YouTube channel. We're making
Yes.
bank. We're making bank, bros.
And I'm making 0.0000. Yes. Banked it right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Never get the
man,
national
my eyes
slider
are-
to take
almost
my
done.
chicken.
My eyes are burning.
We'll put tomato
So
on it.
close your eyes and just,
Yeah, I was gonna say you don't have to look forward for us to curse you out.
Okay.
you're not looking for
Culver's.
Osgood rookies. Come on.
Lonely
did that
Basement here
already.
says you haven't lived until you've had Kentucky Fried Chicken at 2 a.m.
I
Yeah,
think
you
I-
had to be half in the bag to really enjoy it too.
It's gross.
Well, I think I told you guys the story of the
Oh,
of the university town, and
Oh,
basically
yes. Mhm.
because once you get past a
There's
certain
lots
hour,
of those
most places are
stories.
closed.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes.
but once you get past a certain, so the one that did, speaking of making bank, the one that made a lot of money was basically a Chinese place called Sun Suns. And they were in the downtown area. You've got all the bars, and what happened is you'd have literally the whole block would be bars, 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 all the way down the line. The sports bar, this bar, different types, but it's still bars all the way down the line on both sides of the street. So you could literally bar hop all the way up and down, and then come to the other side of the street and bar hop all the way down, no problem. And then you had a couple nightclubs on the side, but it was just off the same street. It was all together. But then in the middle of it, you have Sun Suns. During the day, it's there, and you can do the buffet and whatever. They've got all the usual stuff, but they would make a ton during the day, and they wouldn't throw it out. It wouldn't go to waste. No. They would reopen at 11 p.m. and stay open until maybe 3 to 4 in the morning. Remember, last call is at 3 in the morning. So they'd stay open until 3, 4, sometimes 5 in the morning, and they would have food, and you'd be able to go in, and some of the buffet food would be what they'd be feeding them. Discounted, but for hungry students that have been drinking all night, Sun Suns was open. And then you had the pizza joint down the street. There was also, but Sun Suns was the one that made bank selling you food from the buffet earlier in the day.
There was a Chinese restaurant that was open. It was downtown on I think Queen Street, almost central downtown. And they used to stay open late. Last call was what, 2 o'clock or something like that in Toronto. You could go there. They were open until 4 a.m. and you could go there and get cold tea. So you would ask for cold tea, and that would be beer in a teacup. And you used to be able to get after hours drinks there. And the place was packed at 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning. It was amazing.
There
people
was
eating food too, but it's just
Yeah, it was just funny to me that they had the restaurant during the day. They'd close it later in the. They actually wouldn't do a dinner service. They'd close it later in the afternoon.
How would you
set everything up, and then they'd come back, and the night shift would take over.
Killed it.
They had a line every single night.
They're sitting there with all the zeros right now, Carlos, and you're just yeah.
They're out there in Mega Yacht Land. They're out there in Mega Yacht Land. Like they made so much money. I just remember. I was only desperate enough to eat there.
They have
one
Nat
time.
Turner on their fucking boat.
Nat Turner wishes he could afford the Sun Suns money.
Yeah, exactly, right?
Like in this one with compound interest, Bobby,
Sun.
They will buy collectors. They'll buy collectors. They'll buy Fanatics. They'll buy it all. Danny says, I'm concerned about Bobby's diet. That's a lot of fast food knowledge. Yep. Lonely Basement says, Kennedy, if you know,
I don't
you
have
know.
any
All right.
fast food. Like these are things over the years.
Eric, close your eyes, make a wish, and blow out the candlelight.
Remember, I don't like fast food. I like making my own.
And Ryan says, Mighty Taco, chicken fajita, mild with sour cream.
Mighty Taco. I remember.
Yeah, I remember the jingle with that one. Yeah,
but we never had them here.
Never heard of that place.
Yeah, well, you'd still get the commercials though if you.
It was
had,
Buffalo.
Like,
it was
exactly.
New York.
I didn't have anything like that around here.
Yeah.
Mighty Taco. See, I love tacos. But
look, some of the
tacos.
stuff, some of those joints, some of those chains and fast food or restaurants or whatever, you get them would be from the commercials or whatever. That's to this day my favorite little, aside from the actual Stanley Cup era of Dallas Stars, the one that my buddy will always refer to because I got such a kick out of it when I was at the old apartment was when the team was sponsored by Taco Cabana. That was the chief sponsors, Taco Cabana. I wish they had done that as a theme song, but they had the logo superimposed on the board, the Taco Cabana replay. So whenever I'd be watching the Stars game at that time, I literally be, oh, Carlos, you're watching the game? It's like because we had obviously multiple different hockey games. It's like, hey, I'm watching Team Taco Cabana. I just call them Team Taco Cabana, and they all knew I was talking Dallas because they throw a commercial every 15 seconds for freaking Taco Cabana. So I was like,
do you like Mexican?
Not really. Not my deal.
Okay. Yeah.
But either way, it was a chain that would be in Texas, so I wouldn't be able. Although when my buddy did go to Texas, he literally took a picture of himself eating at Taco Cabana. In honor, he came full circle. He actually did attend Taco Cabana.
You gotta try it, right?
He liked it. He liked it for what it was. For that's
Rome.
worth, he liked it.
Sure.
Yeah, for what it's worth, he liked it. But I just enjoyed that a joke from my time in the apartment was able to carry over. It's like he took a picture from his vacation at the Taco Cabana.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Bobby Burrell's Fast Food for Dummies coming soon, baby.
No, I don't do fast food. I've been to a lot of places, but I cook mostly from home because I can cook better than 99% of those places. Swiss Chalet is different. Their fries and chicken are pretty good. I have to give them credit.
Well, I used to get
too.
it when we were watching a lot of the games. I would actually order Swiss Chalet delivery. I would have because they were in the earlier days because like I said, basically the way my complex is done, there's a couple of levels
sure.
and a lot of people get confused by that though. Because when you give them the unit numbers and whatever, they don't understand like there's an up and a down. Like the Swiss Chalet drivers were the only ones who figured it out on the first try. They could actually deliver like boom, knock on the door. They'd be right on time. Like they understood. They figured it out quickly.
You just kind of want to go with them at that point because they.
I was like, great job. I usually tip them pretty good. Be like, hey, great job, you figured it out. Because I would always get a call from delivery people going like, okay, I don't understand how this works. I go, for God's sake, it's not that complicated.
So chicken dinner, white or dark?
I was for me, I would usually go white. And then, but a lot of times I would actually like to have the chicken. They have like a chicken sandwich that you
I
get
like
on the
chicken
bun.
sandwich with the
I like the
gravy,
chicken sandwich.
Very
Yeah.
nice. Yeah.
I thought they did a good job with that. So I would go. And one thing I like to have as a side, I like the pierogies.
Well, the pierogies, yeah.
I grab the
I've
pierogies
been
as a
having
side.
them
Yeah.
for quite a few years now. Yeah.
Yeah, they're good. I like them. I thought they did a good job with them. Kowloon.
Yeah, that's a big deal around here. It's
What kind of food is it?
Chinese.
It's
Oh,
Kowloon.
really?
Okay.
What's the name?
Kowloon.
Kowloon.
It's
Okay,
a huge place. It's been around since like say maybe the 70s, family owned. It's a huge deal. All the celebrity, every time a celebrity or athlete's in town, they go there.
Is it a buffet or something or no?
No.
Just order.
They got a comedy club upstairs. They got multiple restaurants and things. When I did that video with Brad Park about the plastic coins there, we actually did video in a side room at the Kowloon. And we're doing a Jeremy Swayman signing there on July 27th. So yeah, Kowloon's a big deal around here.
We have this place called Mandarin. Actually, that's where I'm going for my birthday dinner, and it's a buffet. And Mandarin is you been, Carlos? Yes.
Oh yeah, where I was. So two things. There were two distinct areas of Mandarin for my family. The time when we'd actually go to the buffet, we had a little more time. We actually go pretty regularly.
You're breaking up again, like you did earlier.
Yeah.
Just audio or video?
Audio.
Yes. Video is clear. Just the audio is and it's only on occasion.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying like I gotta do a little check on it. Is it fine now?
Clear now? Yeah.
Yeah. Sound good.
Okay, so that's telling me it's the cable. I gotta replace the thing.
Yeah.
Because otherwise there's nothing going on. Everything else is normal. So anyway, two distinct areas. The one is when we went to the buffet, and then the other one is that the family likes to order the takeout. So yeah, we have it pretty regularly.
Takeout's rather expensive for what you can get. Like a buffet is kind of really nice. We go there.
My family just likes it though. They'll order. They've got their like standardized order. They got it down to a science, and they can get the stuff they want. But yeah, we'd order it pretty regularly for a while, quite a bit actually.
So if you go to there, you can get barbecued like chicken or whatever. You can get prime rib. You can get all the Chinese menu, but you can also get
mashed potatoes. And they got sausages, chicken, all kinds of stuff.
It's just like it's a cavalcade of everything, and it's like what $28 or something like that. It's like
it was even
they
cheaper
actually got rid of all you can eat crab because these guys would walk in and they would just keep ordering crab. Like the guy weighs 400 pounds, he's going to eat like 16 pounds of crab. Like you can't you can't make money on that. And so now they just have the torpedo shrimp, which is pretty damn good anyway. So, anyways, yeah. I'm getting hungry because I don't know.
You're talking about food.
Bob Lucy says, "Try Mary Brown spicy chicken. You'll never eat KFC again." There you go. Lloyd Bestman here says, "Love the brawl videos from buffets fighting over the crab legs." True.
Oh yes. Do you ever see those? That's horrible.
You want to see humanity at its
It's almost like Pokemon cards when they in Costco.
buffet.
Yeah.
You'll never see humanity any worse than a buffet.
Are you on a level scale though? Are you talking worse than Eric fighting for the last chocolate stick?
Maybe.
Because that's a fight for survival.
Yeah, we're talking about all of humanity. That's just me and my niche. I'll cut a bitch for a chocolate stick.
When they did have the crab legs, I remember that they would be all gathered around, and as soon as the person put the tray in, it was like everybody was in there. I wanted to get one. I just want one, to go with my other stuff that I'm getting. And people are just loading up their plate, constantly. I remember I had the tongs, and the guy was grabbing it, and he already had 4 or 5 on his plate, and I went, "No, you're not getting that. Sorry." And he looked at me. It's like, yeah, you're dead after school if you try to even take that thing. So.
At 3 o'clock.
Oh no, yeah.
3 o'clock guy.
Yep. No. He looked right up at me and goes, "No, I won't. No, I don't fuck with him. No. You don't want to screw with me. I just want one crab leg. That's it. Well, one cluster, whatever it is."
Yeah.
And just people would just, they don't care about anybody else.
No, it's gross.
Just like, I just want one, maybe two if I'll come back another time. But you can't get in there because every time they put them out, it's like they're gone in 30 seconds, gone in 60 seconds. There you go. Another one. There we go.
Cycles all back around. Yep.
It does. Yep.
Pursuit says here, I believe there is a KFC buffet in Bangor, Maine.
Wow.
That's many hours away.
Wow. I'd love a KFC. Oh, wow. That'd be awesome.
Mm-hmm. Bob Boozle says, I hate having to push children to the ground when CC's brings out the dessert pizza. Question.
Oh.
Do you really hate it, though?
Do you?
It's dessert
Gotta be
pizza.
honest.
Come on.
Look, I'm just gonna be honest. I may be a man of peace, but you're talking about pushing children to the ground. That sounds like a feature.
Yeah. There used to be some really great small places that were, big places, but there was Pizza Delight, which was really good. It was a buffet pizza place, but they also had pasta and other things like that. Those places are all gone now. Like you can't get stuff like that anymore. Like you could eat, like when you're 20 something, it's like great because you can eat for days. And but now, there's really nothing like that anymore. Saving grace for Mandarin. So, that's the only place that really have all you can eat for a decent price.
For a decent price, yes.
But you can get salad, you can get soup, you can get the desserts are endless. Like it's just like,
that was the perks that came with it. It was also really good at the time, especially is that the owners for the one we had near us, actually my parents actually knew them for going back years prior. Oh, wow. So basically, occasionally we get stuff off the menu if we really wanted it.
Perfect.
It helps to know the owners. It helps to be in good cahoots with that, and then you can have certain things happen. Bubbles here says that's what I have to say publicly. I get you. I understand. I understand. Yep, I remember Pizza Barn. All right,
Pizza Barn. That'd be
Pizza
cool.
Barn. Zachary says worked at a buffet. People would take so much food to the table and eat not even half,
and not even
shameful.
Finish. Yes,
that should be a crime. That Eric, that should be a crime.
Telling you, you want to see humanity at its absolute worst, go to any buffet.
I get 2 plates and they're medium plates. I see people fill them up and I'm just going, like, Sylvia can eat more than I can. It's like, honestly, it's 4th time up. It's like, really? I don't know. And she's thin. I'm just, where do you put it? Greek? I don't know. Maybe they have a fast metabolism or something. I look at the chicken wing the wrong way. I gained a pound. So like, anyways,
I will not eat at a buffet.
Why? Oh, Mandarin's different. It's
because of the people's behaviors, but also it's like you letting food sit out. Different people.
No, this buffet is a little different. It's not your typical buffet.
I will not eat at a buffet. Will not do it.
There's no end to the lineup. There's how many seating in a average Mandarin? You're talking about 300?
They actually have fairly large space, yeah.
So you're looking at stuff turning. They're constantly bringing stuff out. There's no sitting. There's no, nobody's screwing around. It's always busy, and some people are going up the same aisle at the same time. It's like, dude, anyways, I'm looking forward to going anyways. On the 5th, actually, just the day after, you get your, if you go on your birthday, you get it free. Unfortunately, we're going on the Saturday and Friday's my birthday. So I'm going to get beat.
Bob says the pizza chain that has a rat mascot is very bold.
Rat mascot?
Chuck E. Cheese.
Oh, Chuck E. Cheese. I've never been. I've never been to Chuck E.
I like that Eric got that one quick. He got that one quick. Chuck E. Cheese. Chuck E. Cheese.
God, I loved going there as a kid. I even liked going there as a dad.
Now here's the question, Eric: Do the tickets still valid? Are the tickets still valid?
Yeah, well,
maybe.
I don't know about the entire franchise, but the one in my area closed down some time ago, so I don't know if they even exist anymore.
You should find one and go, I demand you honor these tickets, and with inflation, I better get the good prize.
Yeah, I want a pencil with the big eraser on the top or something.
We have one that's been open in 25 years at least.
Oh yeah, there's definitely a couple that have actually hung in for a long time. Like I went there many years ago. Carlos Senior and I basically had the little basketball net thing figured out so that we could get all the tickets.
I never went there. Steve and I dropped them off a couple times, but I mean,
we are not above cheating, Eric.
Yeah,
corruption is our birthright.
Well, that I know.
Look, you got to get those tickets, Eric. Eric, you're going to pay money, and you're getting those fucking tickets. We're not playing around.
Yeah. I like I
So you
said,
play game and get tickets out of the machine kind of thing?
Yeah,
and then
basically you
cash
would
it
play
in
these
for a price?
games and you could earn these tickets and you could collect.
I
cash
seen
them
that
in
at
for
Niagara
prizes and
Falls.
stuff.
Yeah, we
Yeah.
did that. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So the objective is try to get as many of these tickets as you could, playing the different things, and at the end of the day, it'll cost you like $1 trillion to get like a cheap trinket.
Cupid doll.
You're not gonna get much. I don't even
Yeah.
remember what the good prizes were. It wasn't too crazy. I
It
don't
was
think.
just stuff you didn't have, so it was like whatever.
Yeah, you're basically just playing a game. You're basically playing these games, and that's really the object. Skee ball was actually a lot of fun.
Skee ball was
love
big.
skee
Skee ball
ball.
was good. Yeah,
I
skee ball was
love
good.
skee ball.
And then the tickets start rolling out. It's like yes, yes,
Exactly. Yeah, so it's like if you like skee ball, it's fun because that's one game that you can play. They got the little basketball net thing. They got the thing where you're hitting the whack-a-mole. You can do
Yeah,
the
whack-a-mole.
That's
Yeah.
another one. Yep.
And then you give them this whole bunch of tickets, and they go, "Here's your keychain."
Basically, yeah. Basically, hence why you have to cheat, Bobby. If you're gonna go
Yes.
through the effort, then get at least the best version of it that you can.
Steal the kids' ticket. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, most buffets are $4 to $50 now. Yeah, best upstate New York pizza is Lock City Pizza in Lockport. Wow, we're getting all the recommendations today.
I saw a video on the Food Network about pizza places, and they say it seems like every district has their own favorite, best in the world pizza. So
Totally, 100%.
I'd like to visit a few of them though. A couple look really good, and some
Google
delis.
says I have to go to some buffets to support my wife, Eric. No judgment, Eric. No judgment. Zach says there's still a Chuck E. Cheese here. They aren't doing well as a company. I wouldn't think so. I think the novelty of that has probably run its course at this point.
It's a great party place, for kids.
Oh,
It's one of the few party places left.
Oh yeah,
really.
we did all the birthday
For
parties.
food.
I just wonder though, Eric. Like I guess depending on the age of the kids, wouldn't Dave and Buster's probably work just as well because they got a lot
No,
of the games and things.
that's older. That's
Well,
older kids.
That's advertised for a place for adults, right?
Yeah,
I've never been,
it's
but
licensed and alcohol and
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah,
But I got to be honest though, like I don't know if the Chuck E. Cheese really would make sense. I guess if you got really young kids, I guess fine. But I
It
just
is,
don't
yeah.
know. I just don't know.
I think if you had birthday parties from kids who were 4 to 12, I think
Yeah,
Chuck
for
E.
probably
Cheese
for that
is
age
the
range,
place.
you're probably okay.
Perfect. Yeah,
Bubba says there's one in Von Mills. Okay, gotcha.
Chuck E.
Medieval
Cheese, yeah.
times. Eric should join the joust.
I've never
isn't
been to that.
Isn't that from Cable Guy?
Yes.
What,
Yeah,
Medieval
same
Times?
kind of one. Yes, we had them here. We had one down at the Exhibition Stadium right
There's one in
beside
Toronto.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's one there.
but I've never been. So
I've never.
I don't want to, even. I don't know. Just
I'm only interested if we can get Eric to joust.
I would go and pay. Yes,
Yeah, I'm just saying.
big bucks.
We timed it a horse. It's like joust, fight for your freedom.
I would do it if it gets me off this stupid ass show. I'd definitely do it.
Eric,
Yes.
I don't want to spoil this for you, but this is a lot like the Running Man. There are no winners. You will never win your freedom. Not now, not ever. It's like last year's winners, last year's losers.
Baconaise. Never heard of that.
I'm opening a mayonnaise bar with Hellman's, Duke's, Baconaise, calling it Eric's Head Cheese. Wow, Baz. Wow.
So only mayonnaise we really have here with generic mayonnaise. With Hellman's is probably one of my favorites for generic, and Miracle Whip is my other mayo.
You'll be pleased,
Yeah,
Eric. You'll be pleased,
about this.
Bobby. I have switched recently to the Hellman's.
Well, it's not for everything though.
I understand.
Like if you did a an egg salad sandwich or something like that, then you have to use Miracle Whip. Otherwise, Hellman's doesn't work. Certain flavors go with certain things, and that's the defining difference. So, just saying, salmon
the
salad.
Pursuit. The Pursuit says Hooters. See, take your kids to Hooters.
Aren't they out of business now?
I think they actually are.
I did like the Dom Perignon and the wings. That was always good for $250, something like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, are we done talking about that nasty stuff?
I was
Hooters?
talking about Lock City's Mobile Pizza. We're on Hooters. Went to Chuck E. Cheese. Focus, Eric.
Yeah.
Went to Chuck E. Cheese with my niece. It's for really young kids, it seems. I would think so, yeah.
Yeah.
10 to 12 might be too old for that now. Yeah, I'd agree.
Uh,
I think now it's too cheesy. I
This
don't think
is
it's going to
elementary
fly.
school. Yeah, elementary
cheesy?
school level kids,
Yeah, it would. Yeah.
5, 6,
It wouldn't.
7.
It wouldn't fly. It wouldn't fly now. Listen, for the love of skee ball, it's probably still not going to be enough. Even the skee ball can't save us now.
all the 12-year-olds be on their phone anyway. So
Yep. Pizza oven is great. Yep. Pizza oven is called second. German sweet sauce recipe. Interesting. I'm tired of people from New York and Chicago bragging about the pizza. It's all takes like a foot, probably.
I
All
saw
tastes
I
like a
saw
foot
those
problem.
deep dishes, and I'm just sitting there going, "How do you eat that ball of fucking cheese mess?" I just like, where does the enjoyment start or end? It's like, how much cheese can you get in your gob before you realize that it's way too much cheese?
I didn't know there was such a thing.
Yeah, it's they do the deep dish kind of thing, and it's like cheese, and they put the sauce on the top at the end. It's like, so it's dough and cheese and cheese and cheese and a little bit of sauce on top. It's like, I don't know, I don't get it. How much cheese, and then they take a slice and it's like all leaking and everything. It's like, what? Where's the flavor? Like, they have no class. I'm sorry.
Mm.
Actually, Barentino's, that place is. I got a hit there. I should go there on my birthday, but unfortunately, it's just on the other end of town. It's like going to the expo. It's like, yeah, trying to get 8 people out there. It's tough. Anyway, which way?
So it says, wasn't Hulk Hogan attempting to buy Hooters and save it, brother? I don't think Hogan's saving anything. I think he needs to stop everything he's doing. Bazzer says Eric is opening a breakfast joint called Dry Toast, where they just serve mild, medium, and burnt dry toast.
I think it'd be a hit.
I think I wouldn't go.
Bobby the Gourmet, you would your Yelp review isn't going to make it happen. It's not going to work.
No.
Wow.
It'd be like 6 thumbs down.
We got John Doe here tonight too. We're greeting everybody. Hungry Howie's, probably best for fast food pizza.
Never heard of it.
What region of the country is that? Just out of curiosity.
Well, there's
And you
pizza
can eat
everywhere, so.
No, but when you're referring to a specific like chain or restaurant or whatever,
Yeah, Howie's.
You're
Yeah,
probably
I think
talking
I've
regional,
seen it
like
before.
Hungry Howie's. So what region would that be?
Never
It's like
heard
Boston pizza. It's the worst pizza ever.
And it's not in Boston.
And it ain't in
Well,
Boston.
for Eric, like I said though, you probably have it there in Boston. They just call it pizza.
Oh.
It literally just says pizza.
They
That's all it
skipped
says.
the Boston,
That's
and it's just pizza.
you've probably been there. You just didn't know. It just says
Yeah.
pizza on the outside.
Oh.
It's like we have a place called Pizza here. It's been around since the 60s, so.
What's going to
Early
happen is
70s.
at some point, somebody's going to buy it, and what's going to happen is they're going to be like, "We need to revolutionize this, guys. What are we going to do?" It's like
I
we're going
think
to call
so.
it Pizza Squared. It's not Pizza anymore.
Square
It's Pizza
Boys.
Squared.
Square
Pizza
Boys. That
Squared.
was good. Remember, he's the big boy. We called him Square Boy here, but remember the big boy from,
Yeah, the one that's holding the burger there and the
Yep.
part of the
Yeah.
statue thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they
Wasn't
basically
there
ripped that
Austin
off.
Powers kind of thing,
Yeah, they also ripped that off for like a bare naked ladies video. They used a similar kind of mascot. It was part of a video that they did. Where it was
Oh,
fast
yeah,
food joint.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was a similar, basically the same idea is what they were trying to sell.
But we had one down on Danforth there. It's been there for 40, 50 years. Yeah. Still there. It's
Dan
called
says,
Square
I went-
Boys, I think.
Dan says, I went to Hooters instead of FanFest before the 93 All-Star game in Baltimore.
Lucky you.
Lock City Pizza was better when it was Pontello's, old school. Michigan, John Doe says. Thank you, John Doe.
Oh, it's in Michigan.
Sauce on top of pizza is Satan's work. Is this Satan?
Tis.
Miroslav Shatan?
So then you just have dough and cheese. It's just ridiculous. And then you have a little topping of sauce. I don't know. How much weight do you really want to gain on this pizza? I just don't know. Where does the flavor come in? Like, mozzarella is actually one of the most plain tasting cheeses around. So you have to add some like Swiss Emmenthal or some, 2-year-old cheddar or something in there to really make it give some bite to it. Even Parmesan, you need a ton of it to really make flavor. And we'll move on. Go ahead.
Let the record state that this last segment here has done nothing to dispel the rumor that the most active the chat will ever get is when we're talking about anything related to food. If you've seen how many comments I'm going through, like I'm
Honestly, you nonstop for the last.
we're
10
only
minutes.
and like we're in the late hours in the East Coast, and let me tell you, the food comments are still coming. Boston beans, that's it. Bob Ozel says. Brendan Ryan says Hungry Howie's are all over Florida. Everything's all over
Oh,
Florida.
that's why.
Don Cherry's Bar and Grill. I
It
think
used
those
to
are
be
all
around.
closed.
It's gone
I think
now.
they're all closed, yeah.
Long gone.
Bob Uzi says 30 minutes is free. Boston Pizza is a dry tea bag between 2 pieces of burnt toast. Wow.
Mm.
Wow, Baz.
1650, not bad.
Bob Uzel says Emmanuel's Crab Shack coming soon. Don't talk
Oh,
about Eric's
no.
secret project. Don't talk about Eric's secret project.
Emmanuel's Crab Shack. Do you get that? That's so good.
Eric has had crabs before.
Oh, yes. Mhm. Eric, do you like crabs? Do you like crustaceans?
I do not.
You don't like shrimp. You don't like squid. You don't like
he doesn't dig on swine.
Swine. You gotta like swine.
Swine, because pigs eat and root in their own shit, and they're a filthy animal.
That's that. Listen, that's the first testament. Okay, let's go to the second testament. Let's get Jesus involved and say nothing wrong with pigs and a nice.
Listen, Jesus still owes me money, Bobby. We're not invoking his name.
Okay.
Just say it. Babuzi says we used to give him the wrong. Like, he might be able to turn water into wine, but he's a terrible card player. That's all I'm saying to you.
Mm.
Babuzi says we used to give the wrong address and the pizza was always late. Lapper, good evening. I heard you guys were talking about food. Had to head over. Givening.
Oh, yes.
Last time I had crabs, I got them from Hooters.
Crabs? Of course you did.
Wow.
Where else do you get them?
We're having a lot tonight.
Yes. That hungriness. I had actually a Jamaican beef patty. It was amazing.
I like that. I like that we include the emoji here. But this actually reminds me, one that we never mentioned. I don't think they're around anymore. I don't remember. Is Red Lobster still exist?
Yes, yeah, there's still a couple around. Well, they went into insolvency in the States, but the independent owners here in Canada are keeping them open, or certain ones.
So it's basically like a Toys R Us situation?
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, I have a Toys R Us around here.
That's what I mean. The Toys R Us in the US was gone, but the Canadian one, they kept it.
Yeah, actually, Toys R Us are here just about 10, 12 minutes from me, and then the Red Lobster is about 10, 12 minutes again.
There you go.
They built this entire complex around it. They sold all the land around it, and then there's Red Lobster. It's all these buildings.
Well, actually, real quick, it's kind of a side thing. I'll read these comments, and then you reminded me of something unrelated, but kind of funny, actually, in its own way. Brendan Ryan said, if anybody's ever in Deland, Florida, check out Belly Busters. You can thank me later. There you go.
I heard about that.
Bob also said, red roaches of the sea. There you go. Lobsters.
Red Lobster's not your top end lobster place.
Okay, so I had a thing where the plaza near me was actually building out a whole. They had actually torn down a bunch of units that they had for retail space that they had there, and they actually were building out a large thing. At first, I actually thought it was supposed to be like maybe the Canadian Tire was going to move from one spot to the other, like across. But then they finished building it out, and we finally saw the signage there. They're putting a HomeSense in there. I'm sitting there like, who needs a HomeSense at this point? what? I was literally sitting there like, here's the thing. It's not that HomeSense isn't around. It still totally is. But my thing is, you literally tore down a whole set of units to rebuild a new big box store so you could put a HomeSense. And the thing is, where that plaza is, it's right near me. I'm literally going to walk by it all the time going, why do we have a fucking HomeSense? What the hell for? Who needs throw pillows this badly? Eric, why?
It's the secondary run of their company, which is from Winners, right? Like Winners, HomeSense, and Marshalls. Marshalls gets no business. HomeSense does actually quite good.
But the thing is, Bobby, it's very expensive. There's actually, I think they just moved the location that was further down the street. The thing is, it costs a lot of money to literally build the whole thing from scratch. You literally tore it down and rebuilt it. You're not taking the existing unit.
I don't think they buy the land. I think they lease. So I'm not sure if they own the land.
I guess so, man. But I was confused because I'm sitting there like, guys, it is not cheap to completely rebuild the thing from scratch. You literally tore it down and rebuilt.
But to rebuild it and have a long time lease with a company that's been in business such a long time, it's a good lease for them, right?
Yeah, I guess so. If I need throw rugs or something, I guess I know where to go.
I like HomeSense. You get some great stuff there.
I hope
you really do.
Bobby, just on principle, I might have to walk in, just be like, I need to justify the existence of this. Like, what are we doing here, guys?
Great pots and pans and different other things. So yeah.
Maybe I'll do a pickup video, Bobby. The HomeSense pickups.
Yep.
It's gonna be wild. Eating is a hobby for some, yes. Home decor from an industrial looking building. I don't know. Oh, here you go. Here's a good one. Eric strikes me as a Cracker Barrel kind of guy.
Never been to one.
We've never been. My sister just went. They went over to the States and they tried it and they said, it's okay.
There's one about, I don't know, 45, 50 minutes away from me, north. But I've driven by.
It's a store and a restaurant, right?
Huh?
It's like a store and a restaurant, correct?
Yeah, I think they basically sell merch. They sell like merch that's Cracker Barrel merch, but then it's a restaurant as well.
Yeah, and a restaurant as well. Yeah, that's what
I've driven by it. That's it. I've never been in.
Of course, you know.
Well, you should do, Eric. You should be a total poser. You should go to Cracker Barrel and like buy a shirt but never eat there.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
You can be like the kids who wear the Metallica shirts but have never heard a song.
Never heard of something.
Oh
Yeah.
my god, yeah. All the kids that are wearing Nirvana shirts now, and it's like, tell me one thing about Nirvana. They don't have a clue. I'm like, okay.
The lead singer killed himself.
Yeah, they might know that.
Kurt Cobain.
Well, Eric, the problem is you can go with the ultimate challenge. I go, okay, tell me the words to Smells Like Teen Spirit.
Listen, I was there when
The 45-year-old man will still fail.
Tell me the words.
Listen, I was there when
The
the song
station.
came out,
Here we
and I
are
still don't
now.
know what he's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
There's the words. There's the lyrics.
we all hummed it then. We hum it now, even 30 something years later.
At a certain point, there's like, yeah.
Yeah.
No. Oh.
And
like,
Falma.
this-
Yeah.
That's why that's why I really enjoyed
You look your
their,
boom boom down.
their MTV Unplugged album. When Nirvana did the MTV Unplugged, it was really good, and you could understand most of everything he's saying, and it was really good. That's my favorite Nirvana album is MTV Unplugged.
Very good for you. All right.
Sure.
I'm going to bow out because we're at that time.
Yeah,
We're
let's
about to finish up. We're about to finish up here.
Okay. finish
So
up.
Bob Oozle says, what's your favorite Nirvana song? What's your favorite Ty Cobb game? Well, I can talk about the Ty Cobb game. I think it's important.
Mhm.
I'll go with Heart Shaped Box. He actually has lyrics, and I appreciate that. Actually,
Mm-hmm.
That you can understand. Yes.
yes. Or you could also go with Man Who Sold the World. I think that was from the Unplugged as well. That was good.
Yes, it was.
That
That's the one I was going to pick. The Man
Who Sold the World is a good, solid choice. Heart Shaped Box would be like my first one because I do like that one.
Mhm.
There's a couple of good choices. I like some of the songs. Favorite Ty Cobb game, Eric? It's all you.
All of them. He was just the best. I remember seeing him live for the first time. He was
1922. It was amazing.
amazing.
Yes. Those
Wild.
days.
Good old Snow. Brendan Ryan, you missed out. We were talking about that. The Toronto Maple Leafs baseball team has their official ambassador, who is in fact Snow.
Yes.
We had Cito Gaston and we had Snow.
I swore I thought and I don't mean this in any derogatory way. I thought Cito Gaston passed away years ago. When you
Wow,
mentioned
he tried
that
to kill
earlier-
us.
One of
Cito
those
Gaston
guys
too?
that goes
Dang.
live or dead. Cito Gaston.
Wow.
Dead.
Wow.
I thought he
Wow.
was passed away.
Yeah. No.
Matty Ice, WWE champion with the emoji. Hello. Hello to you.
Mm.
Breed is my favorite Nirvana tune. All right. Dan's got All Apologies. All right.
Oh,
Yeah, that's probably one of the better ones.
There you go, Wes. Good evening. My favorite Nirvana song is When They End. All right. A couple choices. I
We're
like
ending
this.
soon. Don't worry.
Let's see here. Grud suck. Blame that crap for killing heavy metal. No, Eric killed heavy metal.
Yeah.
That's a noted fact. Hashtag scholarship.
Mhm.
The problem is Eric actually thought it involved actual metal, and that kind of killed the whole thing.
Yeah.
A lot of confusion. It happens. And bonus, Nirvana also gave us Foo Fighters indirectly. Yep. Kurt Cobain passed away.
Mm-hmm.
Dave Grohl founded Foo
Yeah.
Fighters.
Nowhere else to go. What are you gonna do? You got the
Yeah,
lead
it's like, I
singer
gotta make my
gone.
own band. I'm gonna make my own band then. Fine.
Mhm.
Still around today.
If
Something
you
in the way.
want to.
Informer. Yes.
Yes. Not much else on that album.
Hair metal died because of grunge. And Eric. But yes. And Kiss never dies because we're not convinced they were music to begin with.
it's not
Mm,
funny.
It kind of is.
No, it isn't.
Heavy metal was fine. Slayer, Megadeth, Metallica, Pantera all survived. There you go. It's true. Every song was so depressing. Listen.
I know.
It happens. Can't all be happy. It can't all be delight. We got to do
Delight.
Yeah.
Dun, 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 dun.
Eric's groove was in the heart.
Groove is in the heart.
Indeed. All right. On that bombshell. So we're going to call it even. We finish off with Nirvana. That was interesting. We had
was
the
good.
boot topic
Yeah.
with Nirvana. It was good. It was good though. It was good participation though. Lots of good comments tonight. Really have appreciated. This is the reason. So I would say, Eric, tonight, the last segment here, the last couple of segments, were like a case study and why this is the longest running episode if we don't know what it is. Because Lord knows nobody had Nirvana songs and like an
Food.
hour of food talk on the bingo card tonight.
Yeah, we named every restaurant in the United States and Canada for that part.
We might have. And Eric hasn't eaten at most of them.
No, I haven't.
No, like he's at like 2%.
No.
Yep.
Yeah.
At best. At best.
Yeah. I don't get out
Hobby
much.
Chad says Pantera didn't survive. Half of them are dead. Yes.
No,
yes.
they're just Pantera wasn't even a great band. They only did a couple good songs. That's it.
Wow.
I was around
Hair
back
metal.
then, so anyways.
Hair metal officially died with Europe. The final countdown?
I don't know.
That's
Still alive.
excellence. 4 hours and very little vintage. That's true.
There was
Eric,
a lot.
actually, you know what's funny? Dan was kind of challenging us with this. So here you go. 4 collectors did 2 hours and 45 minutes in all vintage. I don't recall.
Well, Dan, you have to give us suggestions to what to talk about if you want to talk about vintage. I did talk about
but Bobby,
the Maple
Bobby,
Crisp
I gotta be
Fest,
honest.
but I didn't get any response or retort. So
Bobby, I got to
saying.
be honest with you.
Yeah.
Dan mentioned this whole thing where he said, they did the 2 hour and 45 with vintage because I was explaining that 2 hour and 45 is like a good warm up. Eric,
Of
I got to be
course.
honest with you. Like,
Yeah.
I think what we're going to do is maybe what's going to happen is
Uh-huh.
we're going to structure an episode where we're basically going to cover more vintage in 20 minutes than they did in 2 hour and 45 minutes.
whoa.
Which honestly won't take a lot of work. Now, literally, I'll just grab like an entire 56 top set and put every card on the screen, and we'll talk about everything else. But Bobby, all I got to do is put the cards on the screen, and I've already shown more vintage. I'll blow it out of the water. Per second, there'll be more vintage than has ever been seen.
You go.
Yeah.
66.
We'll demolish them. We'll crush them in 20 minutes. We won't even need 20
Bobby,
minutes to cover more vintage.
66.
Eric will go through I will have Eric show every single card in the 6970 O-Pee-Chee set.
Please, no.
No, he'll be muted, Bobby. He'll literally just show the cards. We won't even listen to him. We don't care because vintage doesn't matter. But we'll have him show every card. It'll just be on the screen. See? Vintage will get what it needs. It'll just be on the screen. We won't care about it, and we'll ignore it and move on, and we'll talk about food.
Yeah. The food that you would eat with the vintage. Ken Durant, 72. Nobody cares.
Yep.
Autographed.
Yep.
Autograph.
Vulgar
Yep.
display of power is epic. Yeah, that was one of the ones that he talked about a while back that he got. Here we go. Carlos will have to work hard next week on the road to YouTube Sports Card Hall of Fame. True.
Mm-hmm.
True. Now, like I said, listen, if the bar is that low, Bobby, if the bar is that low, that all we have to do is beat 2 hours and 45 minutes to show barely any vintage. Oh, but Carlos, it was all vintage. Guys, per minute, you guys were explaining the cards. I can show way more vintage by not saying anything about it and literally just letting Eric go in a binder and just showing every card.
I have a lot.
I can go grab a box and just go here. Carlos, you're gonna say what it is? No, doesn't matter.
No,
I
Here.
I can
Next,
show a lot of
next,
stuff
next.
too.
I got a complete 56 top set. I'll just go through. Here. I'll literally grab a binder. Just go page by page. Grab a box. Here you go. Stack of them.
Diamond Matchbook. 51 Parkers.
Yep. Vintage doesn't matter, oh my. These are facts, Dan. Facts. Because we were able to go 4 hours without talking vintage. In fact, we're not even talking about it now, other than talking about us not talking about it.
65. Uh, 1999.
I like that he's enunciating it here. Bobby Hall invented the curved stick for all you Americans out there. I like the Canadian version of me, not hiring someone from Mexico. Yes. So now we found out that Babouzi is the Canuck version of Baboozle.
There you go.
But Bob, so what would the Mexican version be? Would it be El Baboozle? Senor Baboozle?
Senor.
Yeah, like,
Senor
what are we talking about?
Baboozle.
What are we talking
Senor
about? Yeah.
Baboozle, yes.
What's the modification? What's the, hey, Baboozle ese.
Maybe.
I don't know. What do we got here?
Jesus.
Roberto Boozle. I like that. Roberto Boozle. All right, I like that. Eric, you got to save it. We got to blow out the vintage in 20 seconds.
Okay. Well, I can just show them all again. So
It doesn't matter. No one was paying attention. We'll just show it again. We'll pretend.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just show it again. It's fine.
Sure.
Don't worry about it. Yeah. Daddy says the only thing in the world worse than being talked about is not being talked about. Listen, we had a lot of talk about
That's
Nirvana.
it. Yeah.
I don't know. Is there
There's a lot we didn't talk about, says Dan. Vintage. Sorry.
Well, that's the thing. Like, listen, Bobby, you mentioned earlier that you saw the Four Collectors episode where they talk about the vintage, right? But here's a question. Other than the Maple Crispette, what else do you remember?
Well, I remember them going through. Well, he did show the Nielsen baseball, so he actually pulled out 2 Canadian issues that Dan did. I only watched Dan for the most part. The other guys were kind of boring because it was just generic stuff. So, a lot of baseball doesn't interest me unless it gets to the vintage part or pre-war, and that's when
the entire episode was vintage. It had to be by the virtue of this design.
Yeah, but not wasn't the stuff I was really interested in. What their guesses, 4, 3, 2, 1. It was just like, okay, yeah. And I think they brought out some cars that just were their favorite, and then that's what it's supposed to be about. But some of them just like, I don't get it. Anyways, everybody has a choice of the car, and then maybe it's about your acquisitions opposed to what you really like or something or can afford, I guess. So I got a basic rundown. It was kind of nice, going through it all. It was interesting. I did watch the whole video. So
there you go. Or Hector Boozle.
Eric's
Vintage. Hector. Eric's Vintage Hellgill collection. Vintage Halifingil. Love it. Bobby Burrell versus Dan could be a good new rivalry.
There's no rivalry. We're just talking about stuff. He likes baseball. He should have me on his channel. We should talk some Canadian baseball and we'll get into it.
There you go. Pepino Man brings the heat. I guess so.
Oh, it's been so long. Is he still around?
Yeah. Once in a while he'll do a video on the Four Collectors, but I don't know if he's doing a lot on his channel. But I know he's been in Four Collectors a couple times.
I haven't seen him come up.
He'll do a couple.
I don't follow him.
It's once in a while. He'll pop in sporadically. I think that's the deal right now.
Yeah, I think everybody reached that point.
Yeah, Four Collectors is like the NWO. There's like 400 of them. So you got to remember, Pepino Man is
400
one of
collectors, not one.
Yeah, one of 400 collectors. Yeah.
It's like Hobby Hotline, but with
collectors. I actually kind of wish they'd gone with 3 collectors because then they could have been 300 and it'd be like, this is madness. No, it is Sparta.
It is 300. Yes.
Yes. We could have done the 300. We could have done the it's madness, it's Sparta thing. That would have been awesome.
Yes, that would have been crazy good. Yeah.
Yep. All right, Bobby. Too much to be a rival. Give it time, Dan. Give it time. In Thunderdome, it shall happen. Bobby the Hobby Burrell versus Dan the Man Vintage Baseball PC. Hobby Paloma pay-per-view. I love the pay-per-view. All right, that's it. We've tormented Eric enough. He shall douse his eyes in mayonnaise and recover for next week. More videos coming up on the channel. Live streams on Fridays, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. By this point, Amanda's probably already started.
I think so, yeah.
maybe she started. Eric, you can watch it.
She might be
you
finished
can leave
by
here
now.
and watch it. Yeah,
I
might be good.
By now.
I like to support my friend, but I'm not staying up till 3 a.m. No.
You'll probably still be up at 3 a.m. I'll text message you at 3 a.m. You'll probably still be
better not.
I might.
You better
Don't tempt me. Anyway, thank you everybody in the chat. Appreciate you. We've had a lot of fun tonight, especially the latter portion. We had a lot of fun with those topics.
Yeah, we did
quite well. And stay tuned for when we decide to break the land speed record on Vintage, while at the same time not even talking about it. I kind of wanted to show a million Vintage cars without ever saying a single word. We'll talk about Halifingil. We'll talk about anything else. Zygmunt Polfi it is.
I think most people in the chat are going to go, 80% are probably going to go to the fridge before they go to bed.
Maybe. Anyway, so that's it for us this time around. We will catch you. Those of you West Coast, enjoy the rest of your Friday. Those of you East Coast, the weekend has started. It is now Saturday. Have a good one. We'll catch you in the next one.
Ciao, Benny.